Hey, Shalom, Doovid here. Shavua Tov. God bless. Good to see everybody. Peace. Been a month. So people following week in review, Jewish holidays since Rosh Hashanah, which was Saturday and Sunday, and then Yom Kippur came out on a Sunday night to the first days of Sukkah and the last days of Sukkah all came out on Sunday. So I've taken a month break. It's been a full month since I've done week in review, but good to be back. And God bless. Hey, Michael, if you want to pop on and talk and certainly tell people about what you've been doing or how you spent the holidays, the link is in the chat. So definitely like to hear from Michael. God forbid Israel's at war. That is the main thing I was going to be talking about. I wasn't even sure I was going to do week in review, and if I had done week in review, it was basically going to be me reading papers, going right back into the research of the science of consciousness. And then, God forbid, Israel's at war. I'm going to go into detail what happened, how it happened, what's the current situation, what's likely to happen over the next few days, and then we'll analyze long-term scenarios. And say, God forbid, okay, like Doovid is Jewish, Doovid is on the side of Israel, studied in Israel, been active promoting Judaism my whole life. And so say, I'm on the side of Israel and Jews, regardless of whether we're right or wrong, regardless of whether we're going to win or lose. So I might, sound a little pessimistic and say, there's no reason to think that Israel is right, and there's no reason to think that Israel is going to win. And this is a devastating situation. And saying, anyone who knows what's happening in Israel, been following it. Hamas has wanted to do this for over a decade. Hamas has always had plans to do this. So this is purely a failure in Israeli defenses, because it's unquestionably, anyone's following, I'll go into details about, but I mean, Hamas has tens of thousands of units. Hamas had plans, and just that they successfully did it. And like, God forbid, besides the fact that I'm on the losing side of this, a lot of this is amazing. Like, God forbid, I'll show the clips of the Hamas doing paragliding and like how they do it. And God forbid, besides the fact that we're on the losing side of this as Jews, it was amazing what they did. And it completely overwhelmed and caught Israel unexpectedly. And it's possible Israel will not be able to come back from this. And I'll explain, besides for, the rhetoric and the talk, just for Israel to recapture part of the territory that it's lost. It's reasonable to assume that Israel will have no opportunity to recapture some of the territory that it's lost. And, I'll go into detail and we'll talk about the facts of the ground, what happened and what's likely to happen, and even the casualty rate. Like God forbid, the number of deaths could just be starting. Like this is unprecedented. I haven't seen this number of Israeli deaths since 1973, since the Yom Kippur War, and it could just be starting. The numbers could get much higher. And so I'll go into detail what happened, what's the situation on the ground, who has what territory, Shalom Luke. So appreciate you tuning in. I put the link in the chat, and if people want to come on and talk or argue, I definitely want to give a full covering of what happened and what's the situation on the ground before I get too much into opinions about what might happen in the future. I give like a little like what's likely to happen over the next few days before like getting too much into detail about what might happen in the future, and let alone things like the geopolitical situation. So I'm going to fully cover details of just what's happening between Israel and Hamas in Gaza before we talk about other scenarios with Hezbollah, Iran, geopolitics, American aid. So I want to fully cover what did Hamas do, what's the situation on the ground with Hamas, what's it going to take for Israel to get this situation under control, why it might be extremely difficult for Israel to get the situation under control, and then go into scenarios just between Israel and Hamas before I get into a larger geopolitical situation with other nations. We'll see how complicated this is, and God forbid how serious a situation it is for Israel. Even, where Doovovid is saying, my speculation is that there's no way Israel is going to be able to recover from this loss to a certain extent. There's going to be something's going to happen, but these could be permanent gains that Hamas has made. God forbid. So let me cover some of this other stuff because I wasn't expecting Israel to go to war, and it kind of comes like, well, we all knew that Hamas, if they could have done this, would have done this any day over the last decade. It just so happens that they did it 2 days ago, and it worked. And it worked to unprecedented scenarios that no one in Israel could have imagined this could have happened. I mean, the success that Hamas had was just completely unimaginable. We'll talk also about like the failure. How could have Israel failed so badly? How could they, certainly not seen it coming. Everyone in Israel knew this was coming. I'm saying anybody who knows anything about Israel knew that Hamas always wanted to do this, would have done it every day. But like, how is it possible they did it? So let me just cover some other stuff, share some of these links, and then we'll go straight to Israel. Okay, so Cheetas, a local man in Metro Detroit, reached out to interview me. He actually saw me on Defense Politics Asia, and I'm going to cover Defense Politics Asia has covered the war in Israel. I'm going to look at some of these like Ukrainian bloggers that have Ukrainian war covers that have been covering the war in Ukraine, and how they're covering using the same techniques of mapping. And so that's why I'm going to show you some of these, like the maps, what is happening exactly on the ground, in the same way that Defense Politics Asia covers what's happening between Asia and Russia, how they're covering what's happening between Israel and Gaza. So Cheetas interviewed me next week. This week should come out. The full interview was almost 2 hours. He came to my house, University of Michigan alumni. He found me on Defense Politics Asia, and he wasn't familiar with any like the alt-right stuff. So I talked about streaming and Judaism, and he's a fellow engineer. He was interested in the war in Ukraine and other things. And so like the first clip, I told him how I got into streaming and like Luke Ford and debating counter-Semites. And he hadn't even heard of counter-Semites. He hadn't even heard of most of these names in the alt-right. But I went to the history, how I started streaming. He made the first clip of that. And from there, hopefully he'll release the full program this week. Some interesting chess news. Hans Niemann was on Piers Morgan, and it was kind of funny. Like Piers Morgan, like God forbid, was like straight up like, "Have you ever used an anal probe?" And Hans Niemann, his lawyer's like, "That's ridiculous. No one took that as a serious theory." And Piers Morgan's like, "Well, I think it's a serious theory." That's what. And certain joke Elon Musk tweeted about it. And Hans Niemann right now is competing in the U.S. Chess Championship, and I think he's actually in first place. That so Hans Niemann has been vindicated. I think he has money. I think he won. He said he can't talk about it, but my guess is that Hans Niemann got a settlement from chess.com. Maybe not from Magnus or Hikaru, but Hans Niemann got a payout from chess.com, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars, although it's unclear. And he's been vindicated, and so he's one of the most popular chess players in the world now after this. And so he was on Piers Morgan, and now he might even be in the lead of the U.S. Championship going on now. And a lot of chess commentators were God forbid, just thinking it's funny because like Piers Morgan was just pressing him about anal beads, God forbid. And then Piers was like, "Well, I never cheated. You cheated when you were 12. How do we know you're not cheating again?" So God forbid, but interesting. Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate on Thursday night. Okay, God forbid the JF Greppy is mother JF is missing, and that's been big in the news. Like Doovovid got my start really on the public space with John Francis Greppy to Brundlefly if he tunes in. Oh, I might also stream with Brundlefly and Stephen James tomorrow at noon. I will do that on Twitter related to the doxing of frame games, and I might talk about that later if someone shows up. And most people watching this probably haven't even heard of frame games, but like frame games was this a non-alt-right, right-wing Jewish streamer that was very popular, and he was on the public space and talking to the alt-right people, but he was a non, and he was just doxxed this week, and he was streamed with JF all the time, and Halsey, and he was on Luke Ford, and it turns out he was a Trump operative, like he was in the Trump administration, the White House, and so could be we'll be talking about that on Stephen James with Brundle, or Brundle tunes in tonight, or someone wants to talk about that later. But I definitely want to cover probably at least an hour of this Israeli stuff, or that's the main thing I want to cover. But stay on Twitter for a stream on that. But John Francis Greppy in the news, like his his wife is missing or not missing, his story. So I'm not going to cover that much. He was on the Crucible talking about that. So I just thought I'd mention that. So, Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate talking about Are Men Ignored? And so she had a debate with Haig, a Christian nationalist, I guess, of some sort, American streaming partner with Jesse Lee Peterson. And he was going to debate Ashley from Not Everyday Ashley, but she had to duck out at the last moment. And Ryan and this guy Ozian. So it was an interesting thing. Maybe we'll talk about it a little more later, but I'll just share that. And we had a pre-stream on Church of Entropy. So Doovid streamed with Church of Entropy for like the first time in a long time, for 5 hours. And we did debate prep, and we talked about kind of the alt-right and the red pill space and fresh and fit and all these arguments, like, are men ignored? Does society currently favor women more than men? And then I popped on the after show with Ozian, who took the place of Ashley, and the Thorpe show showed up, Ben and Grace Thorpe, and Ryan, who is one of the moderators for Modern Day Debate. And I reached out to James suggesting to do a debate on the UAW strike, a very important issue. And James actually messaged back, and he thought it was a good idea, and even said possibly Destiny. So remotely possible, you'll see coming up maybe even this week or next week, Doovid versus Destiny on the UAW debate on Modern Day Debate, where Doovid would be representing management, of course. Doovid will be taking the side of management, and Destiny would be taking the side of the UAW strikers. But I told James, like, I would actually just take either side, although management would be the side I would argue better. And I said I would argue against anybody, and he actually mentioned possibly Destiny, and that makes sense. But we'll see if that comes through, and that would be an interesting debate. I would actually look forward to that debate, because the UAW strike, it's in Detroit. That's one of the most important issues. And maybe I'll talk a little later about some of the stuff from the Modern Day Debate, but I want to get to the Israeli stuff because that's pressing news. Perpetual Chess Podcast, I've been watching that for a while. So we finally had some experts on the science of expertise. I guess John Wolf, I don't know if you got like an account back or you want to pop on. I don't even know what's happened. You got your account bans. I saw Amsi was streaming the other day, or if you're streaming again. So, John, if you want to pop on, we could talk about Israel, or just like what's up with you, what happened with your streaming. So this woman, Annika de Bruyne from Holland, who's a researcher and who's worked with, I think she even worked with Andres Eriksson, and she's done studies in chess, but more general, like education and expertise. And she was talking about deliberate practice. And that's an issue I've covered extensively on Week in Review, and we'll definitely be covering more of. So it was good to see one of the experts I was tweeting to Johnson, the guy who does Perpetual Podcast, about possibly having Fernand Gobe on. And you saw the tweet, and then he had another guy on, a Turkish PhD student or psychological worker who was a chess coach and written books and is focused on the psychological evidence. So like most chess coaches aren't really familiar and don't know about the psychological evidence. I had a little message back and forth and tweet reply with this Khan Kabadai, Turkish chess coach and psychology student, who's written a bunch of books on chess. And I think he's working together with Fernand Gobe. So like I'd messaged him and had a little back and forth, and we'll see. But like I asked him if he could put me into touch touch with Fernand Gobe. So if that's John, I'm going to bring you on 1 minute, John. Let me just finish these links. I'll go through them quickly. So Tesla Space, Neuralink, Neuralink has started up testing humans for mostly people who have debilitating diseases, but Neuralink has been tested on monkeys, and now Neuralink is currently looking for human test subjects. So that should be interesting. Let's try to pound through these quickly. God forbid, I've been talking a lot about Taylor Swift, and it was one of the biggest things of the whole year, the Taylor Swift concert series. And it's thought that Taylor Swift, it looks like they're bringing her up to be like a vote Democrat, vote Biden. So I mentioned she gets almost all positive press, and like, why are the Republicans so scared? And she's in the news, like going to football games and so, and you kind of constantly see positive press coverage for Taylor Swift, and now she's coming out like telling people you got to vote, you got to register to vote. So you see the turning into like, well, why are they giving her such positive press coverage? And it's politically related that they're going to, she's going to turn into someone trying to get people to vote Democrat. The Models of Consciousness Conference, which I've mentioned before in the past, they finally posted the videos. I think there are two conferences. So this is a very good conference, parallel to the Science of Consciousness Conference, a little different audience, some overlap. So we'd definitely be checking that out, recommending that. Sean Carroll and Philip Goth had a debate on Is Conscious Fundamental? Church of Entropy said she watched that. That was a good debate, important debate. So I'll just share that for now. It could be next week. I'll get back to consciousness, or depending, maybe later. Sabina Hassenfelder has 1 million subs, and she talked like a YouTube video, just basic advice for building up a YouTube channel. So props to Sabina Hassenfelder being one of the most popular streamers of physics. And she talks about consciousness and, I guess her thing, explaining complicated physics ideas without all the gobbledygook. If you're there, John, I'm going to bring you on in a minute. So if you disappeared, you pop back on, and I'll bring you back on. I just wanted to finish these links. And, if you want, you could comment when I'm sharing the stuff on Israel also. So, but I just want to finish these links. Brian Keating, Royal Institute, Freemasonry, the recipient of the Simons Grant, and, losing the Nobel Prize. So Brian Keating was gave a lecture at the Royal Institute, and Brian Keating, Stuart Hameroff was in California and had a conversation with Brian in studio. So those were the links I wanted to share before I heard about the war in Israel. And so now I'm going to focus almost exclusively on the war in Israel. So if you want to pop in, John, you can. And I'm also live on Twitter. So you could pop on now, John, and you comment on some of these links of what's going on in Israel. So God forbid, this is just amazing. Like, besides the fact that we're on, like as Jews, we're on the losing side of this. This is almost unimaginable to think like what happened. And this is just part of it, but like part of how Hamas overcame Israel was paragliders. And you think like risking their life like for the attack. And you think like like the Israelis here, like they're taking pictures, they don't know what's going on. Maybe they think it's part of the show, but like no, these guys are combatants, and they took over the territory. So like they came in on paragliders, and then God forbid, like we're talking about this, like God forbid this was a horrible massacre. As of now, they're saying 260 people died at this party, and you see like the people here had no idea. They just saw paragliders. Maybe they thought it was a part of the show, and you see they're just dancing techno party, peace party. It's only a few miles from the border wall in Israel, and you see the paragliders coming in, and those guys are armed combatants from Hamas, and they land, and over 260 people died. Tens of people were taken hostage, maybe more, God forbid. So there's a lot of Hamas itself has released a whole bunch of videos on paragliders, but just saying, well, how did they do it? How did the hundreds, thousands of Hamas soldiers infiltrated Israel in like multiple ways, like by sea, by tunnel, by land, going over the wall, under the wall, and just this paragliders. I mean, God forbid, you think, well, it's genius and it's surreal, but just looking at that, God forbid, back to this video where people are just dancing, have no idea what's going on, and you see this like paragliders in the sky. They might not, they think it's part of the show, or just who knows. And these guys got guns, and over 250 people were killed. So God forbid. So I guess if some of my detractors want to join me, so I'm live on Twitter, and so yeah, I was listening to Mario Knopfel, and he's still live, and he's been having a lot of spaces, and a lot of different people, a lot of different news, a lot of different people from Gaza, from Israel, updates. I might go through a handful of his updates just to see, but he's been streaming almost constantly. I was almost on a show about the ADL, and his statements about various aspects. So I might go through some of these also, but let's here's one last thing. The shtetl, the Naftali Master, just a survey about Orthodox Jews and Republicans. 90% of Haredim plan to vote Republican in 2024. That's the presidential election. And local elections, probably still like 70-80% or more of Haredim vote Democrat. And the interesting number was the modern Orthodox, that the majority of modern Orthodox still plan on voting Democratic. So Salia Elias is mentioning $16,000 for 200 of those paramotors on Alibaba, cheapest invasion in history, if they even paid for them. And yeah, I'm saying like, God forbid, I don't know if you're saying 16,000 per paraglider, or you're saying 16,000 for 200 paragliders. So you're saying that it's actually only $8 each. Is that 16,000 divided by 200 is $80? So you're saying that it's only $80 each for those paragliders, and that there were 200 paragliders. I mean, it's possible that God forbid, that 200 Hamas people use paragliders. Yeah, $80 each. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, and we'll go into details. So let me show this New York Times. God forbid, just to get a feel for how bad the situation is and how difficult. What happened? And I'm going to go into detail through some of these videos that give like mapping of minute by minute exactly what happened, like the Defense Politics Asia style. Here's a task and purpose video also. But let's look at the New York Times. The death ratio, God forbid, over the last 15 years, only 300 Israelis have died in conflict with Palestine. In fact, the number of Israelis that have died in conflict, August was one of the highest number of months in history, just through like stabbing attacks and random terrorist attacks in Israel. But like relatively, the number was small. And like the 2008 battle, the 2014 battle, which relatively had like 300 Palestinian deaths, 2,500 Palestinians, and the ground invasion. We'll talk about that. But the the huge asymmetry in deaths at this point, there's been more Israeli deaths than Palestinian deaths, and most the deaths right now on the Palestinian side are through uh, bombings in Gaza. And we'll talk about what Israel's thinking. Why are they doing that? Is that even helping them? But God forbid, in terms of just Israeli deaths, a huge victory for Hamas, like doing more damage than they've done in the last uh, 15 years put together. And I'm going to go more into detail on this, but if you look at the map and you see like, well, what exactly did Hamas do? And you saw like the paragliders, and you see like, okay, Hamas used boats and tunnels, and they destroyed the wall. Hamas basically did a sneak attack at multiple locations, and they overtook all of Israel's military bases right around Gaza. So we'll see when we look at the videos, there was about 7 different military bases around Gaza. So besides the wall and a few like things on the wall itself, maybe there's a few like snipers or towers on the wall itself and the cross point. Then there's about 7 different bases, military bases around Gaza. And I believe Hamas overtook all of them. And the Israeli soldiers that were in the bases around here were basically all killed or captured. And I'm not sure the exact numbers. Like, I'm not a IDF guy, or the numbers, they may or may not be public. Maybe if an IDF guy appears in the chat or knows something about it. Some people say there were 40 people per base. So I mean, it's possible that there was only 40 people, like Karen Sholem, or these very different. Some of these are towns. Some of these are kibbutzim. Some of them are major settlements. So the first thing that Hamas did was they sent in drones. So John, you're just mentioning the counterintelligence didn't pick that up, meaning that, well, Israel always knows that Hamas wants to do this. So like if you're in Israel, what Hamas does, everyone in Israel, watching this, like ultra high T, John, everyone knows that Hamas always wanted to do this, which is they couldn't do it, or they couldn't organize, or if they did, Israel would know about it and stop it. So that Hamas coordinated multiple times. So I'll show on Twitter, but just say the first thing Hamas did was use drones to disable the towers on the wall in various places. So they used drones. The drones hit, most of them were automatic, where they didn't have an Israeli officer stationed there. They were like automatic machine gun towers or sensory towers. So possibly they destroyed the Israeli sensors. And so all at the same time, about, God forbid, Saturday, Shabbos morning, Simchas Torah, about 6 a.m. by sunrise, probably coordinated as many as possibly 5,000 people, thousands of people. So, I mean, Hamas had this coordinated, thousands of people did various things at the same time, coordinated, and caught Israel off guard. So, I mean, first thing they did was start shooting rockets. They shot rockets into Israel. I mean, when I was going to sleep, like I went to sleep like 1 a.m, which already would have been when it started. And I saw like a news flash that, Hamas was shooting off rockets. And I was like, okay, like I went to sleep anyways. I didn't think much about it because they shoot off rockets all the time and there's Iron Dome or whatever. But, I woke up the next morning and saw the full extent of what they had done. So, just to say like why this might be something that Israel may not be able to come back from. You say how difficult Israel is in a situation. Israel lost every single military base around Gaza. And I think there's 7 of them. Every single one of the military bases in Gaza were overtaken and the Israeli soldiers were killed or captured. And I think it's about 40 each. So there you're talking about 250, 2 to 300 Israeli soldiers that were captured or killed at the various Israeli military bases. Besides for like the dance party where, I saw the paragliders. And then besides that, so the first thing the first thing Hamas did was capture the Israeli military bases. And we'll get back to why that's important. One of the things, Hamas secured the weapons. So besides for destroying the defense line of Israel to protect, against Gaza, a few things, they breached the wall. So they breached the wall. They used drones or missiles to tear down the concrete wall, bulldozers to destroy some of the fence, and a lot of the fence is destroyed now. So much of this, this area here on the map of the fence is completely open. People from Gaza, militants, people may be walking right through into Israel right now. And when we look at the war map right now, we'll see what's the fact on the ground right now, 48 hours into this. And we'll see that Hamas still has most of this territory. Israel has regained a lot of the territory right here by the sea, but most of the territory against the whole border wall here, Hamas has control, and Hamas has control of the former Israeli military bases, and Hamas has the weaponry. These were military bases. A lot of these had tanks, machine guns, weaponry, rounds. It's questionable F-16. Some people are claiming that Hamas has F-16s. So the facts on the ground, we don't know exactly. So I don't know if Hamas is currently controlling all of these, or they're definitely controlling a few of them. And we'll get to like what Israel has to do in terms like the wall is down. The wall is open. Gazans are walking into Israel right now, currently as I'm speaking, and there's nothing Israel could do about it because Hamas controls this territory around Gaza. Besides that, Hamas got into Israeli settlements like Sderot. So these are just like the borderline towns of Israel evacuated. Now, I think Haiti is wrong. These are places Israel evacuated. These are places Israel told any Jew that is in these areas to leave. And there is fighting in some of them. Some of them may be secured. However, there may be random militants there. There could be battle. There could be hostages. So we're going to get into it. But, look at some of the map. But I just want to show this New York Times map real quick to show the gravity of the situation. The wall has been breached. There are multiple holes at the wall. All of the Israeli military bases outside of Gaza have been overtaken, and the Israeli soldiers that were in them were killed or captured. Israel may have recaptured a few of them. So the fighting line, for Israel, okay, they're going to level Hamas. They're going to do a ground war. First things first, like Israel wants to go into Gaza. We'll talk about that in the future, like 2014, and the big battle where Israel went into Gaza, and the horrible bloodshed. Just for Israel to go into Gaza, first they have to recapture this territory, and they have to re-put up the wall. So that's why I said, Michael, Haiti, it's like, well, you could think that Israel's going to prevail. Like, I hope Israel prevails. Like, I'm a Jew, I'm on Israeli side, but there's no reason to assume Israel is going to win. There's no reason to assume that Israel will recapture this territory. There's no knowledge to know how many lives it'll cost. It will cost Israel thousands of lives. There will be thousands of Israelis killed just to recapture this territory, let alone rebuild the wall and do a ground invasion into Gaza. So just like the gravity of the situation, no, not my opinion. You say, okay, Israel has a powerful army. Israel's called up the reserves, but to say that there are and we don't know the numbers. So the wall is down. Hamas has as many as 40,000 armed troops in Gaza. So just like a number. Yeah, I know Israel has tanks and planes, but one thing, um, Jim, these aren't settlements. There are a few kibbutzes. So I'm talking now about the Israeli military bases. So we're going to get to the settlements like Sderot. So there's a few kibbutzes. So right up on Gaza, there's no real settlements. These are actual military bases that weren't settlements. They were pure military bases. And all of them fell. And so I'm talking Gaza now. Hamas is holding these military bases. They've captured the weapons that were there, and they are using these military bases to prevent Israel from getting into Gaza. And the wall is down, and we don't have the numbers yet. Like the numbers are going to come in, but it could be that Hamas has 20,000 people that reinforce this. So like we'll see the numbers, but like it could be that at this point there are 20,000 Hamas troops that are protecting these sites right now, let alone the incursions. So I'm going to come back to these in full, but if you look at some of these mappings, so I'm showing like this wall is the Gaza border wall, and then this is the supposed territory that Hamas has conquered. And then there's also Hamas has reached tens of miles into Israel, like Sderot. So, just like a basic map here. So here's the border wall. Here are some of the Israeli military bases that have been conquered. It's possible Israel's got a few of them back. And then Hamas has reached far into Israel into Sderot. That like for a period like Sderot, like everyone follows Israel knows like, okay, God forbid, Sderot's only like 20 kilometers, 15 miles from Gaza. They're always bombing. God forbid, anytime there's bombings, like Sderot's getting hit, and the shelters. So Hamas had captured Sderot. Hamas captured the police station, killed 20 police officers, took all the weapons out of the police station, and possibly, who knows how bad the bloodbath was and how many people were captured. If you watch the Israeli news right now, there's still fighting in Sderot. So I'm not even talking about the army bases that are right up against Gaza. We're talking about Gazan that have part of Israeli towns like Sderot or multiple towns where the IDF is still trying to secure. So if you're an Israeli in Sderot right now, you're in lockdown, and the army is there, and they're going house to house, and there's gunfighting. And there's other towns where it has not been cleared. So just saying what Israel stage one, I would put this into 3 stages. So from Israel, what Israel what actually Israel is gaining from the bombing in Gaza, I actually don't know. I don't know why they're bombing Gaza. I don't even know how that's helping. But so Israel is bombing Gaza right now. And, like God forbid, they've bombed Gaza like close to 500 times. There's hundreds of people dead, thousands injured, buildings have came down. I don't even know if the bombing Gaza benefits their military objectives at all. Like in terms of the missiles are still flowing. It's unclear whether the bombings are preventing the missiles from going. There's some videos like Ashkelon here where Israel has prevented lone Hamas operatives, combatants from entering Ashkelon. So this like blue zone, which is like a buffer zone, or being fighting from the zone that Hamas largely controls. So Israel first has to regain control of this outside area. So like here where you have these green dots are areas where Hamas has combatants. So, Sderot and towns, and we don't know the numbers. Like it could be, God forbid, hundreds. It could be that there's currently 20,000 Hamas militants in Israel right now in this area. It could be it's only 1,000. We don't have any of these numbers. It's speculation. It could be that there's 50 to 100,000 Gazans that have left through the open walls and are now in this area and are now occupying Israeli territory. That's why I said it's possible that Israel will have made permanent losses and will never be able to recuperate this territory. Because it could be that right now there's tens of thousands of Gazans that have moved to the other side of the wall, and it will be basically impossible for them to push them back over to the other side and rebuild the wall. I mean, it's possible. I'm saying there's just speculation, just to saying that, yeah, that's what. But so Israel, like, okay, Israel wants to completely destroy Hamas. Like, first they have to get Hamas outside of these towns, like Sderot and the various towns, and we don't even know how many. There could be hundreds of them, and that could take like weeks. It could be, even if it's in Sderot and lone gunmen, like, God forbid, when there's a terrorist attack and then Israel's all out on a manhunt for like one terrorist, two terrorists. Sometimes that takes like a week. There could be 100 terrorists, combatants that have made their way into Israel, and it will take weeks for Israel to weed them out of these territories around the area. Like I said, there's currently fighting in Sderot right now. If Israelis is successful at doing that, then the next thing they have to do is retake all these areas that they evacuated. So these areas right around Gaza and in the buffer zone is areas that Israel has evacuated. There might be a handful of Israelis, but these are areas that Israel has evacuated. So as of now, there should not be any Israeli citizens there, and this will be a pure battle between the IDF and Hamas. And so we said, well, how much military equipment did Hamas capture? And, God forbid, also the hostages. That, okay, well, can Israel just bomb their former military bases? So say, well, maybe Israel could just take a loss in these former settlements, kibbutzes, military bases that are now occupied by Hamas. They could just bomb and obliterate. However, maybe there's hostages there, or maybe civilians from Gaza have occupied this territory also, and now there's tens of thousands of just Gazans that have moved into this area. So these are unknowns. Like, if you check the papers, they're not giving you this information. They might not even know. Like, I'm sure Israel has like satellite, they're doing flybys, but like the number of Hamas militants, the number of Gazan civilians that have moved into this territory right now, it's unknown. Although the estimates are that there's about 40,000, some even higher, some say like 80,000 armed Gazan militants. And so it would not be unreasonable to guess that there are currently now tens of thousands of armed Hamas militants outside of the wall here. It would not be unreasonable to assume that there are hundreds, possibly thousands of Gazans that have made their way into Israel. So, I mean, Israel is mobilized. They've called up like 40,000, like hundreds of thousands of troops. They're bringing tanks. Jerusalem's not that far away. Jerusalem's right here. Like, Jerusalem's only 30 miles away. God forbid. So, and let alone like there's unrest that we'll talk about later. What happens if Arab Israelis or the West Bank, if there's unrest? But just talking about the wall has been breached. Going back, we know there's estimate 50,000, could be more, armed Hamas militants. And it's reasonable to assume that most of them have crossed into Israel and that they're going to try to control this territory, and many of them are going to try to get as far into Israel as possible. So just to show the gravity of the situation, that Israel first has to guard Israel. They have to guard Israel from Hamas militants moving further into Israel. They have to secure the town. Some of these towns have tens of thousands of people. And it could be Israel is taking mass casualties. Like the numbers keep on going up, and most of these casualties are coming as Israel recaptures these territories. So I just said, just from losing the military bases, Israel probably lost close to 200 soldiers, not just civilians, talking 200 soldiers. Israel lost straight off the bat when Hamas overtook the Israeli military bases. Like, let alone if like 250 civilians largely were killed in the dance party, and then let alone like Sderot or some of these other areas as they regain the territory, how many dead bodies they're going to find. So I mean, it could be, God forbid, that the number of dead Israelis is already as high as 2,000. God forbid. Um, it's unlikely, but it's possible. And say, how many Israelis has Hamas captured? Has Hamas is, the best estimate now is about 150 to 200 Israelis have been captured. What will happen with that? What happens? So it's like, okay, the main advantage Israeli has is military technological asymmetry. So let's say like in one of these bases that now Hamas is holding, that technically Israel could just bomb and kill them all in one bombing. But maybe Hamas has their hostages there to prevent that. And like, God forbid, Israel could make the calculation that they're going to bomb and destroy the Hamas settlements, even though it's going to kill all of the hostages. I mean, God forbid. And we'll talk about like the trolley problem later. But it would not be surprising if Hamas has some of the hostages they've taken to Gaza. Maybe some of the hostages are being held at these Israeli military bases. And Israel will have to decide, are they going to kill their own hostages in order to retake this territory? And then also, we don't know the weaponry. Now that Hamas has overtaken all of these Israeli military bases, what type of weaponry do you have? Like, according to we'll go further into these videos, but they say Israel has already lost 4 helicopters and multiple tanks. So God forbid, this is a serious situation. So just get a little bit of the gravity of it. This guy Thomas Anderson on Twitter had like 50 different videos pinned. I guess he's a Christian Zionist, but just various videos showing from like the drone attacks from the beginning to God forbid, some of the various things. But Hamas has been releasing its own videos, so there's different videos. God forbid, see the people running at the party, and just a few seconds later from the paragliders landing. Paragliders landing in Israeli towns. I don't know if you said there are 200 paragliders, or but there's a lot of video footage. Hamas has released a lot of its own video footage, and there's continual video footage being released on Twitter, and different Telegram or different sources. So, Wikipedia already has their little thing on the October Gaza-Israel conflict. The Palestinian offensive, what happened October 7th, October 8th, the standoff in Be'eri and Ofakim, and if there's still a standoff in Sderot. So there's not really that much information. So Re'im is a town, and the music festival was outside of Re'im, and God forbid, Massacre. Like, God forbid, over 250 people were killed. Probably over 100 people have been taken hostage, and the number might keep on going up. That they have regained Re'im and the site of, so the Battle of Re'im. So I guess Re'im is a military base. So Re'im is a military base, and Re'im is one of the military bases that Hamas took over right away. and it only has a population of 433 people. So it has a military base. It only has a few hundred people that live there, and they had a dance party that had 3,000 people. And so all of the initial targets of Hamas were these military bases. So, God forbid, Hamas originally took over Re'im. They took over the military base. They killed or captured the soldiers, and there were 3,000 people at this dance party. At least 260 have been killed, many others wounded, hostages. It's still unknown in Israel. There's lots of people missing. So it's unknown. Like, God forbid, it could turn out that the Reem massacre, there's 500 people dead. It could be that there's 300 hostages. I don't know. Israel probably doesn't know either. And if Israel has secured the territory, there's still bombing coming from Gaza. There's still militants on the loose. So I know Zaka has been there trying to collect the bodies. But like, this is a disaster, a travesty. Just thinking, so the dance party, but Re'im was captured. Re'im as the military base. It has been recaptured by Israel, although it's unclear whether there's still gunfighting, battles, bombs, drones. It's unclear whether whether Hamas took all of the weapons. So Israel probably, at this point, we probably won't know this information for months. So like just the speculation and saying like there's no way to know this information. If Israel has reconquered the army base, they're probably not going to tell us. It's probably not going to reach the news. Maybe there'll be some leakage over the next few days of what exactly was the military equipment that was stored in Re'im and how much of it was taken. So I mean, these are important things to know. And just as outside observers, we're not going to have this information. I'm just telling you like the speculation. And if the Israeli military has recaptured the Re'im military base, they probably have an inventory of what was there, and then they could see what's there now, and then they could guess that everything else Hamas has taken. And so you're saying that now Hamas, besides for the weapons they might have got from Iran, homemade weapons, Syria, Russia, who knows, that Hamas now also has a serious amount of Israeli weaponry. And so saying that whether tanks, vehicles, machine guns, I'm not sure. Like, I have no idea. Like, maybe someone knows more about, like an IDF person who knows more about it, what type of Israeli military equipment was being stored in these bases. But it would appear that Hamas confiscated all of the military equipment that was in those Israeli military bases and is taking it back to Gaza. So I'm just saying the gravity of the situation, the unknowns. So, whether tanks, whether they have like, RPGs or, shoulder mounted rocket launchers or things that could destroy tanks, machine guns. I don't know. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a serious arsenal and saying they captured like 7 military bases. So it would not surprise me if Hamas has more military equipment that they took from Israel than that they had on their own from wherever they were getting it. I mean, just high tea. Like, no, man, Hamas has been planning this for a decade. Like, Hamas unquestionably always wanted to do this. They've always had plans to breach the wall. They've always wanted to do this. It's just they succeeded this time. And like, I mean, obviously it was a sophisticated attack. Maybe they had new equipment or a few new things, but like I would guess that like whatever this plan that they carried out now was basically a tentative plan that they've had in the works for years and that they've considered doing many times over the past few years. Maybe they've even tried and failed, or whether they, how Hamas knew to do this all coordinated at once with thousands of people at the exact same time. Maybe Hamas has tried this in the past and failed. It it would be, God forbid to say, if this is the first time Hamas ever tried this on this scale and it succeeded, then you're talking serious failures on Israel's part, that the first time Hamas ever tried doing this, it succeeded. God forbid, it conquered every single military base outside of Gaza. Just the gravity of it. But it's saying, like, no, man, everyone knows that Hamas always wanted to do this. These plans are not new. These plans are type things that Hamas has probably had in the workings for 5 to 10 years. And, maybe, it's possible that they've done it before in the past, coordinated attacks, and failed. Like, if you follow the news, like from when Trump went down to move the embassy to Jerusalem, President Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem. They had a mass, protest for a period of time. They had protests of tens of thousands of people some weeks every Friday at the wall on Gaza. There's rogues, bombings, attacks on the wall of Gaza constantly, every day for years. Every week there are attacks on the wall on Gaza, sometimes coordinated. Like even a few weeks ago, there was a coordinated attack on the wall in Gaza and multiple people were killed. So it's unclear, but I'm saying, like, no, unquestionably, Hamas has wanted to do this for years. Whatever they plan, whatever they succeeded doing today, it's likely that it's a carrying out of some similar plan that they've had for years. And just why did it work this time? And was this the, God forbid, from the Israeli perspective, how did they fail so badly? How did the thousands of Hamas militants coordinate without Israeli knowing? And there's the devastation. Like, God forbid, I'm grinding this in. Hamas took over every single military base outside of the walls of Gaza. Not only they breached the wall, which I don't even think they breached the wall before, like, let alone, like, okay, like sometimes there's been a bomb, maybe they've made like a small hole and like one or two people have gotten through. The last thing, like, okay, there's tunnels and occasionally like there's a terrorist activity and they got through the tunnel. There's even been a kidnapping or two where a few people have went through tunnels and then kidnapped an Israeli soldier and brought him back to Gaza through the tunnels. But in terms of like a massive breach of the wall, as far as I know, it's never happened before, let alone a massive breach at multiple points, so much so that Hamas took over every single Israeli military base surrounding Gaza. And just to show the enormity of the situation, that Israel has to reconquer those bases. They have to push the Gazans back inside of Gaza. They have to push everyone in Hamas or Gazans that have left Gaza back into Gaza. And then they have to secure the wall. And who knows, maybe right now Gaza is destroying the wall, like Trump in the wall. It's possible that now that Hamas controls territory outside of the wall and the Israeli military bases outside of the wall, it is possible that, God forbid, Hamas has destroyed miles, tens of miles of the wall. And as I said, it's possible that there are as many of tens of thousands of Hamas militants that are on the other side of the wall. It's also possible that there's hundreds of thousands of civilians that are just going to walk outside of Gaza into Israel, because Israel, as of now, has not resecured it, and it's unclear. There's fighting going on right now. We'll see tomorrow over the next few days. But saying if Israel does not recapture those bases, does not resecure the wall, this could be a permanent loss for Israel. Israel may never get that territory back. Okay, so let's look at some of these maps to get a full view and understanding of what happened on the ground. And, the links in the chat, if someone, Gandalf or someone wants to come on, John, if you want to, come on and discuss this, but let me finish going through these maps. So here's task and purpose. And so these are channels like Defense Politics Asia that have, well, we'll see. But I'm saying, hi T, right now, Gaza controls the territory. Hamas controls the territory. Israel, I would say it's been 2 days. And I'll go into later why it might be so difficult, especially when we look at these maps. So let's just look at the maps. And, let alone like Netanyahu and Israelis, they're talking tough about leveling Gaza to the ground in a ground incursion, completely wiping out Hamas in Gaza. And, saying first thing first, let's see Israel retake the territory it lost. Okay, so task and purpose, who's military stuff, covers military equipment, been very covering Ukraine and in general, a tank infantry, military equipment expert. Here's one interesting thing: is did Hamas get F-16s? So here's these videos which appear to be Israel taking away F-16s, although the other video claimed that Hamas has captured the airbase. So outside of Hamas, besides for the military and stations, they actually have also captured the Israeli airbase. So task and purpose claims, and the Israelis have not released this information, that they, as they saw that they were losing, that Israel retreated the F-16s out of the military base that was captured by Hamas. And I'm not even sure if the airbase right now is currently under the control of Hamas yet, or if Israel has recaptured it. In this information, Israel has not clearly released this information, but so that's a question. And so if you connect a bunch of the videos that have been released to actual locations, and so here's what I was trying to show. And if you had a map, like God forbid, maps of all of the bomb places that have been bombing in Israel, and maps of where there's fighting. And so task and purpose is thinking that this is the main territory that Hamas is controlling right now, and that Israel has to recapture, and will prove to be difficult for Israel to recapture, will be a serious Mossad, you're welcome to come on. As far as I know, Hamas controls the territory. We're looking at the maps. Certainly you know this stuff better than I do, but all of the videos I've seen have shown Hamas controls hundreds of square miles of territory outside of Gaza. So if you're looking at this, you're looking at places where there's current fighting. You have to see what are the military bases. What are the military bases that Hamas has tried to turn into strongholds? So, this was task and purpose. So I found this channel. I'm not sure I've ever seen this before. Military Summary. And they were doing mostly. No, you could correct me if Mossad knows. He knows, but what do you mean controlled? I'm saying clearly Hamas controls that territory. So this is the day one, October 7th, and there's 3 videos here in this. And this guy seems Russian, and a lot of the information he's using is coming from Russian sources, and he's mapping videos that have been released from Hamas or other sources to locations. So, if you're looking at, I think these flags are bases. And so he was the one that put me on to what was Hamas trying to do? First of all, okay, Hamas, said they're terrorists, they're trying to kill people, spread terror, but Hamas wanted to capture Israeli territory. They wanted to take over the military bases. They wanted to take the equipment and use it for themselves. And say, in Sderot, the first thing they did when they got to Sderot was they took over the police station. And according here, they confiscated the military equipment in Sderot. So the first thing they did when they got to Sderot was they took the police station. God forbid they killed 20 Israeli policemen, and then they confiscated all of the equipment. And so now, like I said, Hamas is armed with Israeli military equipment from all of the bases they conquered and the police stations from the various towns they got into. But if you look at a clear mapping of where some of these battles, so if this is I mean, if Hamas wants to come on, I mean, if Mossad wants to come on and clarify or whatever, despite our differences, that's fine. But so this like Nachal Oz or something like that. So I think for example, Nachal Oz is a Israeli military base that was conquered. All of the Israelis that were there presumably were killed or captured, or maybe a few of them escaped, and the equipment that was there was confiscated by Hamas. And now this territory like Nachal Oz is currently under Hamas's control. And whether there's fighting, I don't even know if there's fighting there. So Nachal Oz might be a place there's not even fighting. That is just controlled completely by Hamas. Whether there's hostages there or various things are unknown. But so looking at the map like Nachal Oz, and he confirmed this with various reports and videos. And we'll go through these, but okay, so if you look at like Kfar Aza, Nachal Oz, but at least like Nachal Oz is right now firmly in the control of Hamas. Here you have towns, and Nativiot. I don't know if Nativiot right now they're still fighting. If Israel is recaptured Nativiot, but it's saying what Israel first, it has to recapture all of this territory. And as of now, we'll see. Like these are military analysts just on YouTube who specialize doing this in Ukraine, and now they're doing it in Israel. And so this is day one where Hamas is going out. So it's saying like sneak attack. Hamas took all of the bases, sneak attack before Israel even knew what hit them. And after that, there was some Israeli defense within the first few hours and tanks and movement. But Israel, if you're looking into, Ashkelon, it doesn't look like, the ground troops, like Israel seems to on the northern border of Gaza to have relatively prevented Hamas incursions. And so like Ashkelon was bombed. Maybe a few Gazan militants reached Ashkelon, but not successfully, as opposed to some of these towns, Hamas operatives completely reached into, took over the police stations, confiscated their weapons, and who knows how many people they killed or took hostage. So if you're looking just like a mapping of, like Beersheba, huge territory. I mean, the unlikeliness. You think that Hamas would reach all the way to Beersheba, but that besides for taking the military bases, and the current situation on the ground is, I believe that these towns still have fighting in them. And so here this is the same technique that they use for Ukraine. So these are just videos and images, and they're mapping it. So they have a map. This most southern military installment is, maybe Israel retook this one already. I'm not sure. It's possible Israel has recaptured this most southern, or the town there. So this was just the day one mapping. So the day two, so there's three of them. So if you're looking, besides for Hamas taking the Israeli military stations outside of Gaza, they reached in Nativiot, Rahut, I don't even know these names, but like had fighting, casualties, and all of these that have maps on them have videos that corroborate. So I guess this would be a map, and if you clicked on the thing, there would be a video or a news report corroborating some sort of fighting. So Sderot right now, there's still fighting going on in Sderot, and Hamas almost captured Sderot. Like, God forbid. Like right now, Sderot is unclear, like whether Israel has liberated Sderot. And so, we will see what happens in Sderot. But like, it's on lockdown right now. Right now, one of the main objectives of the IDF campaign right now is to liberate Sderot. Before it could even consider, some of these other things. And what's happening right now, Sderot forget how many people Sderot has. Sderot has 30,000 people in it. So, I mean, God forbid. So, I mean, that's a huge population center. And Hamas, to some extent, I mean, they didn't take over, but I mean, it's also unclear. Like, we don't know the number of people, Hamas militants. Like I said, like Hamas has like 40, 50,000 armed militants. And we don't know how many of them went into Israel. As I said, the wall is open right now, whether they're still going in. How many Hamas militants went into Sderot? It could have been tens, it could have been hundreds. And there could still be tens or hundreds of Hamas militants in Sderot. It could take weeks for Israel to clear Sderot. And the casualties, God forbid, there's 30,000 people in Sderot. Maybe they've evacuated. There's a lot of them on lockdown. God forbid, there could still be mass casualties, even if there's only tens or hundreds of armed, serious militants in Sderot. It could take a week, and it could be hundreds of casualties to liberate Sderot. God forbid. So right now, that's one of the main points of fighting. Nativiot, some of these cities right now. So I'm saying right now, Israel is focusing on completely liberating and pushing Hamas militants out of Israeli settlements, kibbutzes, Israeli civilian areas. Israel's also, I think they've recaptured, like Re'im, some of the military bases. But like, as I mentioned, these military bases right here, Israel's not even touched that. There's no Israel. Like, if you look on the map, Israel is fighting, Sderot is here. There's a few cities, and this is not that big. This may be only like 15 miles. But I mean, Israel has to recapture these civilian territories before they could even consider trying to recapture these military bases. And so these areas right around Gaza have been completely evacuated, and Hamas has free reign right now to do whatever they want. As I said, it's possible that tens, hundreds of thousands of people have left Gaza and are now in this territory. So right now, Israel is trying to recapture these outer cities, and it's going to be extremely difficult. God forbid, like, even if there's 20 guys, I mean, you just picture like Sderot, Nativiot, or the various settlements. If there's 20, even if there's 10, even if there's one Hamas guy with a machine gun there, and civilians, I mean, sometimes, like, God forbid, like when there's a terrorist activity in Israel and they have a manhunt, the terrorist hides, and then eventually they catch him and there's a gunfight, and sometimes in that final gunfight, a few people get killed. So if there's a civilian area and there's tens of people, some of these places there were battles, like the police station in Sderot, where Hamas controlled territory, and it was actual battle where Israeli troops were trying to liberate police stations or buildings from Hamas. Some of them, there might be hostage situations. Some of the hostages have been, God forbid, brought back into Gaza or into this territory. So we get back why this territory might be so difficult for Israel to recapture. But just to say, like, will it take a week for Israel just to recapture these outer settlements where there's Hamas operatives in? And is it possible that more Hamas operatives are moving into them? Like, let alone right now, is it possible that there's hundreds or even thousands of Hamas militants that are moving from Gaza to these settlements where there's still thousands, tens of thousands of Israelis in lockdown? And, so this is like a play-to-play battle of, say, these mapping sites that largely specialized in Ukraine, that when the war broke out in Israel, are doing the mappings in Israel. And, you just see how far Hamas has moved into Israel versus the territory where, he's considering, like in the Ukraine. So if you watch like Defense Politics Asia, and you say, like, well, what territory is controlled by who? according to this, he's saying like this territory expanded from the wall is completely under the control of Hamas, and these are Hamas operatives. They're doing operation in Israeli territory, but are not controlled by Hamas. You just have single operatives. And so this was the last video he did in the middle of the day today that had Israel, after Israel's armored support struck back, connections to videos and news, and you're saying that Israel has largely got into control most of these other settlements, and you're saying that if it's unlikely that there's going to be continuing Hamas operatives coming into these places, but there still might be tens or hundreds of Hamas militants in these Israeli areas, and it might take days or weeks to weed them out. So that was the current mapping from this guy, Military Summary. And so, recommend see Military Summary that, has mostly been doing Russia, Ukraine. So, almost all these videos on Russia, Ukraine. So just the same style mapping that they've been doing. They did, so Defense Politics Asia, Wyatt, Doowovid's buddy, also, jumped on it the first day, the attacks, the same style of, the attacks. So if you look at the mapping of the original attack, day one, Hamas taking over these military bases. So from Wyatt's perspective, Hamas largely completely took over all this territory, and made incursions into Israel, even here, to say that Hamas, for at least a period of time, had control of Israeli towns. And then going really town by town, battle by battle. So this is pretty interesting, like the northern Israel, where they say by sea, by land, by air, by tunnel, so that they weren't able to breach the wall. They used Marine troops to get on the other side. And if this is an Israeli military settlement, the power station they couldn't get to, Ashkelon, is up here. A few people got as high to Ashkelon, but these were Hamas military units that got over this way and were able to conquer some territory. And whatever military base right there is, that it was at least temporarily Zekum Beach. So although it looks like Israel pretty quickly reconquered this territory, and the Israeli Navy was able to stop that. So here's Sderot, which is very close to Hamas. That's what's always being bombarded. And besides for the military bases, Sderot was basically completely occupied by Hamas. And there's still likely large amounts of Hamas fighters in Sderot. There's still fighting going on there, although Israel considers themselves likely to be able to reconquer that. But could still be heavy casualties. Like right now, and not only casualties of civilians, that this is urban fighting, and there could be serious casualties of Israeli soldiers. God forbid, at this point, going house to house. If Hamas went house to house, now Israel has to go to house, and there might be certain strongholds that have tens or hundreds of Hamas militants. That would be a substantial fight, and you can't really just bomb. So, like, God forbid, Israel's technological superiority. It could be like Ukraine. God forbid that where all of the area was destroyed. Then, in order to retake Sderot, Israel will have to destroy Sderot or bomb out huge portions of the area to regain control, like the police station or something like that. That now has been completely bombed out. So here's various settlements in Netivot. I think there's still fighting going on in Netivot, but let me just see the popular. Netivot, population 42,000. God forbid. So you're just thinking, I just checked the news. I mean, Mossad, maybe you got some sort of special information. I just checked the news before I started, and the live news on Israel I-24 Jerusalem Post, and they said there's still active gunfire and fighting in the streets of Sderot. I mean, there might be, but I'm saying like, no, man, I think, I mean, I haven't checked the news since I started streaming, but I mean, to say, what do you have control? But like, no, I'm pretty sure that there are still tens, maybe hundreds of Hamas militants in Sderot. And it might take weeks to clear out Sderot. Like, I mean, to say at some point, Hamas had largely captured Sderot, and now Israel largely has control over it. Like they have the internal roads leading to it, or maybe on the Israeli side, preventing from coming further in certain of the territories. But I'm not sure where you're getting that from. Like, if you just checked in, I was just watching I-24, and they were showing gunfire in Sderot. I mean, if it's the middle of the morning right now, so but they were already showing middle of the night gunfire battles in the middle of Sderot. I mean, so we'll see. Nativiot, saying we'll see. These are areas, as far as I understand, they're still active fighting, and Israel might have largely secured it. They might have. I think they have. Sderot has 30,000 people. Like the area internal where they evacuated, people are considering under Hamas's control the areas that Israel has evacuated. Sderot and Nativiot are under lockdown. They're not evacuated, and there's currently fighting going on them. So Israel might substantially now have the upper hand, although there's still current fighting. We will see tomorrow morning, the news when the sun rises. I mean, the sun's going to rise in Israel in 3-4 hours, and we'll see the situation there when the sun rises. And my understand is in the middle of the night there was still gunfighting going off, and Sderot was still under lockdown. Nativiot is maybe the furthest area, but it's expected that Israel will recapture this territory. How long it takes is unclear, and you see how far Hamas made incursions into. So this is the day one, and Hamas made the furthest incursions in the first 24 hours. It's unclear whether Hamas has made any gains on day two. So I mean, day one was almost all gains by Hamas. Day two was mostly Israel regaining territory. However, as you see, like this mapping, where a lot of Hamas still controls. I don't know how big this is, but I guess hundreds of square miles. I mean, Gaza itself isn't that big, but tens of square miles of territory outside of Gaza itself. So, today Israel made significant gains. If you did territorially, like Hamas on day one, if they took over 200-300 square miles, and on day two, the current situation, Israel has recaptured back 75% of the territory. And, so we'll see where Hamas has made reinforcements to stand a battle. So this is the main area in, around this section right here, or some of these bases right here, where it looks like Hamas is going to make their last stand. And if Israel's doing good, if Israel is successful, they will recapture all of the territory back to the original wall tomorrow. I mean, there's probably some fighting going on right now, but largely at night, there's probably some bombing. There might be a few covert attacks or whatever, but there's probably not much happening right now. So if Israel largely, there's going to be some Hamas operatives that are in Israel. Like I said, it could be hundreds, it could be thousands, it could be tens. We don't have that information. Israel has not released any information. Hamas has not released any information, and Israel has admitted it's an unknown. So to say whether these various territories, whether there's tens, hundreds, or thousands of Hamas operatives currently in Israeli territory is still unknown. And, so like Sderot, how long does it take to clear out the Hamas operatives in Sderot and Nativiot in the various areas? Once Israel clears those areas out, assuming they're successful, presumably tomorrow, you will see heavy fighting on these cleared out kibbutzes and army bases. And so phase one for Israel, besides for Israel, like if Israel wants to do a ground campaign or bombing campaign, phase one, Israel has to reconquer its lost territory. So if tomorrow they're capable of, you might see heavy fighting tomorrow in saying these territories, these former military bases, and saying, we don't know. As I said, like there could be tens of thousands of Gazans that have moved to this territory, that have fortified it. We don't know the military equipment that Hamas has captured and taken the Israeli military equipment. We don't know what type of losses. Supposedly, Israel has had 4 helicopters shot down, multiple tanks destroyed. So even with Israel calling up all of its reserves and doing some sort of massive campaign to retake this territory, you might expect heavy losses on the Israeli side. And depending on how many losses Hamas is willing to take, depending on the use of hostages, it could take the life of hundreds of Israelis just to reconquer this territory outside of Gaza. And this is mostly unknown because we don't know how much equipment Hamas has taken. We don't know. Are you talking Gaza, or are you talking the territory that I'm talking? I haven't even mentioned Gaza yet. I'm talking about the territory that Hamas is conquered in Israel. So Israel is bombing Gaza right now. Israel may eventually do a ground campaign. Israel have shut off the water and the electricity in Gaza. However, I'm referring to Israel just reconquering the territory it's lost. And I mean, we could get to I don't know why Israeli strategy, like all the bombing, even how that's helping, or the shutting off the power and water, how that's helping. I'm looking at kind of straight logically and why it. Singapore is an ally of Israel. Wyatt's even said he's trained with the IDF in Singapore. Israel sells weapons and does technology transfer and various military things with Israel. But Wyatt in Asia is relatively just neutral commentary on the situation. And yes, so there's bombings. There's Israel is doing stuff to Gaza. From my perspective, I don't even know how that's helping. I don't know how any of the bombings, how turning off the water or the electricity is helping in the military operation at all. God forbid, collective punishment, forcing citizens, civilians to suffer. From a military operation, the main thing Israel has to do is reconquer this territory. And first, Israel's not even at a point to reconquer this territory. First, they have to clear the Gazan militants out of the civilian areas of Israel first, before they could have a military battle of Hamas outside of the wall. But tomorrow, we see that there may be a serious military battle for Israel just to reconquer its lost territory. That's my perspective. From that, just looking at it, Israel is doing. Obviously, God forbid, there's rockets flying into Israel from Gaza, though I'm not really sure that the bombings in Gaza are doing anything to prevent the rockets, or shutting off the electricity or the power is doing anything to prevent the rockets. And he's saying, let alone, they just took over Israeli bases. So even if Gaza is starving and has no water, the Hamas military operants that are controlling Israeli territory now have the Israeli supplies. There's no reason to think that Hamas couldn't control these territory outside of Israel for weeks or months. So, I'm glad you're confident, Mossad, or if you're confident you think Israel is going to win. I was saying that objectively, There's no reason to be sure that Israel will even reconquer the territory it's lost. Just because they have shut off, the water and the electricity or the bombing, you could assume, you could say there's likelihood. And I haven't even got to Hezbollah or other alternative factor. I'm just talking pure Israel versus Gaza, let alone the other possibilities, West Bank, unrest in Israel with Israeli Arabs. It was saying that it's just a battle between all of Israel and Israel's resources, just versus Gaza and Hamas. That how difficult is it going to be for Hamas, for Israel to retake this territory? So I say right now that's and God forbid the rockets. I mean, from an Israeli perspective, because they're not firing rockets they're probably not. I mean, it means remotely possible that Hamas will move the rockets outside and into some of the territory it's conquered. But and the thing right now, the wall is breached. That we don't know now if there was a map to show all of the areas there were breaches in the wall. How many people have moved from Gaza into this territory, let alone civilians? What happens if tens of thousands of Gazan civilians, not militants, have moved into this area? So besides for militarily taking over this territory, what type of losses it would take? And saying that would be dependent. So I would assume that if Gaza has 5,000 troops that are going to fight for this territory, that hundreds of Israeli soldiers will have to lose their life to reconquer this. Even with bombing, it might cost multiple planes. It depends on the equipment, the type of equipment that, if you think part of, the Russian military analyst said the purpose of the Gazan raid was to capture the Israeli military equipment. Even just to look at that, if you're saying what was the goal of this attack, Operation Al-Aqsa, and you said, well, one of the goals was to confiscate, reappropriate the Israeli military equipment. So we'll see what happens. But I predict. I don't know, but I'm saying that like the military experts, so to say, the streamers that have been following Ukraine, just using the same sources to map. So I'm saying you're not going to find this in the Israeli news or the New York Times. These are the the Ukraine experts that are using their same techniques to do Israel and Hamas. So it's saying tomorrow you'll see what's happening in Sderot, and then we'll see whether Israel is in a position to try to retake the territory outside of Gaza and the base. And maybe we'll see how much military equipment that Hamas has captured. And besides the numbers of deaths that have already happened, the type of battle to say, like you're talking a ground war into Gaza. Israel will have to do a ground war. This area is also mostly flat, so it's why it's showing here. This this territory here is mostly flat. There's been uprisings, people killed in the West Bank. Well, it's unclear, in Hezbollah and other aspects. But so tomorrow, what to look for is Israel trying to reconquer the territory outside of Gaza, looking for some sort of clarity on the number of Mario's still streaming. Just see if the newspapers are posting any updates. Yeah, so it's like 4 in the morning right now in Israel. So not many updates in Israel, but we'll see if there's, saying when the sun rises, we'll see, as of now, they're still doing airstrikes. You see, last Israel evacuated civilians from Gaza area towns as forces scour for remaining gunmen. Um, so, there's not going to be much more information till the morning, and we'll see in the morning um, what it's looking like, whether Israel has reconquered the civilian territories or the bases, the mobilization. Israel has already declared war. So if you're still around, Michael, and you want to talk, we could just talk about, the holidays or your trip or what's up with that, or if you want to talk about the war. But Israel's already declared war. Presumably, Israel is planning on doing a full ground invasion campaign of Gaza. But just to mention, Israel has to do a ground campaign just to reconquer the territory it lost. So in terms like Israel's doing a ground campaign unquestionably just to conquer the territory it lost. And so we'll see how easy it is for Israel to reconquer the territory. If you want to pop on, Jim, you can. But yeah, I mean, it's pure speculation. I just wanted to give the gravity of the situation, the facts on the ground. So I covered what happened, how'd they do it. So I mean, if you want to discuss how did Israel have such an intelligence failure, I can give speculation and reasons what some of the experts are saying. My own personal speculation, I would say basically, Mossad is overrated in the sense that to say that one thing Mossad is kind of like drunk off of their own power, and actually James just messaged me back about the debate for the UAW. So I told James I'm happy to debate Tuesday or the Tuesday after about the UAE strike. So Doovid will be representing management, and here in Metro Detroit. That would be Mossad just like the misinformation, like be a man. You have something to say, be a man, say it. And you're saying, oh, like some a non-troll in Israel now, talking all tough. And say, okay, like, yeah, you have your opinions, feel free to share them. You got your own channel, feel free to show it. I gave some of my opinions. I didn't really even talk that much about my opinions. It was like facts on the ground. And I said, most of these things are uncertain. If you're saying like, okay, you're sure that like Israel is going to, and I'm saying like, okay, maybe Israel's going to reconquer that territory easily. But we'll see it when it happens. And I said, as of now, it's like the opposite of the 6-day war. As of now, Gaza and Hamas control significant amount of Israeli territory. And like, okay, you're the Mossad. Let's see you get it back. You think you're going to get it back? Let's see you do it. What are you bitching on Doovid's chat, claiming that you're going to do all this shit? You think you're so bad, you're going to get it back? I want to see it. And you could be, trolling me in my chat, but we'll see whether you get that territory back. God forbid. How's trolling me in my chat going to help you get that territory back? And like, God forbid, it might cost Israel hundreds or thousands of lives just to reconquer the territory it's lost. God forbid. I'm not starting to lose. These are just the facts on the ground. And it's saying like, well, who knows what's going to happen? I didn't even cover the possible implications of Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, Turkey, other scenarios. I'm just saying Israel just versus Hamas, just getting the territory that you lost due to your incompetence. And it's saying, yes, Mossad, you were incompetent. You were sitting here trolling Doooovid. Meanwhile, a bunch of Gazans kicked your ass. And you're still trolling Doooovid, so confident that you're going to crush Hamas, you're going to crush Gaza. And like, no, I don't think so. I mean, if Mossad is made up of a bunch of losers like you, I don't even think you're going to get that territory back. So we'll see. And you're just like, oh, Israel's going to easily reconquer the territory. It's like, no, Israel will not easily reconquer the territory. Israel will definitely cost hundreds, probably thousands of lives to reconquer that territory. Say, well, Israel might reconquer that territory anyways. It's worth the cost of hundreds or thousands of lives to reconquer that territory. But you're not going to reconquer that territory by trolling me. You're bragging in your chat like, oh, Doovid's wrong. Yeah, I'm so wrong. Because like I've been telling you this stuff for years and you've just been a loser troll in my chat. And meanwhile, you got your ass kicked. You lost your territory. There's no reason that I should believe you're going to get that territory back. Okay, we'll see. High T, another loser troll in my chat. Were you going to talk tough? You're real talking tough and trolling my chat. You're going to get up and fight. You're going to risk your life to conquer that territory back. Oh, the keyboard warrior. Oh, you're so strong to troll Doovid in my chat. Let's see you conquer that territory back. Let's see how quickly you run to conquer that territory when your comrade has been killed. And you're saying there's so many unknowns. As I said, Hamas controls large amounts of territory. Hamas today conquered large amounts of territory. Israel, through their incompetency, people like Mossad, these losers in my chat, incompetency, Israel lost huge amounts of territory due to no reason other than incompetency. There's nothing other to blame than Israeli incompetency. And you say, okay, if you're so incompetent, what makes you so sure you're going to right your error? You were so incompetent that you just lost hundreds of square miles of your territory. God forbid, probably over 1,000 people dead. But you're so sure you're going to be able to solve it and deliver this punishing, victory. So I'll believe it when I see it. And judging from your incompetency, it's unfortunate. Like, I mean, how the hell did Hamas? I mean, just think, before we start talking about Hezbollah, Russia, Ukraine, the U.S., like the geopolitics, how this could spiral into something bigger. Just Israel versus Gaza and Hamas. How did Israel lose to Hamas? And like, I didn't need Mossad to tell me that Hamas has always wanted to do this. Mossad is too much of a coward to come out here and defend himself. God forbid, you're going to be called up into reserve. You wasted your time trolling me. God forbid, your ass is going to be there fighting Hamas, and you might die. God forbid, you might lose your life, and you're sitting here trolling me. You might lose your life. Why are you trolling me? You knew Hamas was there. You knew this was what they wanted to do. You're sitting there wasting your time trolling Doovid, and meanwhile, you weren't guarding your wall, and they kicked your asses. They killed hundreds of you. They took hundreds of square miles of your territory. They took over all of your army bases. And you're still just whining like a little bitch trolling me in my chat. Israel, I don't know how many they called up, 160,000 reserves. How many people Israel is going to send? Tens of thousands of troops. How serious Hamas is about fighting this? As I said, like, we have no idea how many people Hamas has ready to fight this battle tomorrow. In all likelihood, there are thousands of Hamas soldiers that are ready to fight to the death to hold the territory that they conquered in Israel. And you think, well, you're just going to, like a video game, your remote control. Like, no. I mean, you could keep on bombing, killing innocent Hamas civilians, killing innocent civilians. And I mean, even I talked about it, like, why the hell is Israel bombing Gaza? How the hell is that helping Israel to bomb Gaza right now? I mean, in my personal analysis, it doesn't help Israel one bit. Military strategy, what they're doing right now. Israel, as I said, they need to do a ground campaign just to reconquer the territory that they lost. Bombing Gaza right now is not helping one bit. Israel just killed hundreds, mostly innocent civilians, for nothing, for zero advantage to their military goal. All of the buildings that they bombed, the hundreds of people that have been killed now, could become thousands over the next days. The thousands, tens of thousands of people injured, the tens of thousands of people whose houses have been destroyed, did not help Israel's military objective one bit. This is going to be a ground battle. Israel is not going to be able to bomb their way to regaining that territory. It's going to be ground, hand-to-hand combat. I mean, God forbid, like, this is a serious situation. I would not be surprised. God forbid, you could see Hamas start releasing videos of people being tortured to death. They have over 100 hostages right now. You could see like the cartel. They could just start releasing videos of these people being tortured to death. They could put these people in the encampments. And Israel, if they wanted to recapture the territory, yeah, they might just be able to bomb and kill everybody. So if Hamas puts thousands of people in those encampments, Israel might be able to bomb them, kill them all, kill their own hostages. And they might. I would not be surprised if Israel is willing to sacrifice their own hostages in order to regain that territory. It's a serious decision. I mean, you're looking practically from Israel right now. Is it worth sacrificing the 150 hostages to regain the territory? And like, I don't know what Hamas is going to do. Is saying, like, philosophically, trolley type problem. Is it possible that Israel just says, I'm sorry, like, we got to reconquer this territory. We're not going to be able to save you. And even bombing it, that if, let's say, God forbid, that Hamas has these encampments and they have thousands of people fighting and they put the hostages there, that Israel just bombs it and says, we need our territory. I mean, God forbid, we can't do anything to save you. We have to regain this territory. And I don't vote. I'm Jewish. I'm pro-Israel. I'm on the Israeli Jewish side, even if I think Israel is wrong, even if I think Israel is going to lose. I'm just discussing the possibilities. Like, I'm a Jew. I lived in Israel. I dedicated my whole life to Judaism, to Israel. I'm on the side of Israel. There's no way for me not to be on the side of Israel. So I'm just giving my objective analysis. They're saying we might be wrong. We might lose. It doesn't put me on the opposite side to think that we might lose. There's nothing I could do to change the fact that I'm a Jew and I'm on the side of Israel. And you're saying, like, okay, Mossad, you could be a cheerleader for Israel. And Doovovid saying, well, I'm on the side of Israel, even though I think we might lose. Yeah, okay, this loser troll. Exactly. Mossad is exactly losers like you. What happened? You're sitting here calling me anti-Israel. Instead of you doing your job and defending Israel and manning your post, you're trolling me in your chat. And no wonder you got your ass kicked. I will not be surprised if you continue to get your ass kicked. I mean, just your incompetency. I mean, God forbid. Well, you state the fact. Your fact, though, you state the fact that Doovid's anti-Israel. Doovid has done more for Israel than you have. The only thing you think you did for Israel was troll me. Like, you think you're doing some service to Israel by trolling me, by trying to be against me. And meanwhile, God forbid. And we'll see when we get called up and you got to go try to retake that territory. God forbid. Like, I put my money on Hamas. God forbid. Like, I'm on the side of Israel. We're partners. I'm on your side. But, like, God forbid. Personally, I think if it's between you and Hamas, Hamas will win. Because I know these people, High T, you're just a loser troll. I don't even know who the hell you are. I don't even know who the hell this Hamas, like, Jim I've spoken to, Tom I've spoken to. I don't know who the hell you are. And it's saying, okay, like, you could give your opinion. It's fine. Like, you think Israel's going to win. I just laid out the facts. I don't know what's going to happen. I just laid out the gravity of the situation. And like, oh, because Doovovid thinks that there's no reason to think that Israel's going to regain this territory. I'm anti-Israel. It's like, no, that's just my analysis. You know, what I want or desire makes no difference. It is going to cost the life, God forbid, of hundreds of Israelis, maybe thousands of Israelis, to regain that territory. And I could be your cheerleader and be like, oh, you're going to win. Oh, it's going to be easy. Oh, you're the good guys. You're so right. It does not mean, I mean, that's just bullshit. You're saying the fact is, Israel lost hundreds of square miles of territory. Hamas has firmly under its control large segments of Israel. It is going to be extremely difficult to get that back. And, you know, God forbid, Israel killing mostly children, innocent people in Gaza. That's not even helping. How the hell is bombing Gaza right now? How is taking those buildings down helping? Hamas has its military installations in Israeli territory. I don't even see. I mean, anyone in the chat understand how Israel thinks it's benefiting them to bomb Gaza right now? I was saying if Israel didn't do any bombing right now, this has been going on. Israel has done over 500 bombings. When it comes down to it, they may have already killed over 1,000 Palestinians. Probably more than half of them are going to be civilians. There might be 10,000 injured. How the hell did that help Israel one bit? From a military perspective and the military objective, how did any of the bombings that Israel did in the last day help it? I mean, High T, you got like anyone in the chat? And I'm not even like saying sides. Like, Israel's not asking me what they should do. I'm just like, I don't understand their decision. I mean, Mossad, how did that help Israel? How is bombing Gaza right now helping Israel? I could see, okay, like, you got to bomb the territories that Hamas, when you try to reconquer that territory that Hamas has conquered, you might have to bomb that. How the hell is bombing Gaza helping you? Yeah, I mean, Israel has already called up like 160,000 reservists. And yeah, I mean, Hamas has, I mean, God forbid, I mean, just to, I've heard estimates that Hamas has as many as 50,000 active soldiers. I don't know. I didn't look. I have to search up the numbers. Some people say 3. Okay, so Hamas, I mean, this is a little bit complicated. Like, and, you know, there's the Israeli estimates and say, we don't really know. in terms of Hamas controls Gaza politically. Hamas won through elections. If there's, I don't even know the numbers, like 1.5 million, over 1 million people in Gaza. The majority of them are Hamas. Of the adult males in Israel that are Hamas affiliated, that have some form of training, the levels of um, militariness of Hamas. I've heard estimates that Hamas has over 50,000 armed members. In terms of like how many people, like the insurgency, how many people are going to go, full war versus talking like policemen or low-level Hamas or various things. And so obviously Israel's targeting Hamas targets all across Israel, because like over half of the people in Gaza are active members of Hamas. Hamas controls the police, all aspects of the government, education, all aspects of governance in Gaza is controlled by Hamas. But if you just look at the adult male population, if there's 200,000 adult males in Gaza and a quarter of them have some form of armed training with Hamas, that that's the estimates, that there's like 50,000 people that are armed by Hamas, have some sort of weapon and training, versus like active military. So if you look at the Wikipedia, there's the brigades, there's the commanders, and like I'm not an expert in this stuff. Like God forbid, I'm not a military guy. Like I have no expertise in this at all. But if you look at it, and I'll put it back up because just to try to get some facts on the ground. But so you have the parties involved. You have Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine, Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Lion's Den, possibly Hezbollah, Al-Aqsa Martyrs. So the units involved right now are the Al-Qassam brigades, Al-Quds brigades, the Abu Ali Mustafa brigades. So just Hamas, like if Hamas like has members of governance, so if Hamas has like 50,000 armed people, and even the Hamas charter basically makes it that all Hamas members are belligerents, combatants with Israel. So like on the largest level, you say there could be 50,000 low-level armed trained people in Hamas that are against Israel. But if you're looking like the units trained, so like I'm not a military expert at all. Like Izz-al-Din Al-Qassam brigades, here it's saying that they 3,000 strong paramilitary police force in the Gaza Strip, up to 12,000 people, armed strength. Some people estimate their strengths at 30 to 50,000 people. In an emergency situation, the Izz-al-Din Al-Qassam brigades could possibly have 30 to 50,000 people. So, these are just estimates. So there's just the numbers. Like I'm not a military expert. Like if Mossad wasn't wasting his time trolling me, maybe he would have this information. But just looking off here, there's definitely a few thousand. The brigades have 30,000 operatives of varying degrees and skills and professionalism who are members of the Internal Security Forces, Hamas, and their supporters. Their operatives can be expected to reinforce the brigades in emergency situations. Other sources estimate their strength 30 to 50,000. Although of the units that were maybe active in this current war is maybe 3,000. But potentially. So I was showing the map of the territory. So it's saying if they have up to potentially 30,000 soldiers, that if you're looking Israeli territory with Palestinian presence, that this is territory and who knows like the exact situation right now, but if you look even up at that line, like Re'im, this, certainly up to this line is Israeli territory that is currently under Hamas military control. And to say that possibly they're saying that Israel is going to have to do a ground battle to regain this territory. Like, besides for a ground campaign in Gaza itself, unquestionably, Israel is going to do a ground campaign to regain this territory. And, so I was mentioning Sderot that has 30,000 people, in the Netivot that has 40,000 people, Ofakim, probably also tens of thousands of people. If Israel has completely secured Ofakim, there's probably a handful of Hamas operatives. Sderot now there's currently still fighting in. The Netivot there's currently fighting in. So right now, Israel is focusing on securing Ofakim, Netivot, and Sderot. Once they do that, possibly a little bit at the same, and Israel has evacuated this whole area. So Israel has basically ceded and said, given up and evacuated this whole area. And so the first step of the ground battle, so there's unquestionably going to be a ground war. And yeah, Tom, I want to get to that. And but I just want to cover the situation on the ground first and the facts on the ground, and just say, like, okay, it doesn't matter whether I support Israel or not. And saying it doesn't matter what I think is going to happen. These are the facts on the ground, and saying what's going to take, what's going to happen next. So what's going to happen next is going to be a ground campaign. And what's happening right now, the state on the ground with the troops called in, is to retake Sderot, Netivot, and Ofakim. And there might have also been like Karen Shalom and this area, Netiv, Asaria, Zakim, Yad Mordechai, Erez. So there, certain battles in these areas. But so first, Israel has to secure its civilian bases. I mean, they're thinking of the hostages. There's probably nothing they could do about the hostages, but Israel has to secure Sderot, Netivot, and Ofakim. And whatever the situation, if like Magain, some of these smaller areas have been fully evacuated, then Israel has to retake this territory. And this will be a ground campaign. This means boots on the ground. I mean, this is territory that Israeli controlled and it lost. And at this point, if there were tens of thousands of Israelis in this territory, they have been killed, captured, or evacuated. So, this area here that maybe had 10,000 Israelis, the army bases, the few kibbutzes, small settlements, the Israelis have been killed, captured, or evacuated. And now it is Hamas territory. So Israel is going to have to do a ground campaign to regain this territory. And, so I said, like, okay, you could assume that Israel will be able to accomplish it. Like, even if, the estimates that, so I just said, okay, one of those. So that was just the Al-Qassam brigades. Then you have the Al-Quds brigades. 12,000 people. I don't know if there's an overlap if the Al-Quds and Al-Qassam are different. So if Al-Qassam 15 to 40,000, the Al-Quds up to 12,000, the Abi al-Mustafa brigades, it doesn't have an estimate. The National Resistance brigades. So as I said, like, it's possible there's up to 50,000 troops that could be defending the territory. So it's saying, first of all, how many Hamas operatives, how many Hamas people have been captured or killed in Israel? So you're saying like the 400 people so far have died. Most of those have happened in the bombing of Gaza. But how many Hamas operatives in Israel have been killed or captured, and it might be less than 100. And how many went into Israel? So I mean, you saw the paragliders; it was like 200. So we don't even know. We don't know whether 3,000. I think the estimate I heard that estimating about 3,000 Hamas operatives initially infiltrated. I mean, God forbid, Hamas captured all of this territory due to the incompetence of Mossad. Hamas captured all the territory, all of these bases. So we don't know exactly how many troops that it took. That when they, you had the water, the tunnels, the paragliders, the breaking the walls on foot. We don't even have an estimate now, and I'm not sure if anyone in the chat, anyone's been following. I've heard any number from hundreds to about 3,000, but it's tough to know. And that was initial. The same. What happened in the morning, like yesterday morning, when Hamas started the attack? If they started the attack with 3,000 troops, the paragliders, people in the tunnels, the water people who went into Israel after they tore down the walls, and you're saying they overtook all of these Israeli military bases. How many did it take? Is it possible like 50 people? Were there 50 Hamas militants that took over an Israeli base? Said like the estimate that most of the Israeli bases had about like 40 people, 20 to 50 people. How many people did it take Hamas to take over the Israeli base? And these were Israeli soldiers that they took over. So High T saying the estimate's only 1,000. You think they took over all these Israeli military bases? They killed, God forbid, over 250 people in Re'im. They killed 20 people. They overtook the Sderot police station. They reached all the way to Tiva Ofakim. Some people possibly to Ashkelon with only 1,000 people. That's what the IDF spokesman said, 1,000. But we don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know. And so that's just like how many took part in the initial operation. But now it's been 48 hours where these walls have been breached. How many people in the last 48 hours have been moved to this territory? So it could be none. It could be there's only a few hundred people. It could be Hamas is not going to make a serious effort to control any of these territories. And I mentioned, the military operations claimed that the purpose of the military operation was to capture the Israeli military equipment. That so I mean, if it's only 1,000 people, they captured the Israeli military equipment and then they brought it back into Gaza. That could be also, but I mean, there's certainly this area here, like Nahal Oz, Kfar Aza, Sad, Alumin, Be'eri. I think there was some evidence to say that Hamas is trying to hold and fight these territories. I mean, so here you have Gaza City, obviously the biggest population center that, let me see. Okay. Let's see the population here of Gaza City. Gaza City has close to 600,000 people in it. So if now Hamas controls this territory here, Nahal Oz, Kfar Aza, Sad, Alumim, most of the bombings happening right now are happening in Gaza City. How many people do you think went? If the wall, this is only from the center of Gaza City to Nahal Oz is just a few miles. So if this wall has been breached, there's no Israeli anywhere in this area, how many people do you think went from Gaza City into this Israeli territory? So I said there's possibly up to 40,000 armed members of Hamas. So I'm saying it's possible that there's thousands or even over 10,000 armed people that are going to try to hold this area. And it's possible that there's tens of thousands, even 100,000. If Gaza City's been bombed, Gaza City's basically a hellhole. Most of the people are living in poverty. It's being bombed. What's to say that like 50,000 people don't walk from Gaza City through the wall that's been breached into this territory? And so I don't know, like I haven't seen any information on this. The Israelis haven't released any information because they're not even here. I mean, they might have some surveillance, or they're doing. I mean, they have airplanes and maybe satellite surveillance or whatever. But I want to get into like whether this was planned in advance. So if obviously this was extremely well coordinated and planned. They had at least 1,000 people who did a coordinated attack on Israel that succeeded. So I say the possibility that they succeeded beyond their wildest imagination. I mean, some people think maybe they had help from the inside of Israel. The level of incompetence and disaster from Israeli side, that some people even think that Israel on the inside like helped. There were people on the inside of Israel helping this attack. But the likelihood is like Hamas achieved more than their wildest expectations. But considering like Hamas has always planned doing this, so like they probably have. I would not be surprised if Hamas has tentative plans for the takeover of all of Israel. I mean, their intended charter, many people, their goal is the conquering of all of Israel. So if you think it's coordinated between Hezbollah and Iran, possibly even Russia, and I wanted to get into Russia, or why Russia might be the one who helped Israel, why possibly if Russia's helping Israel, that there were people on the inside from Israel that were helping Hamas. And so this is just wild speculation, but just saying that certainly Hamas has probably plans that could be for the complete taking over of Israel. So if that's so, my guess, and like I'm not, I'm just pure speculation, is that they're going to try to hold this territory, and that could include the hostages. It could include the confiscated weapons. Like the plan could have been confiscating the weapons. That could have been the most important part of the long-term plan. And it could also be to what's Israel going to do for the ground campaign. So let's say tomorrow. I don't think. I mean, Luke, you're just saying like Israel should be able to handle Hamas in Gaza without any help. Just Israel right now does not need any help from America or any outside power to handle Gaza. If you're talking about Hezbollah, like America's putting Navy ships. President Biden is warning. Other people are warning, and saying the other nations don't get involved. But like Israel does not need the help of. So I'm saying even if. So I'm still trying to just give the breakdown of what would happen between just Hamas and Israel. So if Hamas, let's say Israel is called up, I don't know the numbers if anyone in the chat has been found. It's like 160,000, 200,000 units. So if Israel has, let's say, 200,000 units dedicated to this battle, Hamas has maybe 50,000 soldiers compared to Israel that has 200,000 plus the technological superiority. So you're just saying that if, and this is just pure speculation, but I mean, this was what both military operations and Wyatt of Defense Politics Asia mentioned just like, I mean, it seems logical that Hamas is going to try to keep this territory. So the ground battle starts with attempting to regain this territory. So whether it's just going to be a few hundred Hamas militants, whether it's going to be a few thousand, or whether there's going to be tens of thousands of civilians. I mean, what happens if 50,000 Gazans make a march to Jerusalem, peaceful, without weapons, or even together with weapons? What is Israel going to do if a march of tens of thousands of Gazans out of Gaza City into Israel happened? Let alone to say, okay, they're starving, the electricity has been cut off, and it's just a few miles to walk outside of the breach gate. What happens if tens of thousands of Gazans try to settle these former territories, Nahal Oz, Kfar Aza, Sad, Alumin? I mean, it could have already happened even. You're saying like it could have already happened. That as of now, there could already be thousands, tens of thousands of Gazans in this territory that Israel has evacuated. So, without getting into, you just talk, okay, Israeli has way superior technology. It has many more troops. How is Israel going to reconquer this territory? And, it depends on a lot. It depends if it's just a few hundred militants there and, maybe, Israel loses of tens of troops only. If there's only a few hundred Hamas militants here, that maybe Israel could just do a bunch of bombing and lose tens of troops. God forbid, maybe they get some of the hostages back or do like a hostage exchange. But what if it's thousands of troops? And what about the weapons that they got from Israel? How many lives of Israel is it going to take to reconquer this territory? And besides for the military battle, what happens if tens of thousands of civilians, women and children, move into this area? And are they going to, come in and try to clear the area, use the military to force them back into Gaza? Or, so then you're coming into, okay, the world stage, um, the possibility, Hezbollah said that if Israel invades Gaza, they're going to join the war. And you possibly have Iran, you have troops in Turkey or various other places. So you look at, besides like the other people joining the war, just even with Israelis' superior military size and strength, it's going to be extremely difficult to regain this territory. And so we'll see more information tomorrow. Like I said, there could be tens of thousands of Gazans that have already moved into this territory. And so besides for the military battle to regain this territory, besides for the armament that Hamas has captured from Israel, there might also be a huge civilian problem. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see a mass march of Gazan civilians into Israel. And, then saying, what is Israel going to do? Are they going to, how many people are they going to kill? Let alone the bombing. It's like, I don't even see how the bombing is helping them. I mean, honestly, I know that's Israel's strategy. They probably have like they know that Hamas has like targets or people that are involved, maybe people that were combatants. But I honestly don't understand how the bombing that Israel is doing right now is even helping Israel. Okay, so I think that fully covers just the situation between Hamas and Israel and Gaza. So there's a lot of uncertainties just in the battle just with Israel regaining the territory. So I'm not even, okay, so let's think about possibility, what does it mean for a ground invasion of Gaza? And that would mean potentially, I think, if they've done it before to some extent, would be to try to completely demilitarize all of Gaza. So that would mean Gaza City with 500,000 people, Israel would have to completely take over Gaza City, possibly some of the other major cities, and basically go house to house, confiscating weapons, um, filling in the tunnels, destroying their military equipment. And God forbid, that could take many months, could take a year, for to demilitarize Gaza, even if it's possible. So I mean, right now, like Israel, as I said, like Israel's talking tough right now, about how they're going to, completely destroy Hamas and demilitarize it and put an end to Hamas. And they're saying, well, let's see them take back the territory they lost first. So like I'll believe it when I'll believe, let's first see them take back the territory they've lost before they talk about going into Gaza and demilitarizing it. But like let's assume that maybe Mossad's right, and maybe Israel easily by like the end of the day tomorrow has basically completely taken back all of the territory that they lost. So let's say everything works out for Israel. They completely take back. Who knows about the hostages? Maybe they lose the hostages. God forbid. At this point, God forbid, they have to sacrifice the hostages, but Israel completely takes back the territory, or maybe they do a hostage exchange, prisoner exchange, or something like that. But either way, let's say best case scenario for Israel, that tomorrow Israel takes back all the territory it lost, pushes Hamas back into the borders of Gaza, and by the end of the week, resecures and rebuilds the walls where it's been breached. So, by the end of the day tomorrow, or next few days, and by the end of the week, all the territory has been reconquered, and Israel has completely resecured and built the wall. And so I said, we'll see if I'm just saying that's not guaranteed to happen. Saying certainly Israel has a huge advantage right now, and just a number of troops and technology. That how many troops? Maybe it cost Israel a few hundred troops. Maybe it cost Israel a few thousand troops to do that. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe even if it cost Israel a few thousand troops to do it, it's they got to regain that territory and it's worth it. And who knows? But let's say by the end of the week they do it, regardless of how many losses it causes to Israel. And we're not even factoring in the contingency of like Hezbollah or unrest within Israel that could hamper it. So not factoring any of those outside occurrences, and just talking about this week, Israel completely regains the territory and seals the wall, and there's no big enough outside pressure from anybody to stop Israel from doing what it wants to do. And then Israel moves to invade Gaza and attempt to do a complete demilitarization, which would probably take tens of thousands of troops, because they would have to completely disband Hamas, confiscate their weapons, destroy their military encampments, fill in the tunnels with concrete, create some sort of new intern government. It would be a humanitarian crisis where Israel would have to humanitarily feed the Gazans while Hamas has been disabled until some new form of government could take place. And they'd have to go like house to house, building to building, rooting Hamas out. It would take months. And, in all likelihood, Hamas's 40,000 militants, thousands of them are probably going to fight. They'll probably, God forbid, suicide bombings, and there could be like children or women suicide bombers. It'd be a disaster. It could cost Israel thousands of troops to do that. So I mean, if that's right now the appetite in Israel, and so right now that's the appetite in Israel. Israel, like Mossad, like he's certain, he doesn't have any doubt that they're going to easily reconquer the territory, and he's already talking about what they're going to do to demilitarize and take over Hamas. So like I'm saying, I'm not even so certain that they're going to reconquer the territory, let alone the demilitarization and the conquering of Gaza. And we didn't even talk yet about the geopolitical affairs of Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, Syria, Egypt, political pressure from America, protest. Um, so this best case for Israel, that they relatively easily reconquer this week the territory that they lost, and then next week they start their campaign in Gaza. They do strategic bombings or bomb the hell out of them until they could militarily take control of Gaza City, to completely demilitarize it, confiscate all the weapons, try to set up some form of new government. I think that's what right now. That's what Israel wants to do. So I mean, we'll see first things first. But like right now, best case scenario, like the Israeli military leaders, political leaders, strategists, that's what they want to do. There could be a lot of kinks in it. So just say, even without just if it's just between Israel and Hamas, there's a lot that could go wrong. Saying even though Israel has 200,000 units and much superior technology, planes, bombs, Iron Dome, so on and so on, Hamas still has tens of thousands of soldiers and a bunch of weapons that they just confiscated from the Israeli bases. So, there's a lot that could go wrong just in reconquering the territory. Okay, so let's look at Hezbollah and saying, okay, it's possible that this was organized by Iran and Russia, and say, okay, everyone thinks Iran is involved, and just say possibly China and Russia are also involved, and saying that this is just pure speculation, but just saying from geopolitical, let's say in order to weaken the U.S., that China and Russia, and China is more a stretch, but like Russia is very possible that Russia was involved in helping Hamas organize this invasion. And Russia being involved, they could have also been involved from the inside in Israel. That the reason why Israel missed it was because Russia was helping Hamas, and Russia, because there's so many Russians in Israel, and like Ukrainians and Russians that have recently come to Israel, that it's possibly Russia could have helped Hamas from the inside of Israel, even from the inside of the IDF, some sort of sabotage or something. Like, this is pure speculation. We may never find this out, or some of this data might be released over the next few days, or I mean the next few months. Like maybe eventually it'll be released. Israel do some sort of internal investigation, and find out that there were Russians on the inside of Israel that helped out Hamas, and they strategically were helping out Hamas because they thought this would help them with Ukraine, in sense like, okay, also like America, why did it happen now? Well, America, well, if you're looking at like Russian disinformation, maybe Russia has a disinformation campaign and is doing a campaign against America. So maybe China's helping and destabilizing America to where Congress, we have no speaker, and there's no method for funding for more to the Ukraine, and to further destabilize America, they led to war in Israel. Basically, why Russia and China would do it would be to weaken America, would be to stop the war in Ukraine, the U.S. Western support for the war in Ukraine, and to show the world the hypocrisy of the U.S. and Western powers compared to Ukraine and Russia or something like that. I mean, I could go into detail, but I mean, because it's pure speculation, but the possibility that it was a combination of Russia and Iran. But the importance of it is if Russia and Iran helped organize this, and even you was mentioning um, the the Chinese drones or paragliders, like maybe those came from China or something like that. But if this was organized by Russia, China, and Iran, it's very likely and possible that the next few stages of escalation, like Hezbollah entering the battle, maybe Turkey, maybe trying to switch Turkey against America, in terms like Turkey has been neutral, like a EU member, NATO member, uh, tending to favor Ukraine over Russia, but trying to be semi-neutral between Ukraine and Russia. That um, this war in Israel could, if the U.S. overly sides with Israel and Israel starts, God forbid, war crimes, committing, horrible atrocities against Palestinians, that this would cause Turkey to turn against Ukraine. And so, just saying, why would Russia? Why would Russia's not necessarily anti-Israel, China's not necessarily anti-Israel, Iran is certainly anti-Israel, but why would Russia and China team up with Iran and Hamas against Israel? It would be to weaken the U.S. and to end the war in Ukraine. So, I mean, considering how well planned and executed, just unfathomable, just thinking that Gaza, that Hamas took over, they breached Israel's security wall and they took over all of the military bases around it. How well planned it is, that the next steps could be planned too. And Hamas, I mean Hezbollah, and possibly Syria and other players are planned out also how this is going to go. And the goal is to completely weaken the NATO powers. And you're saying Israel's not part of NATO or the EU, but Israel is basically completely backed by NATO. And although Israel is still popular, Israel's allies with Russia and China and some of the other powers, but Israel's more a proxy of the EU, America, and NATO. So that geostrategically, Russia could be could be supporting Hamas in this battle in order to completely stop the Western support of Ukraine and to demonstrate to the rest of the world the hypocrisy of the West, and saying like, look, like Russia could have completely leveled in the same way like Mossad's like we could completely level Gaza. God forbid they could kill every single person in Gaza. Well, Russia could do the same thing with Kiev. Russia could do the same thing with Ukraine. If Russia wanted to, they could, God forbid, tomorrow they could level all of Ukraine, Kiev, every person, leveled, done. And saying that, relatively even compared to the bombing that Israel has done in Gaza, Russia's hardly done anything. Just in the last 2 days of the bombings that Israel has carried out in Gaza, Russia has not done anything of comparison there. So just, geopolitically, the next steps could be planned in, and America could become overextended. America could lose its global support, also like Iran, in saying, are we really so sure that Israel's the good guys and Iran's the bad guys? Because, okay, let's say that, Hamas, they delivered a devastating attack. They killed hundreds of people, God forbid, maybe even hundreds of innocent civilians. But at a certain point, it's going to be all Israel. Like, if Israel pulls itself together it will be like the previous wars. And even like if Israel suffers a few hundred casualties trying to reconquer the territory, the number of casualties among Gazans and Hamas will be like 10-1. So I mean, this was a complete anomaly. Most of the battles are like 10-1 casualty rates. So if this goes on and the battle goes, even though, God forbid, Israel maybe killed 700 people, the number could go up to 2,000. The number of Gazans and Hamas that Israel might kill could go up to the thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, if Israel carries through and tries to demilitarize Gaza. It could cause casualties of tens of thousands. And like I said, what happens like the the George Soros, the migrant marches from South America to the U.S. What happens if they do a migrant march? What happens if just tens of thousands of Gazan civilians start marching into Israel? How is Israel going to handle that? And just for the whole world to see it. In America, just the hypocrisy of like the border wall, the Republicans, where tens of thousands of Gazan civilians start marching into Israel, and the Israel militarily handles them, rebuilds the wall, even shoots them at the border. Saying that like Vivek Ramaswamy, saying like that's what Republicans want to do. They want to militarize the border in the South. They want to shoot people who try to get past the border. So there could be a bunch of geopolitical situations in this. And also the Democrats, it's going to be very difficult. So, the U.S. pressure right now, from I saw like the protests, like in New York, Chicago, there were way more people on the streets supporting Palestine than Israel. I would not be surprised, like in Detroit, like so in Metro Detroit, there's going to be a big synagogue event, and maybe like 1,000, 1,500 people show up in a synagogue. But if it comes to like protests in the street or popular sentiment, I think more people are going to support Palestine than Israel in America. And like the elites, but I'm talking like protest and popular sentiment. So the elites, like the politicians, the military industrial complex, the corporations will probably overwhelmingly support Israel. But the popular sentiment among the public will probably support Palestine, even like Joe Biden, of the Biden supporters. So right now, also the African Americans. So like the African American, the Black Caucus, is generally pro-Israel. But if this continues, will the support in the Democratic Party, especially considering the Democrats in power, continue for Israel? And so strategically, from an Iranian perspective, especially if Russia and China are going to turn a blind eye or even support the enemies of Israel, that the U.S., like like God forbid, like if you think like the alt-right, Nicholas Fuentes, Keith Woods, even asking like, well, what benefit does Israel have from supporting Israel? And you question, well, geostrategically, politically, economically, you might argue that America has no benefit from supporting Israel. America only supports Israel from a favor to Jewish Americans because American Gentiles like Jews and they want to help American Jews. So say, I will support Israel as an American as a personal favor to the Jews, not because it's in my best interest, but as a personal favor to the Jews. Versus, like the Charles Moskowitz, the neocon, is saying, well, no, it's in your best interest. So my perspective, like I've argued this in the past, is saying it's not really in America's best interest to support Israel from like economic, geopolitical, military. I mean, maybe there's some benefits you consider as neutral. However, Jews are popular. Americans like, even though there's anti-Semitism rising, Jews are the most popular group. Our narrative in World War II, like used to tell Charles Moskowitz, my grandfather, my non-Jewish grandfather, thinks of blessed memory, he went to fight the Nazi to save the Jews. And so like Charles Moskowitz, he's like, no, He did it for these other reasons that had nothing to do with the Jews. He did it because it was in America's best interest, and like America didn't even want to help the Jews. It was like, no, a lot of Americans felt that the reason we went to World War II and fought the Nazis was not because it was in our best interest. It was against our best interest to do it, but we did it because we liked Jews and wanted to help the Jews. And that would be my impression generally of the American sentiment for Israel, like Joe Biden or something like that. I mean, there's some like, the religious, but the overwhelming sentiment of America is not necessarily it's the right thing to do, not necessarily it's in our best interest, but to say we like Jews, we want to help the Jewish people, and we're going to do it to help the Jewish people as a favor to the Jewish people. And so from the Israel neocon Israeli lobby, you're saying like, no, you're doing it because it's in your best interest. I don't want to owe you a favor. I don't want, saying like you didn't go to war against the Nazis to help us out. You did it because it was in your best interest. You're not like supporting Israel in the war against Iran as a favor to us. You're doing it because it's in your best interest. And there's like, no, it's not in our best interest. We're doing it clearly as a favor to you. So that's also like going to play out in the general American politics, where this question is it actually beneficial to America's interest to help Israel, just like Ukraine? You're going to pitch like it's in America's best interest to help out Ukraine, like geopolitically, like the rise of Russia and China, or defending democracy, or something like that. So all the arguments they say, well, why should America help out Israel? And so if you're just saying, because I like the Jews and the Jews need our help, and I'm going to help out the Jews. And so my impression, that's more why America would do it. So you have like the narrative or something to say, okay, because Israel's geostrategically important, because Israel's like economically or intelligence, like the Destiny information. So it's like when Destiny debated Nick Fuentes, and it's saying like you're like, no, America went to war against Iraq, and it's belligerent to Iran because of oil or because it's in our best interest, and then um and America, it's in our best interest. Not to say, so they say, okay, the typical arguments, like you say, the Destiny versus Nick Fuentes, and Fresh and Fit, to say like, no, I mean, like people go to war because it's in their best interest, and because of oil or economics or geostrategic reasons, and you say like, no, I mean, America went to war to help out Israel. Or if you're going to say from the dissident opinion, because they were tricked by Israel, and like the neocons, the weapons of mass destruction, and that, and there might have been some element, but I think like, no, I mean, basically America's a Philo-Semitic nation, and America went to war because it likes Jews and wanted to help out the Jews, not because it was in our best interest, not because we were tricked by the Jews, but because we're legitimately a majority Philo-Semitic nation and like the Jewish people and wanted to help out Israel and like the Israeli project. So that's my assessment. And like most Jews don't agree with it. Like Mossad, and like Mossad is like Kamala Harris. He's like, Israel does more for America than America does for Israel. It's like, Mossad came on, he would like unquestionably say, no, I mean, Israel does way more for America than America does for Israel, like Nikki Haley or something like that. But no, I don't buy that. But I do think America is generally Philo-Semitic, and American, especially the elite, are legitimately Philo-Semitic and do for Israel for largely purely altruistic Philo-Semitic purposes. But so that geopolitical situation right now where it becomes really quite clear that it's not in America's best interest to get involved in this, especially when you're looking at the Netanyahu regime, Ben Gvir, the right wing, like all this bombing in Gaza. Just saying, like, why is Israel bombing Gaza? How the hell does that even help Israel to be bombing Gaza right now? And I was saying, like, from just a perspective, like military understanding, like I don't even understand how it's beneficial for Israel to be bombing Gaza right now. How does that help with any of their military objectives? Um, but America, so America to continue to act largely off of altruistic Philo-Semitic reasoning against possibly economic geopolitical best interest, that there will be a significant push um, across the sector from the right wing to the left wing, the alt-right, to Palestinians, to Arabs, to America First, to the financial difficulties, to being overextended with China in Ukraine, to just be like, well, I know you like the Jews, I know you're Philo-Semitic, but we really just can't afford to get involved in this war because you like the Jews, and then you have to come, well, it's in our best interest. Are the pro-Israel supporters really going to win that battle? So if they win the battle, can we say, like, if you have to choose a side between the Arabs or the Palestinians and the Gaza and the Jews, like, it's no question, like, Americans like the Jews way more than they like the Arabs. However, if you're going to come, well, what's actually in your best interest? It's going to be much more difficult to win that argument. And when it's put to the larger American public, where there's such a rising anti-Semitism, even if like 60% of Americans are Philo-Semitic and are willing to help Israel, even if it goes against our best interest, for whatever reason Americans are Philo-Semitic, the World War II narrative, to Christianity, to biblical, or Hollywood, or just experience where Americans have positive dealings with Jews and Israelis. Let's say 60% of Americans are Philo-Semitic and are willing to help out Israel, even if it's against our best interest. The number of people that are going to be against it is increased. Is going to be 25% of people who are going to be like, no way, do not help out Israel. It's against our best interest. There's absolutely no reason for you to be taking the side of Israel, and like the rising anti-Semitism. So if you look at like Philo-Semitism, I don't see any data that Philo-Semitism is decreasing. So anti-Semitism is increasing. So if you look like neutral, so if you're like, okay, extreme Philo-Semitism in America is like 60%, and neutral used to be 30%, 10% anti-Semitic. So I still think the vast majority, like 60% of America, is still probably Philo-Semitic, but the middle is hollowed out. So now there's like 25% anti-Semitic and like 15% neutral. So that's going to change things. Also, the number of Palestinians, that the number of Arabs and Palestinians, like Jews are more than Arabs and Palestinians. There's like America's like 2 to 3% Jewish, and it's about 2% Arab, but it's increasing, and the number of Palestinians is increasing, and in urban areas. So like Chicago, New York, there's going to be a large contingency of people, and they're going to be more vocal. So like the silent majority of largely the historically white Christians that are Philo-Semitic, and there might also be like Philo-Semitism among like the Asians or Indians, maybe even the Chinese, or various entities, that they're more like the silent type. They're not going to go to protest or be actively involved. They're just silently Philo-Semitic. So that's going to play a big part in American support for Israel, and on a geopolitical stage for like Biden on a national stage, where you're just saying, I love the Jews, I will defend the Jews, I will go to war due to my love for the Jews. How is that going to work on the international stage with like Russia and China and Iran? So Biden, or the U.S. establishment just saying, I'm sorry, I love the Jewish people, I'm willing to fight and bend our politics due to my love of the Jewish people. How is that going to work for these larger geopolitical negotiations? And then also just like the overall decline of American power. So it's like America has huge budget problems, budget shortfall. China, debt. We've overextended in Ukraine. All these various issues. So the U.S. just has less power, anyways. And then the corporations. So the corporations have to do. At the end of, so like politicians could act due to the love of the Jewish people. So you say like, okay, of all the people in America that are like Philo-Semitic, politicians are probably the most Philo-Semitic of all people. The corporate world is also quite Philo-Semitic, but at the end of the day, you have like, okay, the fight between management, between like Indian management, banking, finance, computer, the rise of AI, and just making the best fiscal decision. So like the politicians might just be like, I love the Jewish people, and I'm sorry, I'm going to act out of my love for the Jewish people, even if it's against the nation's best interest. The corporations won't be able to do that because corporations have to turn a profit for their. To some extent they could, but end of the day, they have to turn a profit. There's international economic concerns, so Israel probably does not want to see a prolonged conflict. Israel will probably lose the PR battle in America. It'll probably become clear that there's a disconnect between a certain amount of the American elite that's Philo-Semitic and willing to act on the Philo-Semitic beliefs and the masses of American, what's in America's general interest. So, with that, it could be, maybe, so let's say Israel retakes the territory over the next week or two, and then they don't get to do an incursion against Gaza. They rebuild the wall, and they just put it in a hold in the same situation, and then they're more careful about holding the wall. Then there's also like the Abraham Accords and the Arab nations, and I would talk to Charles Moskowitz if it's like the Abraham Accords, kind of like a mutual agreement to turn a blind eye to each other's war crimes. So it could be like Saudi Arabia. The problem with the Abraham Accords is that the Abraham Accords were largely due to not because the nations wanted to make good ties with Israel, but because America made gestures, granted concessions to the nations for them to make peace with Israel. So it's saying America was willing to grant concessions to the UAE, to Qatar, to Morocco, in order for them to make concessions to Israel and make ties with Israel, not because it benefited America, but because America's Philo-Semitic. America was willing to use its power to benefit Israel because America is overwhelmingly Philo-Semitic. And for Saudi Arabia, like the concessions, like, okay, you got to do something with Palestine, but let's say Saudi Arabia is like, okay, like, who cares about Palestine? God forbid. You could do with them as you want. We don't care about the human rights. We just want the concessions from America. And, kind of like the UAE or Bahrain or the other things, like, okay, they prefer to see some sort of a better situation for their fellow Arabs, the Palestinians, but they're willing to make the agreement because of the economic, educational, military concessions that America made. So Saudi Arabia is like, okay, I'd like to see you treat the Palestinians better, but I don't really care about that. Like, I just want the economic and military benefits. Like, they just want nuclear weapons, nuclear power, and the F-16s and whatever America is willing to give Saudi Arabia to make peace with Israel due to America being overwhelmingly Philo-Semitic nation. And so America is just saying, we're the most powerful country. We're overwhelmingly Philo-Semitic. We will give you a whole bunch of concessions if you make peace with Israel. And it's still possible Saudi Arabia, with all this, would be willing to do that. Although it's less likely in saying America has less and less power. you know, and also like the Iran, if it's an agreement against Iran, um, so there's a lot of uncertainty, and like okay, this could like the Axis and allies, like the China, Iran, um, Russia against the Israel supporting countries, the EU and America, and the borderline nations like Africa, the other nations, Saudi Arabia that are borderline. Should they side with the Axis or the allies? It could be forming into a situation like this, and it could be over the war in Israel. We're saying, well, Ukraine sides with Israel, Russia sides with Palestine, and China sides with Palestine, and Iran, Saudi Arabia, turn into an old Axis ally case in that, and there could be enough pressure against Israel that they will not be able to. Well, say first part that there could be immediately enough pressure against Israel that they can't even retake the territory that they lost. That if there's immediate, because Israel has already done a lot of bombing, and it's like if I were fighting Israel, like I don't even know why they did the bombing, because I don't even see how that benefited them. That the international condemnation, the protest, the supporting of Palestine over Israel has already started across Europe, across the world. So if Israel had not done any bombing and just focused on regaining the territory it lost, it would probably be in a better situation. So just saying because God forbid, like Israel, okay, they just had a lot of people killed, and they don't, and so just naturally they started bombing Gaza. But strategically, it was probably a bad decision. There was probably no benefit militarily to the bombing Gaza, and it's already turned the international pressure against Israel. So in this, if they hadn't bombed Gaza, there would probably be overwhelming support for Israel to reconquer the territory and do something. But now, because they've uh, killed mostly civilians, mostly innocent people through the bombings in Gaza that didn't even benefit them in a military objective, the international tide has probably turned against Israel and will probably only continue to get worse. That it could be that over the next few days, even the pressure just to take back the territory it lost will mean that Israel can't even get back the territory it lost. Let alone if Hezbollah starts bombing Israel, and if there's Arab revolts, Arab Israelis, West Bank revolts in Israel, mass protests around the world against Israel, serious American pressure against Israel, um, you will see how that factors in. And can that factor in quick enough that Israel is not going to be able to regain the territory that it's lost? So that's why I said there's no guarantee that Israel is going to regain the territory it's lost. Um, on pure just military between Israel and Hamas and Gaza, they should be able to. But considering the geopolitics, the international pressure, possibly Hezbollah bombing, and as I mentioned, if Russia and Iran helped out Hamas in doing this, and even China or forces in America, maybe even dissident forces in the CIA or whoever, this was horrendous. Like it's going to fight like Israel right now. They just want to scramble and win the war. But just finding out how did Israel have such a lapse of intelligence to allow this to happen? It could turn out like okay, they're saying well it was Iran, but it was Iran enough. Maybe there are dissident forces in the CIA. Maybe it was Russia. Maybe it was China. Maybe it was all of them together. And maybe they have a plan for the next few weeks also. In fact, if it's Iran that helped plan it out this good, they might have a plan for the complete downfall of Israel. And even if you're thinking like, okay, um, maybe this was the long planned out revenge for the murder of General Soleimani. Um, it's been a long time, but saying maybe, General Soleimani, um, that Iran said it was going to take revenge, and maybe they waited a few years to take revenge, and this is the revenge for um, General Soleimani, and maybe it's just started. Maybe Iran has this plan to the destruction of Israel, and you could see, potentially what could happen. Okay, so the U.S. right now is weak. There's no Speaker of the House. What happens if the U.S. doesn't um, refill the Iron Dome? So it could be that the strategy was to sow discord in the U.S. in order that there would be no Speaker of the House, and so that they wouldn't be able to refund Israel's Iron Dome. And then Gaza is just going to keep on firing rockets, God forbid, until Israel runs out of Iron Dome. And then Hezbollah is going to start firing rockets. And also, you could see at some point mass uprisings of Israeli Arabs of the West Bank. Iraq has mentioned that it might. Iraq has said that if America supports Israel, that they will attack American bases. And even Saudi Arabia, like if Saudi Arabia jumps ship and switches to Russia, Iran, China, and expels the U.S. military base. So I mean, there's many like World War III scenarios that could come out of this, and I mean, God forbid, like to go back to it, like because I mean, like no one asked me my opinion. You see, like I get more pushback from my fellow Jews um, than counter Semites, but I don't see any reason why Israel is bombing Gaza right now. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why is Israel bombing Gaza? How does it help them? All they're doing is largely killing innocent people, civilians, injuring people. It is unclear how that helps them militarily. It's nonsensical to me. I don't know if anyone in the chat like can think of any reason right now of what benefit is it to Israel to bomb Gaza right now? And Israel's bombed like Gaza now like 500 times. The number of deaths probably like 500, thousands injured, tens of thousands displaced. The UN will probably condemn. Yeah, I'm not sure the UN. Actually, someone said like according to UN law that Hamas may have the right to a violent. I mean, there's a lot of problems. Saying that some people claim, according to international law, that the Palestinians have a right to violent struggle. So I don't even know if Truth for Islam. Good to see you. Thanks, Islam. Um, I don't even know if the UN does think that Hamas is committing war crimes. Say Israel is probably committing war crimes because it's a state actor. And you're saying that if it's under, even saying the UN may have even already recognized like Palestine as a state. There could be, I mean, if you want to hop on Islam4Europeans, I've been rambling now for almost 3 hours. I usually read papers, so I'm running out of energy. I got the link in the chat, but this could be a real disaster. It could be a disaster for Israel. It could be a disaster for Israel, largely of its own making. Just the incompetency, and really, okay. So go back, like how did this happen to Israel? So you had a year of protests. You had all the Abraham Accords, and they basically forgot about the Palestinians. They're just like, we're going to push forward with Israel and forget about the Palestinians, and they're going to blame the Palestinians. The link's in the chat. If so you hop on, feel free. But if the goal was to somehow that Israel thought that it was going to be able to secure ties with the Abraham Accords, advance, in Israel, worry about the internal Israel and just forget about the Palestinians. And so, I mean, I follow this, and like, I'm generally like pretty liberal, and I support a one-state solution. I support giving full citizenship to all Palestinians. Even now, like, think like, if you ask me how Israel should get out of it, Israel probably has to give full citizenship to all the people in Gaza. Like, if the two-state solution is dead, I mean, maybe a certain element they could like pay to leave or go someplace else, but like at the end of the day, all of those people are going to be Israeli citizens. But that's not the plan of Israel. Israel just has had no plan. It's been pushing forward the Abraham Accords, and then the Supreme Court, and then like the coalition, and it's just been ignoring the Palestinians. And so it's saying, well, obviously, God forbid, like, so say, okay, like, Mossad's talking tough, and Israel, like, Israel hasn't had this kind of bloodletting. Israel, like, God forbid, um, lost more people yesterday in the last 2 days than in the last 15 years. As mentioned, like Mossad, just to recapture the territory in Israel is going to, just to recapture the territory it lost is going to require a ground campaign that could cost Israel hundreds of lives. And at this point, Israel, so Netanyahu, the older generation, closer to the Holocaust, World War II, the war, the War of Independence, 67, 73, the older Israelis are used to higher rates of casualties. Uh, the newer generation of Israel has never seen severe casualties. And even the sense of like the Gaza war of 2006 was, the Lebanon incursion was a lot more casualty than Israel was comfortable with, as opposed to Netanyahu, the older generation. Like, those people saw a lot of casualties, and you had were more willing to fight. Like, in terms like, well, how many lives is Israel willing to give up in order to recapture that territory? And saying, well, Israel at this point, it's unclear whether they have the appetite to give up their own lives for this fight. But compared to Hamas and Israel, Hamas and the Palestinians, they probably have the appetite to give up much more, because they've lost, like, just over the last 15 years, thousands of Palestinians have been killed, only hundreds of Israelis. So if you had another battle where thousands of Palestinians were killed, uh, God forbid, like the Gazans, the Hamas, Palestinians probably are more prepared for a serious bloodletting than Israel. So it's also a consideration of what's going to happen. And, Israel's kind of like drunk off its own power, where they're worried about like the Supreme Court and like, women rabbis and the wall and, various like liberalism. And they've just completely neglected the Palestinians. And it's unclear if they just didn't care. Like, they're just like, well, what are you going to do about it? Like, God forbid, maybe this figure, you're right, whatever, like, you lost, it's your own fault, you lost, now you're going to suffer. Or you just think like, well, they should go someplace else, or the various things Israelis say, versus saying like, no, they're probably going to fight. And the Israelis just didn't expect them to be able to win. And so, today, this weekend just blew everyone away, that, not even like the Arabs, not even like, the West Bank, the Gazans, Hamas delivered Israel like a horrible defeat. And, we'll see over the next few days just the situation of, can Israel handle Hamas, let alone, what it has for the larger geopolitical situation. So, God forbid, you should pray for peace. Like, I've been following this. I mean, even God forbid, because I went to Israel, I studied under like Haredi, like I knew the Notori Karta and the anti-Israel rabbis. They warned me about this. And even just like, I'm an egalitarian, I'm a universal humanist. So I always looked at Israel through universal humanism, and it always bothered me what was happening. Like, no, I don't think you can't kill and steal and get away with it. And saying if Israel is killing innocent Palestinians, stealing their land, God will take the side. I mean, this is what the rabbis in Israel said. Like, it's what my rabbis, I was just a punk kid from America. But when I went to Israel and I studied under the Haredi rabbis, and said, like, no, God will take the side of the Palestinians if they are more just than Israel. And if that's what's happening now, like, no one expected it. But Hamas delivers this, horrible uh, um, blow to Israel. It's like, well, did God take the side of the Palestinians because they were more just? And you will that continue to happen? And you're saying, oh, it happened on Simcha's Torah. And they say, like, the Adam Green, what does the Torah really say? Some of the Torah says, like, God, if you say, well, what the Torah says, the Jews are special, the Jews are going to win. That's not what the Torah says. I'm saying God is just. God judges the Jewish people according to a high standard. If the Jews don't meet that standard, God will take the more just side. So I'm not saying that Hamas or any terrorism is just, but I'm saying overall, you're saying you can't keep millions of Palestinians in this condition for long term and have no plan of what they're going to do about it. And you see the whole last year of the protests, the Abraham Accords, and just being like, well, we don't, like, showing absolutely disregard, no care for what's going to happen with the Palestinians, and just like, well, if they act up, we'll handle it militarily. So we got Rob, our old friend. I'm not sure if it's the first time on the channel, but we talked. He reached out to me. I was on his channel, Islam for
Europeans.
So I'm not sure you've been listening. Like, what are your takes on what's happening in Israel, Gaza? I know you're, or anything I said. So,
I kind of came in late, but I'll give it the best chance. Give it the best shot I can. Doovid, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So, yeah, I think just I'm in agreement with pretty much everything you said, Doovid. I don't know. I'm not on the ground. I've been trying to listen to as many voices on the ground as possible. Um, Obviously, you know, unfortunately, this might be used as like a casus belli for Netanyahu to to further bomb Gaza, which says you're right. It's going to do nothing but galvanize support for the other side.
it doesn't even help their objective. I'm just trying. I can't
Yeah,
even think of any
there's
pro-Israel person and say, how does that help any of their military objectives? The bombing right now.
Yeah, it's what I call, and I have a background in applied social psychology. I have a master's in social psychology. So, I have this, how like there's certain fallacies that come with like what's called heuristics. So heuristics is basically mental shortcuts you make, to understand the world more easily. But those shortcuts you make fails to see the bigger picture, right? So, there's this term that I kind of coined called the they all hate us fallacy, right? So the idea is, the idea that if you have a side that is generally the majority of which are opposed to you, right? If you're not communicating with that side, if there's absolutely no communication, there is a tendency to overestimate the percentage of, first of all, the percentage of people who completely dislike you, and also the percentage of people who are willing to listen, and also the percentage of people who are basically unchangeable in their opinion. And when you do that, this is what I call the they all hate us fallacy, where the way that you act and the way that you speak, it's like, well, there's no point in trying to establish dialogue or take a milder position, or even not speaking with a bunch of epithets towards the other group when you talk in public discourse, because they all hate us anyway. So what's the point? So there's more incentive to bomb Gaza, for example, or if you're, say, for example, a Muslim influencer who never talks to white people, to say that it's the to use the term the white man as a synonym for non-Muslim. I know those are two totally different things, but it's the same type of fallacy. So that's what happens when there's absolutely no communication between both sides. I mean, you did see this kind of détente for at least a couple of years. I watch, Corey Gill Schuster's videos, when I can, just to see, opinions on the ground on both sides. And, you did see, it's not as bad in the Holy Land as, the media makes it out to be at times. But, this is just a complete chasm. I mean, like, this is going to just permanently damage relations unless there's some type of immediate ceasefire. And I honestly don't see that happening. I see that the Americans are now moving, the Gerald Ford airship closer towards the Eastern Med. I don't see Bibi, even remotely talking, down in his rhetoric. And the Palestinian side, they're there's nothing that can even again, they're just going off on social media, and they're just they're extremely upset. And for me, like, I support. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be completely honest. I support the Palestinians. I believe they have the right to their own state and self-determination. I don't want to see casualties on either side. That's just going to make matters absolutely worse. But like you said, like, there isn't even any strategic, even thinking, from like a on the right wing Israeli side, there's no strategic point in bombing a civilian structure and, just galvanizing support for the other side. So that's my take on the whole thing. And I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Doovid.
Yeah, I think Israel probably could have had better chance at a military victory and a PR victory if it just, God forbid, took the loss. And like, man, they got us this time. They got us really bad, and just reconquered the territory, put the wall back up, and then they could have been like, well, now you know why we need the wall, and they got Iron Dome, and showed restraint, and then just like you're saying, we're the good guys. There's a reason why they're in Gaza, because the indiscriminate bombing, and even saying like, okay, if they're bombing the sites, because obviously there's bombs, there's missiles flying into Israel. So if they're bombing the missile sites, I mean, they're probably bombing because Hamas controls Gaza, so they're probably killing senior Hamas leaders despite the collateral damage, and they're killing they're like political leadership situations, or maybe people that were militants that retreated to civilian areas. So it's mostly just revenge that doesn't serve a military purpose. That even if they kill a few senior leaders or people that committed war crimes, then retreated to a civilian area or some sort of political structure, it doesn't serve a military purpose. It's just a revenge purpose, as seen by the missiles are still flying, and the militants, they're not. So it's almost unexplainable. So if you're watching from America, like, maybe you just give Israel the benefit of the doubt, or saying people in the West are, even with the rising anti-Semitism, is still overwhelmingly Philo-Semitic, and just give Israel the benefit of the doubt that presumably they're doing it because they have a good reason, and look what Hamas did, and they got to do what it takes to win, or they just don't care. They're just like, so, well, I'm not so interested in right and wrong. I just like the Jews. I'm on the side of Israel. But God runs the world, in saying that there has to be some larger justification. And even if, like, in America and Canada, people are overwhelmingly Philo-Semitic, that the geopolitical balances, just can't do that and get away with it, even if temporarily.
Yeah. I mean, and even support among Israel's staunchest voter base, like the young white evangelicals, support for Israel is absolutely plummeting over the last 3 years. And really the sad thing is, you talk about, these controversial topics, Doovid, you have, I mean, there's some dissident, Jewish figures like Ron Unz, and, Ariel Gold, and people like that who, at least are able to, establish some dialogue and discourse.
I'm
But
part of JVP. I mean, I have in my channel like JVP. If not now, Palestinians. Like I have the IRL stuff like Amir Zahar in Metro Detroit. I had the Huwaida Araf and Rashida Tlaib. I've been active in this for over like 25 years because I saw, it's like I went to Haredi schools and it's what the rabbis taught me, and then because I went to a liberal universal humanist school as a kid, I always just had to look through it for universal humanist. So I started streaming. These were always my views, and they're always unpopular in the larger Jewish community. So I mean, when I was among the Haredim in Borough Park or Israel, it might be the Haredim have moved towards the right, especially that they've gained more and more power in the government. But like when I was in Israel, Haredim had less power. When I was in Brooklyn, Haredim had less power. But then it's kind of like a non-issue. That although also like it's like in Brooklyn, I mean here in Metro Detroit, not really, but in Borough Park where I lived, our most immediate neighbor were Arabs. That there were Puerto Ricans and Italians and Chinese. A few there weren't really any Polish. People literally like Polish is their first language, Polish, and but the biggest geographic was Arabs, and so it was a more anti-Zionist community that got along with our Arab neighbors. Metro Detroit's a smaller community; it leans more Zionist. Maybe the Orthodox community tries to stay neutral, but Israel has increased power, especially in organized Jewry, and they have the network for the ADL federations to support Israel, to lobby the politicians, and then also like the universities and the corporation, the elites, where the elites are more likely to be Philo-Semitic because they if you go to university or part of corporations, legal structure, you're Jews. You probably like 1 out of 4 of your friends are Jewish, so you're more likely to be Philo-Semitic. And although that's changing with the demographics, where actually no Arabs or Palestinians or just racism, where looking at Jews as white and Arabs as not as another, where you're just going to favor the Jews without really looking into it. But yeah, I mean that has definitely changed with demographics, with news. I mentioned on like the history of Al Jazeera. Like I started watching Al Jazeera when like 20 years ago, when like Noam Chomsky, it was a dissident, and like they were saying Al Jazeera was a terrorist network, and like Noam Chomsky was like one of the few people that would give him interviews, and they even wanted, I think like George Bush, wanted to ban Al Jazeera, and then like Al Jazeera got cornered in, and now increased multiculturally, like Mehdi Hasan, even like half the people on MSNBC are pro-Palestinian, although you still have somewhat of a bias of even on MSNBC, maybe like you have like a quarter of the people are pro-Palestinian, a quarter neutral, and half of them still just the mainstream Democratic pro-Zionist. But that's shifting, and then also just Israel's complacency that it's just clear they haven't done anything to. I mean, it's one thing if it's just difficult to solve the problem, but they pushed forward with these other venues where it just showed they didn't care about solving the problem, like the Abraham Accords and the protest in Israel over the last few years, even the coalition where Naftali Bennett was the first to form a coalition with Arabs, but the Israeli left, and he was on the right, and he actually had pretty extreme views of wanting to expel most of the Palestinians. So he had like some right-wing Islamist party that joined his coalition, but Bennett's view was actually pro-expulsion. I mean, he claimed he wanted to pay them. He wanted give like a certain number of Palestinian citizenship, and then pay or make deals to push the rest out of Israel. But he was the first person to bring Arabs into the coalition. And the left, the reason Netanyahu is in power is because the left refused to bring Arabs into the coalition. And you see that in America, like the Democratic Party is multicultural. that Israel and the left is still refuses to work together with Arabs.
Well, I think in the U.S. that's changing. I think the Muslim community in the United States is going to lean more Republican now. Trump's support from the Muslim community went up to 35% in 2020 from 16% or 13%. So it almost tripled.
Definitely. I was making a point in Israel where even the left was exclusionary towards Arabs. We're just because the left could have made the coalition had they been willing to include the Arab parties, but they weren't willing to include the Arab parties, and that's why Netanyahu rose to power again.
So, what do you think? Do you think Netanyahu will lose? Do you think he'll lose his next election, or do you think how does this event does it change Israeli attitudes towards Netanyahu in either direction, or no change? What do you think?
It's going to have to be a disaster no matter what, and Netanyahu's more likely to be replaced with more militaristic, and even the people who are supposedly on the left, like Benny Gantz and Yair Lapid, in many ways were more militaristic, because like Benny Gantz and Lapid are Israeli, they're not American citizens. So like even though Netanyahu was on the right and was involved in military activities, but I mean he's still American and used to multiculturalism. So like Benny Gantz and Yair Lapid, they wanted to crush Gaza. So even the left wants to crush Gaza.
Wow.
And so it's not really. I think the sentiment, like unfortunately, it's like the expulsion. Like over half of Israelis favor some form of expulsion of Arabs, and even on the left, like the if you look at the protests, like the leftist protests over the last years over the Supreme Court, the Palestinians or Arab rights were almost a non-issue. It was more over a direction of that they wanted a liberal Jewish Israel, not that they wanted to integrate Arab Israel. And so I think Netanyahu's irrelevant. He might be able to wiggle this to gain himself a little bit more power, but I doubt it because Netanyahu is at the helm. He'll try to blame other people, say why did this happen was because of there's so much pressure to get him out in the military, threatening to not serve if the Supreme Court. But he's at the helm. He's probably got to take the blame for this. This is the biggest defeat of Israel in 50 years. Even if they I was mentioning that Israel certainly has the structural advantage, but even that Israel reconquers the territory it lost isn't a given. But even if Israel completely reconquers the territory it lost and goes in for some sort of thing in Gaza, it's still the biggest defeat in Israel in 50 years at the hand of Netanyahu. So I can't imagine he survives this. But some people also, just to mention, that he teamed up with the religious parties and the West Bankers and Ben Gvir and Smodrick, and that they're kind of incompetent, and that also led to it that he put these religious people or West Bankers in positions they were incompetent when it came to military positions. So I got to imagine he's going to fall. Maybe they back him for the extent that that there's war, but God forbid, whether he's replaced on the right or left, it's more likely that even if he's replaced on the left, that they'll be more military hawkish than Netanyahu.
So you're saying that he's not extreme enough, or the Israeli public he hasn't been hard enough to
even on the left. On the left, they're attacking him as not being hard enough.
Wow. So where do
because he's American? He grew up in a multicultural American. Right. He went to a Jewish school, but he went to MIT. He went to he played sports. African Americans. I'm saying even the same Lapid and Gantz, they grew up in Israel, serving the IDF. They've never experienced multicultural America.
Yeah. Wow. And the Orthodox Jews who refuse to be in the army, Turi Karta, the Haredim, there's probably going to be even you think they're going to get clamped down even harder for protesting against this latest incursion? Or
Well, one of the things was permanent exemption from military service. I mean, Notori Karta is relatively small in their protest, and like globally, like I mean, so certainly if the war carries on, you'll see Notori Karta prominently protesting Israel. You might see Haredim protesting Israel. I mean, I didn't see the videos of all the protests that occurred today, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Notori Karta were there. And they have, besides for the New York or even Chicago, London, Amsterdam, Toronto, there's a few of them everywhere. Or the bigger, the Rabbi Feldman or Weiss, they might even travel. One of the coalition issues, one of the reasons why the Supreme Court reform was so important to pass through was so that they could permanently exempt the Haredim from the army. And that's actually possibly the single most unpopular thing in Israel, according to like polling. So like the polling is there's like 90%, it's like 80-90% of Israelis that's like almost the single most consensus issue in Israel is that the Haredim should have to put in their fair share and serve in the military. But the coalition, that was one of the coalition agreements that Netanyahu agreed to, that required, because the Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional, the Haredi exemption. And so right now it's in limbo where the Haredim still have an exemption, but it's been ruled unconstitutional, but it's not being enforced. So it's it's difficult to see. So it's possible, like also on the left, despite on the left they would force the Haredim to serve, and they would get they would enforce that 6 months in prison for failure to serve, or they would get rid of the economic benefits, and so it's tough to see whether because Netanyahu has been a partner to the Haredim basically his whole career. That's his power has been teaming up with the Haredim, like the Shas and the various parties teamed together, and now they finally ousted the Russians by having the kind of the West Bank religious settlers that had enough seats to not need Lieberman and the secular Russians. So it's been that's why the protests have been so strong. Really, it's anti-Haredi sentiment, like part of the protest. I mean, they're certainly the Supreme Court, but the protests are to avoid the power of the Haredim and to avoid Israel becoming more religious of a state. So how the war would affect that? I mean, so Netanyahu has mentioned forming like a unity government with Lapid and Gantz, and I mean, God forbid, it's possible if they did that it would be like a whole year war, that they would dissolve Israel's like internal politics would come to a standstill, and maybe that, like I mentioned, maybe Saudi Arabia just willing to turn a blind eye to the Palestinians and just, say like a mutual agreement to turn a blind eye to each other's war crimes.
Well, I heard Saudi Arabia and Qatar are actually like pushing back against this. I was surprised usually, I mean, because the governments are usually more complacent, but I don't know if this will put a pin, a needle in the balloon of the Abraham Accords or whatever. I also want to get your take, like from an Orthodox
just practical. Let's say Israel delivers a crushing defeat, and then Saudi Arabia is in the situation where it's basically in agreement with America, that America is giving all sorts of concessions to Saudi Arabia to make peace with Israel, and so Saudi Arabia just drops all the demands for Palestine because of the benefits from America are just so overwhelmingly beneficial, and also maybe it would relieve pressure from their war crimes that they became, to the West, to maybe the EU, to NATO. They became, all of their infringements or problems have became acceptable, and really all they had to do was recognize Israel.
I mean, yeah, it's in any case like the events of the last 48 hours it's just absolutely horrible. I don't, like you said, I don't see it getting any better.
It's surreal that they won. I mean, I saw like those paragliders and like the videos I've been saying, just that they pulled it off is like in the same way that um, the 6 Day War was like miraculous, or the War of Independence we say was miraculous. I would have to say like that Hamas's victory was miraculous. It makes no military sense in any sense that they pulled off what they did. Like not only did like because they never even came close to what they did before. They breached the wall. Um, they had like a coordinated attack of thousands of people that went under the radar of Israel. They used like paragliders and they overtook all the military bases around Gaza. So I mean, so almost even just looking like as a believer, objectively, like it was a miracle that Hamas even saying even if Israel comes back and delivers a blow, like I'd have to say like God, I mean, God forbid, like, okay, like I'm pro-Jewish and on the Israeli side, even if I think we're somewhat morally wrong, or even if I think we might lose, I'm still a Jew and on the side of Israel. I have almost nothing to do with Arabs or Palestinians, but just looking at it, like I don't see how you see that's anything other than a miracle that Hamas pulled that off.
No, it actually it absolutely is. I mean, it's like someone with you play a lot of chess. Someone who's down like three pieces material and comes back and wins. Like it just doesn't happen.
I mean, show the videos like people with like $80 paragliders.
Yeah.
I mean, like that somehow hundreds of Palestinians. Like, I mean, just it's unfathomable that it happened. You're saying like, and that's why I say like the Haredi is like God was probably on their side. That Israelis became like why did it happen on Simchas Torah? Like on the holiday, and saying like God had to have been on their side, and saying because that's the state that Israel has fallen into, and
yeah, and a
God
lot.
takes the side of the underdog generally. I heard that from a rabbi when I first went to Israel. It's like God sides with the underdog.
Yeah, in the Quran we have something similar that whoever you turns back from your faith, God will replace you with another people. So like God can give His mercy and grace to whoever He wants. He has full control of all things. And yeah, I mean, if you have belief in God, I mean, there's God has the ability to vanquish a thousand. I mean, if you look at the early battles of the early Muslims when they're completely outnumbered against the pagans, they look at that as a miracle. I mean, even non-Muslim historians will look at like the success of Islam, like going from just a couple dozen believers to being exiled out of Mecca into Medina, to gaining an incredible amount of support, and then finally retaking Mecca in a bloodless coup. That is seen as a miracle.
I mean, God forbid. I mean, Hamas, they might have killed hundreds of innocent civilians. So I'm saying, but I mean, imagine that happened in Ukraine. Like the the offensive has been going on for 6 months. Imagine like Ukraine defeated Russia in a battle with like $80 paragliders.
Yeah, it's
That like
insane.
all of a sudden you see like they overtook Russian forces using $80 paragliders.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Like you said, it's just a miracle. It's a shame that there's been civilian casualties on both sides. It's just we never want to see that, and it's really a horrible situation, and no one is talking on the other side. I always say that like talking about a different subject. The sad thing about European Islamic relations is that there are none. And it's kind of the same thing here at this point. I mean, there's absolutely no discourse at any point. And I go on a lot of these Twitter spaces, and there isn't even like it just you don't hear the other side. Like
Well, I hear two things. I hear Muslims like I was watching the space like Mario Nawfal. If you've followed him at all.
No, I don't. I've been listening to Syrian Girl.
And she was one of his guests. So he's got like the biggest Twitter media service. Elon Musk has been promoting him. He's like an Australian businessman in Dubai, and I think he's part Arab. I think he's Muslim. I'm not sure, but like his co-host and guest he's based out of Dubai, and he's some sort of business multimillionaire. But he has these Twitter spaces with tens of thousands of people listening to him, alternative news service that even Elon Musk has been promoting. He's been defending Musk, and he's he did like all day Twitter Spaces with all sorts of people trying to be neutral in bringing the news, and Syrian Girl was on that for uh, hours and hours, and but you're just seeing that like all of the Muslims generally like saying like no, I mean, you can't kill civilians, like even I saw Fresh and Fit, the Myron Gaines, even though he was kind of like anti-Israel, like he saw this like no, like you can't kill innocent civilians, like we had Tim Pool or whatever, and even interesting Andrew Tate siding with the Palestinians, but like even Andrew Tate would be like no, I mean you like Muslim, you can't kill innocent civilians, you have a moral ethical code. And so all of the like I mean occasionally you find like militant Muslims that will have like, but almost most of the Muslims will so they might understand why they're acting that way, but that goes against the principles of Islam that has that strong moral sentiment. And it's unclear the West in general has a strong moral sentiment, like or even like a Christian backing. And I mean some of like the maybe the Christian white nationalist or uh, still have a strong moral, but generally it's become secularized, and it's hard to find just a strong moral sentiment where Islam provides that strong um, moral foundation of just saying like some things you're not allowed to do.
Yeah,
It's not all
exactly.
about winning. It's you can't like the means don't justify the ends,
Yeah.
and you can't break moral principles just to win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the same. I mean, like in the United States, there was a process, with persecuting people. I mean, like bring people to court, finding someone guilty of a crime. I mean, if any of the evidence is tampered with, I mean, they get out on a technicality, and that's because the process is so important. I mean, like, yeah, Islam has very, very, very strict rules on what you can and can't do in battle. Killing innocent civilians is completely off limits.
Just like
Um,
Biden, he's just just like to come out. President Biden's like, I am on the side of Israel, unquestionably. I have the back of Israel, and it's like whether it even adds anything or just like you without some sort of moral sentiment, and it's like okay, that kind of American narrative of saving the Jews, World War II, backing Israel, that the Philo-Semitism, without necessarily just saying, well, I'm on the side of the Jews, and not necessarily like I'm on the side of right or strong moral foundations. And even Biden could have been like use some sort of logic like Israel has a right to defend herself. I am unwavering, unquestionably on the side of Israel, to some sort of expected moral statement like we should de-escalate this immediately. Like I know that Hamas just delivered the most crushing defeat to Israel in 50 years and has the blood of hundreds of innocent Israelis right now, but you need to de-escalate this immediately. But it was like no, I'm on the side of Israel, and it's almost nonsensical in that sense where it just have to be like it's like I am blindly Philo-Semitic.
Yeah, I mean, you have to stick to your moral principles, and I think people, the people are seeing through that, and this is just it's fomenting like you said, anti-Semitism from both the Muslim Arab world and from the Anglosphere, and like the solutions that we're presenting. I mean, it sounds pie in the sky, at this point because you have this military conflict, and civilians, being absolutely crushed and buildings being bombed. Like, you could be like, uh, do you take the hippie approach and just say, we'll just take the L, whatever land they took, we give it to them, whatever aid they need, we send it in there, and we just go back to square one.
Well, it's because of
Uh,
the bombing, right? I mean, right now that it could just be something sensical, where President Biden could say like, I would encourage like we stand with Israel, even say like even just say like I'm Philo-Semitic, I support like but I encourage restraint, or even just a question of the bombings right now, even saying so I don't even see how that helps you.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and that's the statement that President Biden just like, I stand with Israel. I unequivocally, but Israel has the right to defend herself, versus saying something natural, to say you're like, I'm going to hold the other guy down while you hit him because I'm on your side. Some sort of um, larger moral. Like, show restraint.
Yeah.
Like, I know you're hurting right now, and but show restraint, and certainly don't lash out and hurt innocent people in return for what happened to you. And just that God forbid that President Biden couldn't say that as a Democrat, where his losing the base of a pro-Israel base. It's like RFK. Like, when you've watched like Kim Iverson or something like that.
Yeah.
Where RFK, like, he's losing his base, where he's just come. RFK would be like the same thing, where like, I unequivocally support Israel,
I saw that.
as opposed to, it's like, well, honestly, like, I'm pro-Israel. Like, if it's a question of whose side I'm on, the Jews or the Arabs, I'm on the side of the Jews. However, like, show some restraint. Like, like, don't indiscriminately bomb. And but just this, it's just nonsensical to to even me, as someone like basically dedicated my whole life to Judaism and Israel. It's still like nonsensical for someone who just like I said, like, people think I'm counter-Semitic or anti-Israel. Like, no, actually, I learned this from the rabbis in Jerusalem.
Well, yeah, it's because of
like, I was just an American kid. Like, even that, like it took the rabbis in Israel to teach me this.
Yeah.
And it's just like, most people don't even know these rabbis in Israel exist, because they're marginalized and they're demonized because they don't join the IDF. So I mean, even like few people, like my saintly rabbis, either that they think I'm lying, I went to these schools, or they just demonize the rabbis because they're leeches on Israel who take and don't serve in the military, don't do their national duty. But he's like, no, I mean, like my saintly rabbis who taught me the value of standing with God and standing with what's right, and saying
for sure. And that's the whole reason why if anything, that is reducing anti-Semitism is standing up for what's right, and is because of Jews who stand up against when Israel indiscriminately attacks civilians, like Ariel Gold and
Jewish wife. I mean, you mentioned, I mean, she's Code Pink.
I know she is. Let's give credit where it's due. I know she's liberal.
But no, I mean, they're part of organizations. I mean, Code Pink's not even big enough. They don't even have a branch in Metro Detroit. And I forget the name. Medea Benjamin. I mean, that's Code Pink. I mean, she's on Democracy Now! Regularly, but they have, if not now, Jewish Voice for Peace, Notorious Karta, and a lot of those organizations don't get along together. So, like, I went to an event, and like the Jewish Voice for Peace, like, they don't really like Notorious Karta, even though they agree on maybe this issue, and they might have different reasons that. Although maybe in the liberal ring, like Code Pink, Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, have varying levels of overlap. Code Pink is definitely, like Arya Gold. Code Pink is definitely the most radical of the Jewish organizations, like Medea Benjamin, then and Arya Gold, and Code Pink only has a few hundred people. They're their activist group, as opposed to, if not now, has like thousands chapters in every city. Jewish Voice for Peace, and versus Notorious Karta is not really a group that people join. That's like to some extent, it's like a Hasidic sect, or almost. I mean, some people switch and join, but it's almost like a hereditary Hasidic sect. It's like a Hasidic group that only has a few hundred members, or maybe a few thousand worldwide. I've met a few people that switch from like mainstream Orthodox to Notorious Karta, but like in New York or London, maybe Montreal, Toronto, there's enough that they'll be at the protest. And if this carries on, there will be protests, and you will see. I saw in New York, you had Jewish Voice for Peace. They said there was, even New York Times estimated 300 pro-Palestinians and only dozens of pro-Israeli supporters. And there were more Jews on the pro-Palestinian side, like Jewish Voice for Peace. But the Jews don't need, because as of now the support among the elites is so high that the Jews don't need to rally. So it might be internally events or an event with politicians or leaders, but they don't need to. I mean, the Palestinians have to publicly protest because they're protesting the policy of the U.S. government. The Jews, pro-Israelis, don't need to. Even if so it's difficult that the public sentiment is turning against Israel, but it hasn't changed the opinions of the elites and political leaders or
Right.
military leaders, and it's possible that may never change just due to I mean, it'd take a complete regime change of decades that just people there's too much mutual blood on each other's hands. Like I said, the agreement to turn a blind eye to each other's war crimes, and at this point, the American regime, the corporations, the military-industrial complex, and the Zionists have, for decades, turned a blind eye to each other's war crimes, to the extent that it's too big to fail. The regime has to go down. That public sentiment, even for that like America might collapse, or public sentiment would have to be. It could happen over a generation, but like public sentiment for, even like Bernie Sanders, who is relatively pretty vocal pro-Palestinian, is still probably legislatively basically pro-Israel and Zionist.
Mm.
And for that to change, like you think like the Squad, Rashida Tlaib, and even them, even the Squad, maybe not Rashida Tlaib, but even like Ilhan Omar or AOC has somewhat even buckled towards the side of Israel, let alone to see, Canada or something like that, to see slowly. But I mean, as Alan Dershowitz says, look at the university campuses. So, what happens on university campuses is indicative. And on university campuses, people are overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian, but it'll take 20, 30 years for those people to be the ones in power.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like the university campuses, they tend to be very left wing as well. I mean, if you talk to the Orthodox Muslim community, they don't like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar whatsoever. Ilhan Omar was booed at her own event in Minnesota by the Somali community. So because of their extreme like left wing stances, it would be like
Well, Islam's such a small percentage. I'm just talking about the pro-Palestinian sentiment change is not because of the rise of Islamicists, and population-wise, there's not a huge the immigration coming to America is not disproportionately Islamic. So even there's not even clear like a period where the Islamic will overtake even Jews, even just Jews at like 2 or 3%. There's not even like in Canada, maybe Canada, but like a clear projection of when Islamicists will overtake even just the Jews, let alone have a sizable.
Like
overall consensus of the left of think like AOC, Ayanna Pressley, different African American, the people making up the anti-Israel elements of the further left. Is not because they're Islamic or Arab.
Right.
It's a different sentiment in the university campuses that are becoming anti-Israel. It's not because of necessarily huge numbers of Muslims and Arabs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's one side, and then on the side of like the Anglosphere, like you said, the Christian white nationalists, they're becoming more anti-Semitism is on the rise for two reasons. One is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and then the second is that the push for changing demographics, anti-white sentiment, within the West, which they blame on the Jewish people, which is really on the more on the side of like Soros, and it's so like unspeakable that people don't really talk about it all that much. I mean, Jews as people get turned into like this scapegoat where it's like on top of that, they don't want they want to have like a minority white population in every Western country, so that's really fomenting anti-Semitism. I mean, our Islam4Europeans, I mean, we obviously we're a very tiny organization, so we can just only stick to our principles. But a group conversion to Islam in the Anglosphere, I think, would actually reduce anti-Semitism, because we're far less anti-Semitic than your average Christian white nationalist, for a couple reasons. One is that Islam is closer to Judaism than Christianity. In terms of Tawheed, the belief in one God without any partners, it's acceptable for Jews to pray in a mosque. And we stick, also, like you said, we stick to our principles. We have very strict, we don't blame people for something that they didn't do. In Surah 53, Allah says that the son cannot bear the sins of the father. So for Jews that didn't do anything, why should we blame them? As a people, it's against our religion to deface any religious structure or their sacred symbols, or to mock the creation of God. So that's one thing. And then secondly, the track record of European Muslims, vis-a-vis the Jewish community, is far better than European Christians. I mean, there were Albanian Muslims who saved Jews during the Holocaust. So, and then on top of that, it would actually increase the European total fertility rate, and it would be an affirmation of European identity. So that's a micro solution. But to talk about this stuff while we have this military conflict going on, and buildings being bombed, it does, it seems like it's pie in the sky hippie talk. So I pray that that this de-escalates. I don't want any other civilian casualties on either side, and because this has potential to be an absolute powder keg.
It really take a miracle for. Yeah. I mean, just like it was a miracle somehow that Hamas pulled it off, de-escalation would take a miracle now also.
Yeah, because you would, like you said, Biden isn't saying, hey, maybe we should rethink this before it really gets out of hand. No one is saying that. No one at the top is saying that.
And there's more consensus in Israel for a ground invasion completely. Militarily, what I said would be a demilitarization, stripping Hamas of power in Gaza, which would be a prolonged. In fact, Israel has actually formally declared war, which is this point now would take, so it's not just rhetoric. Israel has actually declared war, mobilized the troops. So at this point, the ground is set for a complete demilitarization of Gaza, which has well over 1 million people, and could take over a year. And it's unclear how that process could be slowed down or stopped.
It seems unfathomable.
Even if Hamas surrendered now, and just we're sorry, it was a mistake. Are they going to let Israel in and demilitarize them? And the likelihood that, like I said, that Hamas is probably going to stand their ground and fight to not give back the territory, and then let alone fight every step to prevent the demilitarization of Gaza, that could be extremely bloody. And saying the losses on the side of Israel, if Israel, basically, they got Israel pretty good, but it could be, generally that, that's it. It's going to be 10 to 1, 10 to 1, Palestinian casualties for the rest of the battle. And God forbid, if Israel has the appetite, that could be tens of thousands. They never went through in the past with the demilitarization of Gaza. Maybe after 2006, they did a little bit more, even a few months, or the 2014, where they spent a good month inside of Gaza and trying to confiscate weapons, fill in the tunnels, try to prop up some sort of new government. And it was just serious casualties every day until Israel was basically okay, we've accomplished enough. And I'm not even sure they declared war at that time. I have to look if even 2014, 2006, if they even declared war like they already have.
Oh man. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I hope that it
So
gets
it'd take a miracle for this to de-escalate.
Hmm.
We
Wow.
pray for a miracle. We believe in God and saying, "Oh, I'll pray for that miracle." But the ball's rolling, and so if President Biden, as the Democrat,
Yeah.
I mean, at some point, if it continues like that, maybe in a month or two, but like at some point now, I mean, even like Netanyahu. I mean, Biden spoke with Biden on the phone. He spoke with Netanyahu on the phone multiple times. Like, there's a little bit of pressure, and saying like at this point, President Biden's like, just like now is no time to oppose Netanyahu. So I mean, it just they could have seen it went a different way, but like Biden, he could have said, I fully support Israel and Israel's right to defend itself, and even think that Israel has justification to do a ground campaign and go in and demilitarize Hamas. However, he still opposes Netanyahu and thinks that Israel should try to get someone else to do it. But looks like Biden has been like, okay, like Hamas started a war, and now it's unfortunate, but now I'm going to back Netanyahu even though I don't like him.
Wow. That's bleak. That's very bleak. So I'll pray to Allah that that this war comes to an end, and no one
I mean,
loses
let
their
alone
life.
like if Hezbollah steps in and saying like the level of saying like if it starts stepping up, if Hezbollah or Iran or Turkey or someone steps in saying like, okay, um, I was going through those scenarios, so it's just unknowns. And
Hmm. Hmm.
I guess
Wow.
if you want to, I haven't even talked to you for a while. How's your streaming going? I know you had Edward Dutton on your channel, or so you're politically provoked, or you made a few rounds. Did you get any growth or
I
interviews?
was on politically provoked a while ago.
I
Yeah.
joined you
I
on
mean,
that one. I hopped on that
I
stream
did.
with
I
you.
did. Thank you for that.
That was the
Thank
last
you.
time we spoke.
Yeah, I
And
haven't
then
been on
I
there
fell out.
since.
They went to Cozy after that, so that's like the last time that time I was on with you was like the last time I was on politically provoked.
Yeah, I try to keep my conversations with the dissident right to an absolute minimum. You have to be very careful about what you talk about. So it's tough being a political dissident. So I basically stick to my own channel. I've been interviewed with some other Muslim accounts as well. It's actually Adar interviewed me.
Oh yeah, I
I
saw
had
that
one of
also. I guess you popped in the chat when I was on, and
I
I
did.
watched that. And I'm not sure if I was in the chat or if I was busy then, but I saw that interview, and I
Yeah.
saw he was doing programs the last few days about the Christ. He hasn't been streaming that much, and but he did pop on the last few days to talk about what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing okay, and just super busy with work and things. But I do want to start streaming more, and hopefully grow as an organization. So yeah, hopefully have our overarching goal of healing the relationship between Islam and the rest of the west of the Western world. So I have to go, Doovid. It was nice talking to you. Thank you for your honesty, for telling it how it is. It's much appreciated, and honestly, that we need more voices such as yours. Because this I think it's a dissenting voice that will actually in the short run and the long run decrease anti-Semitism. And I hope that pray to Allah that this conflict comes to an end. So with that, I'll have to let you go.
Yeah, man. Thank God. Appreciate you coming on.
Okay, take care. Shalom. Bye bye.
So sometimes people watch the Republican politics and say like the grown up in the room. I mean, then God forbid the Republican debates have been so bad. Like Nikki Haley's the grown up in the room. If there's any grown up in the room, people are saying like Nikki Haley's like the only grown up in the room. And like Doovid, try to be a voice of reason, or when God runs the world, we have free will. Things could turn around at any moment. And even saying like, okay, Doovid supports a one-state solution. I support giving all Palestinians full citizenship to Israel. If somehow, I mean, that's not on the table at all. Like no one is mentioning like, what we should do is give all the people in Gaza Israeli citizenship. God forbid. No one has said that in the last 48 hours, but it's possible that something like that could come out of this. That after, I mean, right now it's like, God forbid, they want to crack heads, and they seem to have the support of Biden in the U.S. And like I mentioned, all the details about somehow people could repent, people could change their minds, people could think we could all get along, and saying like, okay, the only solution to this is to tear down the wall. I mean, I used to say, like, before I even started streaming back, when I used to argue about this stuff on like Facebook and the Lebanon war, like in 2006 or something, like the Lebanon war, I was arguing about this, and I used to say like, Ronald Reagan, when he said to Gorbachev, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, and like then it was still Netanyahu, and I was like, I said Obama, Obama should have said, 2008, I used to say that, like, Obama should say to, Mr. Netanyahu, tear down the wall. And, I don't know anyone saying that, like saying like, to me that, but okay, like there's so many dead people now, and, saying to get along, and saying, tear down the wall, and just give the Palestinian citizenship to Israel. I would still voice that. That would still be my opinion. However, as I say, like like Mossad or something, like less than 1% of Israelis feel like that. In American, like of American Jews, maybe as many as 10% American Jews figure like one state solution, and you have to basically just give all the Palestinian citizenship. In Israel, it'd be like 1% of Israelis would feel that way. And it's like Naftali Bennett, who had like basically wanted to annex Israel. That was based upon expelling the majority of Palestinians. That Naftali Bennett was willing to give like 300,000 Palestinian citizenship, but the rest had to go. And then there was Mossad's Mordecai Kedar. I saw Israel Advocacy Network. Joseph Cohn was on with Mordecai Kedar. And he's got like the Emirate program, or there's the general. He wants to build like you basically push all of the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula. So there are a few opinions like that, but like, like no one's really saying what I'm saying. Is just like, just give all the Palestinian citizenship. Maybe like Jewish Voice for Peace, Code Red, Code Pink. I don't really like J Street, like like I'm saying, like maybe Jewish Voice for Peace and like Code Pink would be like, yeah, you should just give all the Palestinian citizenship. That's probably the best bet. Gaza, but I mean, I see, like I understand why no one in Israel feels like that, and is saying like, we're killing each other right now. How's it going to work to just give them citizenship? In time, like, yeah, I'm not political. Like if I were political, I'd be political. So that's like, I was, if I was just going to wait till next week to do week in review. If the war hadn't broken out, or if I was going to do week in review, I would have just read papers on consciousness and went back to like my science of expertise and different things. Actually, have a lot of material, and hopefully next week I will return to that. I'm in contact with James, and it looks like possibly Thursday, Doovid will be debating Destiny on the UAW strike. And I've generally just avoided talking about Judaism in Israel because I get so much pushback from my fellow Jews. So, Judaism's a communal, kind of like ethno religion. And I get so much pushback from my fellow Jews. I was going to do an Ask the Rabbi on, Sukkah. And I was just like, I get so much pushback from my fellow Jews that I didn't even do an Ask the Rabbi. So, so go like consciousness. I'm get back to chess coaching. My chess coaching has been successful. And I probably won't do much more. Like, like it's tough, because like I have dissident opinions on Judaism. I have independent scholarship. I know a lot about the issues. Hopefully I gave good information of, just what happened, what's the facts on the ground, what's likely to happen. in terms of that, I think I have pretty good information. Like I read the news, I follow it constantly. Like I spend hours every day, like keeping up with what's happening, going on in Israel. I study Torah, but I'm not representative of um, Judaism. So like it became very difficult. So basically, I've just stopped talking about it, and um, but uh, it's possible that try to go back to. Um, no, I'm saying it's not too likely that I'll go back to much. Um, uh, that I'll go back to much Judaism. If the war's still going on next week, like week in review, I will talk about the war more and the updates. Like it's all likelihood the war will be going on months. Like say like what Hamas pulled off was a miracle, and it will take a miracle to end this war. And at this point, escalation. We'll see how quickly Israel conquers back the territory, or if other people step in. And it said there's no guarantee that Israel is even going to conquer back the territory it lost, but presumably that'll be the big thing that happens this week. Israel will try to reconquer back all the territory it lost. If Hezbollah doesn't join in, or if there's not unrest in Israel or the West Bank or anything else, I mean, God forbid, it's possible that um, Hezbollah joins in, or that there's widespread unrest, or further Israeli incompetency in the IDF, that Israel can't even successfully take back the territory it's lost, or mass protest in America due to. I mean, it's like if Israel didn't do all these bombings, now I could see like there's going to be mass protest and pressure against Israel because it's already done all these bombings. That it's possible that Israel won't even be able to conquer back the territory it lost, as opposed to Israel if it just first conquered back the territory it lost before it started the mass bombings. So it's really unclear, like to say what's going to happen in the next few days, whether Israel will conquer back the territory. But in all likelihood, Israel will conquer back the territory it's lost, and then move on to some sort of um, invasion, demilitarization effort of Gaza, and that could be a disaster. It could be months, even years. It could be a prolonged battle like Ukraine. And so, if that's going on, I'll definitely be talking about it and feeding in. If people ask me, invite me to stream, I'd talk about it. But there's going to be so many Jews talking about it that it's unlikely people are going to ask me. They're going to want someone who's representative of Jews, and like Doovid's just giving kind of like my take, or facts on the ground. There's so many, like Mario Nofel or something. There were so many Jews, people in Israel, people with bigger followings, more representative of actual Jewish organizations. That's extremely unlikely that Doovid would be called in. So I am looking forward to the UAW strike. So I actually reached out to James, and I was surprised. Like, so he messaged back right away. So I like after Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate on Our Men Ignored, which I didn't end up talking about. I'm probably going to end the stream in like 10-15 minutes, but I was talking about the UAW possible debate, and I might do a prep stream if it gets booked. But so after that debate with Jennifer, like I messaged James, I was like, maybe do a UAW debate. It's an important topic. It's big news. It has a lot of implications to America, economics, automation, wealth inequality, politics. What's happening in Israel might dwarf the UAW strike, but the UAW strike is big news. I'm in Metro Detroit. Like I've been following it. I know quite a bit about it. My mother was a bankruptcy attorney. She represented General Motors and a lot of the automotive suppliers. And so I messaged James, like I could debate either side. And then he messaged back. He's like, well, what side's really you? So I told him like, well, management. If I had to pick a side to be management, then he mentioned Destiny might. And so I guess I didn't know who he'd have to take the UAW side. So I mean, of the regular cast on modern day debate, it makes sense that Destiny would be likely to accept the debate and willing to and take the side of the UAW. Although, like I didn't mention when I just said anybody. Like I'd be willing to debate anybody. I'd be even willing to take either side, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, and I'd still be willing to debate anybody 1-on-1, 2 or 2. Although you mentioned possibly be Destiny, and I guess that makes sense that Destiny, with his politics, would probably give a pretty good defense of the UAW. Probably be a pretty good debate. I'm saying relatively to anything that would give me like a venue to debate Destiny or talk to Destiny, probably the UAW would make the most sense. And it's like even like Israel or something like that, like your representative. And I will do my best to bring forward the arguments. Generally, I'm just going to give a change and just say that unions are. I'm gonna have to think of how to frame my debate. Like I'm saying, I don't know whether it's going to happen. He messaged, but it's possible even this Thursday, or it could be the week after. But it's possible this Thursday would be the debate, and Destiny might be my opponent. That could change. It could be someone else would be the opponent. It could be it's gets pushed off a week. But you just mentioned it's possible it's going to be this Thursday already, and it's possibly Destiny would be the opponent, which definitely probably be my biggest appearance because Destiny would definitely be like the biggest streamer I would have ever talk to and even debate in popular debater. But I think it wouldn't be personal. Like I would be, I mean, he might be like, that's crazy or his usual stance, but I don't, I'm not like that cold blooded. I would be having pretty technical arguments, focusing on economics and technology. And, generally just saying that the UAW is, out of date for the direction of technology, that the U.S. We're in decline. The automotive industry is failing compared to international competition and to Tesla. And the current state of the UAW, although wealth inequality, even acknowledging some of the factors, is not sufficient to keep up with the problems facing us in terms of automation, going electric, manufacture, globalism, and these various factors. So I'd have to, if James does get back to me, hopefully tomorrow, I'll start doing a little bit of research, try to write out, maybe watch a little bit of debates. I've been, definitely reading all the news articles. Like I'm here in Metro Detroit. I've been following like the union debates my whole life. My mother was in the, automotive lawyer, and there hasn't been that much publicity on it. That's why I reached out to James. It's a big issue. I said, how about a UAW debate? And so, like, yeah, it makes sense that Destiny might be willing to do the debate because he does politics all the time. And like, as a leftist, progressive or whatever, it makes sense that he would be a good candidate to defend the UAW. But it's not really that talked about. You see, like the news covers it a little bit. This Friday, there wasn't a news strike announcement. I mean, it's also possible they could resolve the differences, but it looks like it's pretty far away. The differences, like GM made a concession this last Friday about unionizing a new electric battery plant. But in terms of the disparity between what the unions want and what the auto companies are willing to give, it's likely that the strike is going to last a few more months, and it's even likely that it might eventually end up being a full UAW strike. So as of now, I think only like 10-20% of the UAW employees are on strike. They've been doing it strategically, and I think the UAW has like at least 150,000 members, and only like 15-20,000 are currently on strike, and they've been doing it strategically. And however, there's a huge distance between the demands of the UAW. I mean, the UAW wants like the 32-hour work week, 40% raise, certain concessions about the directions of electric vehicles. I have to look through, but there's been some like negotiation on the 40% raise. Like originally they offered 20%, maybe they negotiate 30%, and then the 32-hour work week, and also electric vehicles. If the UAW wants them to go more electric, or it means even unclear, like they're worried about the level of union labor in electric or the global supply chain. So I have to refresh exactly what the situation is, and then say why the union can't get their raise, or even just say why automotive unions are falling apart and going to destroy the auto industry in general. To say more in terms of the direction of technology and economics. So I'm not necessarily going to argue that the union is asking for too much, or I mean, it's possible I would make the argument that way, but I'll be taking the side of management, and so I will be arguing that the manufacturers should not give in to the demands, and even that the unions are somewhat destroying the competitiveness of the auto industry, and it could be that Stellantis and the former Chrysler, GM and Ford will actually be driven out of business by. I mean, Destiny is also a capitalist, so I mean, if he comes up with someone else, or if it becomes 2-on-2 and someone else joins, so I mean, I know Destiny is also a capitalist. He's not a socialist, although I guess he'd still be supporting the union. So I'm not exactly sure what his arguments would be. So I know the generic arguments, and I don't think he's talked about it. I'm not sure if he's covered it. I was actually surprised that he mentioned Destiny's name, but I guess when he mentioned he doesn't have that many debaters, and like a leftist debater, and Destiny's a pretty versatile debater that could do almost any topic that's related to politics, or he might look up, and even if he's not really familiar with the UAW position, he would study it and debate it. So I might have actually good chances of performing well, because it's very possible that he doesn't know that much about the topic, and we'll just be looking into it. And also because he's more capitalist, he will have a more moderate position than like Sean Fain, that is like eat the rich, or more like Bernie Sanders, so social progressive, that Destiny's view on the union will actually be more moderate than most of the pro-union people. If that comes Thursday, I might do a Wednesday night debate prep and like try to go over slides or some of the topics and talk through. I don't know if I have anyone to talk to. I don't know if any experts, anybody to interview or mention. I mean, I know people locally that know about it, like, and I'm not even sure if I haven't even seen a debate. Like, I know that, I mean, I watched, like, I've been following it. Like, I watched the Ford, I watched most of the interviews and statements of the auto executives. I've watched most of Sean Fain's statements. I've watched the local news about the union. I've watched some of the economic stuff, or the the special automotive stuff and commentary. So like, I'm definitely following the issue, although I'm not sure I've actually seen a debate on the UAW. So that's why I reached out to him. I was like, the UAW, it's a huge topic. I mean, the war in Israel might overshadow, but I was thinking, like, right now, what's like the most pressing, here being Metro Detroit specifically, what's the most pressing issue that no one's talking about? It's the UAW strike. I don't know if like Andrew Wilson would be pro management. I wouldn't be surprised if like Andrew Wilson, the Crucible, I know he works in manufacture of some sort. It wouldn't surprise me if he works in one of the automotive supply. I mean, just because like like people who follow my engineering rambles, like automotive is like over 50% of the global supply chain and manufacture, and in Michigan probably even more than that. So it would not surprise me if Andrew Wilson works for automotive suppliers and he's anti-union, but like we don't get along, and like I couldn't imagine there'd be like a 2-on-2. It'd be like me and Andrew versus like Destiny, another union guy, and he's not really a friendly person to like prepare. So like I don't even just thinking that like it's likely someone like Andrew Wilson would also be pro management or anti-union, but like he probably wouldn't help me. He probably is not not friendly, and if he was going to do it, he would probably do it one-on-one or something. But he doesn't seem like such a researcher. Destiny's a pretty versatile. Like Andrew Wilson seems to just do the same debates over and over again. The few topics he doesn't seem like the type guy who would just do a bunch of research to take another debate. As where Destiny's more the type to take a debate where he would just research or look into it. He's got a big platform. He might be able to get like a few experts or lawyer or someone to brief him on the issue. Publicly read the articles, do a like some sort of preparation for it. I don't think Andrew Wilson's that type of guy. Maybe he will become in the future like platform. But he would likely be something like JF also would probably also be say if it was like a 2 or 2, like someone like JF is maybe a versatile debater. He's going with his issues. Like I don't know if he joined a debate to be pro-management, anti-union, although I doubt it. I'm not sure he would do a bunch of research or know enough about it, but he would probably be anti-union. I'm not sure. Like Destiny actually does research. I'm not sure JF. He might do a little. I doubt it. So I don't really know. I might just say like, okay, like because the right wing debaters, like, yeah, I guess Andrew Wilson and JF would probably take the side of management against the union. However, I doubt they're going to be debating it, covering the issue, because Destiny's more political, where he tries to cover all the issues that are important to the leftist progressive cause. JF and Andrew Wilson, they're not right wing, so to say. They have the issues that they focus on. They're not necessarily going to research and try to give you important takes on all the issues that the right wing is concerned with. Hey, Marshall, God bless. Good to see you. Yeah, if you don't have a stake in the battle, like you side with Palestine, and just a question of like what your nation. Obviously, like I studied in Israel. I'm Jewish. I have quite a bit of at stake in the issue, even though I'm not sure that Israel is morally or ethically on the right. I'm not sure we're going to win, but like obviously I'm Jewish. I'm on the side of Israel. I just question whether we're morally, ethically right, or whether we're actually going to win. But I'm definitely 100% embedded on the side of Israel, even though my opinion is dissident. I could see it makes sense you to side with Palestine, but not necessarily. You don't have a stake to be sided with the Palestinians. It's just if you had to choose a side, that there's not necessarily some sort of alignment larger that makes sense on that. So yeah, I got to start thinking. So tomorrow already, we'll see if James gets back out quickly. Certainly James gets back like tomorrow is like it's on, but it might be the week after. But like, yeah, tomorrow already, I will try to put some research together on the unions. And if it's Thursday, I will probably do a debate prep stream, maybe Thursday afternoon, right before the debate. If Destiny is a huge debater, so maybe I'll do a post show, because it should be a big, so Destiny is if it was like Jennifer, it was pretty low viewership for the debate. So if it was like Ozian or like Radical Coder or something taking the union side, or like Phileas, one of their stock debaters that doesn't have a big audience, it might only have like 100 to 200 live viewers, and only get a few thousand views. But Destiny will probably be high hundreds of viewers on MDD, and he always has thousands of viewers on his own channel. So in that case, I'll probably do a post show. I might do a post show no matter what, because still be decent viewership, and it's an important topic. I'd like to more branch into important topics that matter. So tomorrow I'm going to start looking into it. I'll try to arrange a presentation and have basic information on all the facts. So I wanted, if I'm covering pro management, I definitely want to focus on. I did my stream like a few years ago where Brundle was on about. Marshall and Tom, if you're here, just to mention, I might stream on Stephen James tomorrow at noon about the doxing of FrameGames with Brundle. So we messaged about that on Twitter. So it's likely at noon Eastern time on Stephen James' channel. Me and Stephen Brundle are going to talk about FrameGames being doxed. That just happened this week also. So I know Marshall you remember Frame. I told him you should invite Norvin because Norvin was like, one of like the key people to bring down Frame Games. Yeah, I mean, turns out like Frame Games was actually like in the Trump administration and was like literally like a government shill, and said he was like doing it to try to like covertly diminish anti-Semitism among the right. But yeah, so if Tom, if you're in touch with Norvin, I didn't mention him, but if you're in touch with him, I know if he's on the West Coast, it might be 9 in the morning, but pop in Stephen James, supposedly noon tomorrow. I'm not sure if he posted it. I'm not sure if he did in advance. I'm just checking his channel right now. Well, I'll put here's the link to Stephen James' channel. So I don't see that he posted anything about it, but he claimed that we're going to stream tomorrow at noon. But I'm not sure, that might be open to change. So if it is, I will you'll share it on Twitter, but there's the link. If it does happen, that's an interesting topic. I didn't bring it up that much because, like, doxing, I kind of like Frame Games. I disagreed with him a little bit. I kind of did like that Norvin brought him down, but like, honestly, I like Frame Games. I liked his research. I guess he's got like over 100,000 followers, and he so it'd be interesting to talk about, and we'll see. Maybe we could even talk to even reach out and talk to his thing, and then the role Brundle, like he's doxed, and I mentioned Richard Spencer. Like Brundle played a role in connecting Frame Games to Richard Spencer. In fact, the conversation between Frame Games and Richard Spencer was on Brundle's channel, and I appeared on the end of that conversation. And I talked with Frame Games a few times. Frame Games was on Luke Ford. He came on Brundle a few times. So yeah, that'd be interesting. So we'll see if that happens tomorrow. And but besides for that, next week I'll be back with regular week in review. Probably return to consciousness research, update on Israel. Probably won't talk unless, like, God forbid, what's happened in Israel's escalated and the situation is serious. Maybe I'll do another stream. So, like, God forbid if what's happening in Israel gets escalated, I might end up streaming again on that. Or week in review might be more dedicated, but more in all likelihood, I will return to mostly my consciousness research and had the war not broken out in Israel. If I streamed tonight, it would have been mostly me reading my papers. So, Tom, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Marshall, Lambie, thanks to Rob, showed up. Mr. Boston, Dan, always a pleasure. High T was there. Masad. So have a great week. Pray for peace, pray for better things. Thanks for tuning in. Tomorrow I will try to timestamp. So this is pertinent. There's not much good material. I think I gave pretty good information on Israel, what's happening, like just facts on the ground, what's likely to happen next. And like I was listening to a lot of information. It's like I was mentioning the unknown. Like there's so many unknowns about so some of that might be clarified tomorrow. Like how many Gazan militants are in Israel? How much territory have they conquered? Is there still fighting in Sderot and Nativiot? Is Gaza going to try to fortify? How much is the wall breached? Are people in mass going to leave Gaza? I mean, there's so many possibilities that could happen. It'd be very interesting. I mean, like I said, there could be like a mass. What happens if like tens of thousands of civilians just march into Israel? What's Israel going to do about it? Let alone, the military, how difficult it's going to be for Israel to retake back the territory it lost. And I've even mentioned that, everyone's just assuming that Israel will easily recapture the territory and then do this ground and to give some sort of argument about the difficulty and just the miraculous nature, just God forbid, people died, but it's saying it's just almost miraculous how Hamas pulled that off. So, yeah, Frederico, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the feedback. So, signing off. Have a great week. Possibly see you tomorrow on Stephen James' channel about frame games. Possibly Thursday on Modern Day Debate about the UAW. And if not, next week we can review. Follow me on Twitter, like and share, comment, join the Discord. Blood Sports Debate. So is it Norvin? Yeah, so if you saw tomorrow, Stephen James, I shared the link in the chat. And I mean, you could even pop on if you want. If you want to talk about it, I mean, Marshall or Norvin, I got the link out there. So if you want, I'll stick around a few minutes if you want to talk about the FrameGames Dox. Otherwise, I was about to sign off, but the link, the StreamYards, is pinned to the chat. So I'll stick around 1 minute if Norvin or Marshall, you want to pop on and talk about the FrameGames Dox. I'm not into doxing. I mean, FrameGames owned it. So, on his Twitter, like now he's got a Twitter with like over 100,000 followers. And, there's the article, and he made like a post on his article. And was like, yeah, I mean, he didn't mention the name FrameGames, but like, yeah, it was me. But it was a good thing. And he de-radicalized a whole bunch of people. And, he should have been paid, and the government, and so on and so on. So, but generally I'm not a doxer, so I wasn't going to go too much into it. But it's saying like FrameGames owned it; it's public information. I don't think FrameGames is embarrassed of it. So we got Norvin.
Hey, how you doing?
Marshall. Okay, God bless to Marshall and Norvin. Long time, been a while since you've been on my channel.
Hey.
I know we talked a while back. You were trying to get your channel together, but it was like OV. I didn't have the interest to debate OV again and again. It was a little too unfriendly.
Oh yeah, that's right. We did do that. That did happen. Yeah, that was a thing.
He disappeared for a few months, and recently he came back. And yeah, let's just say he has issues with drinking.
Yeah, I don't call it agreeable. I can just agree to disagree. So, or respect Norvin as my opposition. So,
Yeah.
but we have to argue again and again, or saying like, or there's no stream or debate content. And
it's good to be able to discuss these issues like adults. I feel like with a lot of debates, people, they just want to win. They don't really care about the truth. But yeah, it's good to have a dialogue. Absolutely. The point I made, well, I don't know if you want to discuss the Israel-Palestine thing or the FrameGames thing or whatever, but I wanted to make a point about Palestine. But
oh, sure, go ahead. I'm about to.
So,
I'm going to share in the Twitter link on. I guess Mike Benz is this man's name for FrameGames, and I'm looking. It looks like he posted a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm looking for his long link. So if you want to go and say what you're
this point, I was just making basically I side with Palestine, but to play devil's advocate, I think that like if Muslims want to criticize Jews for racism, human rights abuses, colonialism, and so on, Islam itself has an atrocious record of those kind of things. And for example, the genocide of Hindus, which not many people know about. 80 million, it's often stated that 80 million Hindus were killed by Muslims. And then not to mention, nowadays the human rights abuses in Arab community, like Islamic community. And yeah, I don't know. I don't really like that. I mean, like, a lot of liberals side with Palestine, but liberalism and Islam are like oil and water. So yeah.
Well, I mentioned, okay, I'm a Jew, like I'm on the side of Israel and Jews, and then I could think like, okay, morally and ethically, we might be wrong, and we might lose, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm on the side of Jews. And like, if you felt that about whatever cause was important to you, like, okay, like you're not on the side of whites because you think whites are moral or ethical, or because you're going to win, that you would be on the side of whites even if you weren't moral and ethically correct, even if you weren't going to win.
So for you, it's more of an ethnocentric thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm saying, to me, it's just factual. Like, I'm on the side of, like, I can't not be on the side of Israel. Like, even
yeah, and I mean,
so it's kind of because other people see,
even if I think we're going to lose, like, there's no way for me to, I can't like join Hamas or something. I'm still a Jew. I'm per force on the side of Israel.
Yeah,
I just happen to
I
think,
understand.
like, okay, I'm not so sure we're right about this, and I'm not so sure we're going to win. But you don't have a stake in the battle like that. I mean, maybe like, oh, your nation, you say, okay, if you're from, New Zealand or America, you say, well, your nation's kind of on the side of Israel, even if you don't support your nation supporting Israel, and so you don't really have to make a decision in the matter. So it's just like, you could make a calculation: who do you think is more right, or who do you think is going to win, and choose the side base of that.
Well,
or you just be an
I'm a
alliance where you're saying which side benefits the side that you're looking at. Why are you going to be an ally?
Yeah, I mean, my stance, I don't really take a hard stance, because I mean, I'm not really invested in it either way. I will say that actually, I think this is ultimately a net negative for white people. And this is a point I've made for a while now, that a lot of anti-Zionism is just anti-white, and it's just third worldism. A lot of these people cheering on, especially the non-whites cheering on what's being done in Israel by the Palestinians, like they would be cheering it on if it was Arabs doing it to Germans in Germany, or English people in England, or white people in America. Like, they're just happy to see white people, they go ahead, they don't make any distinction between Jews and whites, happy to see what they perceive as white people being killed by brown people. Like, that's just what they like.
I don't know if people, that makes people, that's kind of very cynical. I don't know if people are that.
Dude, like, I'm talking about the rhetoric I'm seeing coming from black and brown people in America. Like, that tends to be like, that is the anti-colonialist narrative. It's like, I think it was a black woman tweeted, like, what did you think decolonialism was going to be? Like, hugs and paperwork? Like, they actually, like, even the Antifa, even the white liberal Antifa, are like openly cheering on the slaughter of what they perceive as like a white supremacist state.
Right. Similar to South Africa.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to South Africa in that regard.
Well, we might accept the same tenet that, kind of like Luke Ford thinking, is that people act in groups. So like, and that the groups that we act in are largely determinative, that you could maybe voluntarily be part of a group somewhat, but basically you act as a group, and that's determinative from birth. And you could independently, through free will, decide morals, ethics, and even practicality, but it's a determinative part of birth that you act as part of a group.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is about group like dynamics. And I mean, again, for me, I don't really take a hard stance. I'm not pro-Palestinian. I don't particularly like them. I mean, even racial stuff aside, I'm a pagan, so obviously I have no sympathy to Muslims or Christians or people who practice Judaism for that matter. Although I probably would be in more physical danger in the Muslim-controlled parts of that world than the Jewish-controlled in that sense. So again, no sympathy for Palestinians at all on my part.
But they don't have sympathy. They don't have mutual sympathy for you. They don't have mutual sympathy for.
No, they don't. Like, they're anti-white.
Your current state of self-interest might change.
I think, like,
you take the side of Israel or Palestine because it currently serves your self-interest. That might change over time, or
very well
right or wrong. If you think like one side's right and the other side's wrong, that might also change over time.
Yeah, well, I mean,
versus your identity, that's not going to change over time.
Down some objective right and wrong. I mean, to me, both groups have equal claim to the land, because the population genetics and the genetic archaeology shows Jewish people are a mix of the original Canaanites and the various people who they've lived among since diaspora, and present Palestinians are also roughly half Canaanite, the native people that were there, and half Arab. I believe primarily people that came further south from like what is now Saudi Arabia, And I believe also some North African people over history have moved in there. And of course, some sub-Saharan African genetics got in there because of the slave trade. But basically, they both are roughly half Canaanite, half the actual people who are indigenous to that land. So, I mean, they both can claim to be, quote unquote, the indigenous
I mean, they're
people.
both quite different populations from back in 2,000 years.
Oh yeah, there's been a lot of genetic shifting, just that they both descend from Canaanites. Like they both, like Y chromosome, they both are descended from Canaanite people, Palestinians and Jews.
And then you also have to, I mean, say,
I-
okay, you have your vision of what you want, but currently also, okay, you're American, you're part of empire, so maybe New Zealand's less that case where it matters less. Like, okay, like you.
Well,
got
our relationship with, sorry to interrupt, our relationship with our indigenous community is much more like healthy than like, it's probably one of the healthy relationships with the indigenous population.
But I'm saying Norvin's
but-
stake as a U.S. citizen is probably higher in the issue than you from New Zealand, in the sense, okay, New Zealand, I mean, they were actually part of the Security Council and voted, or you might have to make some sort of diplomatic decision. I'm sure there's both Israelis and Palestinians living, or Jews might have substantial amount of power, but it's less of an issue as opposed to U.S. being empire and making decisions that like wars that we're getting into, or choosing a side that you're saying like you're more per force. But even in New Zealand, like I don't know how big of a deal the war in Israel Palestine, if there's protest or there's pushing, like if the UN.
There's some like sympathetic organizations, but no, it's not. I wouldn't say it's a big deal at all. Not
Or is that like Biden, who saying like we unequivocally have Israel's back, we will be supplying weapons. Even here in the US, you could conceivably see where there'll be some sort of agreement on an interim Speaker of the House just to give Israel more money. I mean, it's unclear whether that would happen, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Republicans or Democrats come together to elect a Speaker of the House just so that they could give Israel money and side with Israel in the conflict.
Yeah, I would like to make one point as far as like what position pro-white people or like race realist people outside of that part of the world. I think the one thing I will say, and this is especially relevant in America because you don't see Europeans doing this. I do not think the like third worldist Mike Enoch like grotesquely like cheering on the Palestinians as they like murder like teenage Jewish girls that were on a rave. Like the optics of that is fucking horrible. And it pushes a lot of normie white conservatives, just like it pushes them away from like pro-white stuff, because then they're like, oh, because they think then pro-whiteism is just like weird third world, like angry, non-white people type of rhetoric. It's just like communism, and a lot of like white nationalists now has become like weird pseudo-communism, and it pushes them back into like mainstream alt-right, neoconservative, Judeo-Christian stuff. So I don't like that. I don't like this weird one struggle, like neo-communist type rhetoric we see from NJP and some of the affiliated. Like, I don't like people saying like hail Hamas, hail Hezbollah, and like this Shalom, like this goofy shit you actually see from some of these guys on Twitter and Telegram. It's fucking gross. And
they're being edgy.
Yeah, just it's being edgy, and it just being like petty and vindictive. And also it's kind of impotent. It's like, it's the same thing with like the Russia-Ukraine thing. It's like white nationalists in America sitting and like jerking themselves off cheering when Russia kills a bunch of Ukrainian civilians, because it's like it's like watching a sport team and the team you wrote for winning, like you get some false dopamine high, like you won, like you conquered someone. It's like they get some proxy like dopamine hit off of watching Russians kill Ukrainians, because in their mind they associate Ukrainians with the liberals and Russians with conservative values, and they are now reversed with the Israel-Palestine issue. They for some reason think that Palestinians are like based alt-right counter-Semites, and that the Israelis are like, your typical liberal Jew in the West, and therefore they get some proxy high out of watching Palestinians kill
people sitting in the comfort of their own home,
thinking
that, and there's been conflicts going on around the world. Like, I mean, Palestine thing's been going on for decades. You know, you have the Uyghur issue in China. You know, and I feel like people kind of only care because the media highlights it, and then they forget very, very quickly. Well, a lot of people seem to be that way.
Well, if you're pushing back on the basic part of American identity of Philo-Semitism, where, I mean, obviously both of you got, God forbid, are counter-Semitic, but certain part of American identity is, we saved the Jews from the Nazis, we supported Israel, and so part of the American identity is somewhat like blind Philo-Semitism. Like, I'm an American, we're the people who saved the Jews from the Nazis, we're the people who backed Israel, we're the people who've backed Israel all this time, and it becomes part of the identity, and it's somewhat a recent thing to push back on that identity, especially even among Republicans, that now it's been pushed back where it's saying that's not part of my identity to Philo-Semitism.
Yeah, Lambie in the chat made a great point. It's Tard superimposing blue team versus red team on the world. That is a great point. That is what a lot of this is.
Well, it's you want to be the good guy and saying the nature of American Western Philo-Semitism is we're the good guys because we're Philo-Semitic, because the Nazis were the bad guys and we defeated the Nazis and saved the Jews. And then, regarding Israel and Palestinian or Arabs or Muslim, it is general to say that we're the good guys because we saved, we protected the Jews, and that's became less and less clear in the politics and certainly.
Doovid, I know you read some counter-Semitic literature and you're a speed reader. I would seriously recommend you read Bjerknes's books about the Third Reich and Hitler. Like, they're really interesting, really well documented.
Yeah, I've read some of his literature. I mean, he's a hard guy to deal with. I haven't had one of his books. I mean, I met him on Adam Green, and when he messaged me, like, Bjerknes, I got pulled off his book on the shelf, and I didn't even know he was counter-Semitic because his book was so well documented on the origins of the 6 million going back before the war. And then after that, I spoke to Bjerknes, and he gave me like a free copy of his Einstein book, which was like 2,500 pages. And I think he eventually divided it up. And like, actually, like, a lot of his Einstein book had stuff on like the Armenian and Freemasons and other things. Only about like 800 pages was actually on Einstein. So I've actually read like 3,000 pages of Bjerknes's work.
Yeah, I interviewed him. Yeah, fantastic author. But yeah, that's a book recommendation for you. It's really interesting.
So you want to talk
novel,
about the FrameGames Dox, or you have anything else you want to mention?
You there, Norvin?
What was that? I stepped into my kitchen for a second.
Okay, well, I'll share it in, the basic. I mean, God forbid I saw this post from Base Takes. This what looks like versus how I pictured him.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know who that is, but
it's an actor. It's from a show about lawyers.
Yeah.
So I mean, it turns out FrameGames actually worked for the State Department. So he was in the Trump administration, and he actually worked for the State Department. And so let me read his little thing. Like, so he got doxxed, probably like, like a left, kind of like Richard Hanania or whatever, trying to, but maybe he has some power now and is trying to diminish him. Although I think the Richard Hanania doxing didn't really hurt him that much, although maybe discredited him in certain circles. And so Mike Benz, if that's who FrameGames was, didn't seem that concerned. So let me read his. First, let me state something for the record. I'm a Jew. I'm a proud Jew. I'm the descendant of Holocaust survivors who fled Poland. I was bar mitzvahed, and not just bar mitzvahed. I did the additional 4 years of Hebrew school to get confirmed, meaning I went to Hebrew school until I was 17 years old. My Hebrew name is Moshe. My rabbi would reiterate to me that my name means messenger. I'm telling you this because one of my notorious unethical hit piece, the most notoriously unethical hit piece journalist in the entire country, Brandy Zedronsny, who is famous for constantly getting her stories wrong, just tried to write a hit piece on me that is literally 100-degree opposite of what she wrote and what she thinks she found. Also, in case it's not obvious, Brandy's entire industry beat disinformation is getting totally crushed right now by work I've contributed to on multiple fronts: legal, regulatory, policy, media, and she clumsily must have thought she found something that could shoot one of my leading messengers on internet freedom with an unrelated attack related to anti-Semitism. Let me start with the bottom line, and then I will tell you the backstory. The account in question was a project by Jews to get people who hated Jews to stop hating Jews. It was a de-radicalization project, and it produced de-radicalization material. It made contact with groups in the early primordial soup of the MAGA movement in 2016 and sought to move people from a place of hate and division closer to a place of love and unity. And it was successful. The biggest fans of this account, which was deleted around 6 years ago, and to which I only contributed in a very limited manner, were fellow Jews who saw how effective it was at building a bridge and winning over hearts of people who held anti-Semitic belief, and non-Jews who would write in and say, "I'm so glad I found your account. I used to have a lot of hate and heaviness in my heart towards Jewish people, but since I discovered you, I don't feel that anymore." The biggest antagonist of the account were people complaining their followers were becoming less radical and less.
If I could just interject something, yeah, it seems like most white nationalists hate blacks more than Jews.
It has to do with the extreme visceral difference.
It's a visual, it's the skin color thing.
Well, it's not just skin color. Like, there's a lot.
Well, that is a part of it. Like, definitely.
That is part of it. Part of it too is just the way they carry themselves. Like, if you go, if you walk down the street, yeah, there is the stereotypes. New York and LA Jewish people can be kind of obnoxious and pushy, but no one crosses the street or has to actually really quickly do some mental math to figure out if they're about to be stabbed, walking by Jews.
Well, that was half of it. I'm guessing Norvin's not surprised that this is what he's saying here. The biggest antagonist of the account were people complaining their followers were becoming less radical and less willing to blame their problems on Jews. Let me be clear. I'm extremely proud of this. In another life, this thing I was briefly a part of in 2016-17 would be getting National Science Foundation funds for combating anti-Semitism. And this was achieved through dialogue and engagement instead of shunning and censorship. You can disagree with the methods, but you can't argue with the results. And I absolutely will not be lectured by Brandy on what techniques are and aren't effective at moving people from a place of hate and division towards a place of closer to love and unity in the issue of anti-Semitism. Let me also say I would not participate today and do not endorse participating in something like this in a general sense. It was a creature of a very bizarre and volatile time in early 2016 in which fellow conservative Jews were facing rising sentiments of anti-Semitism on our right from people voting the same way for president, and political persecution and censorship from the ADL on our left, having to move extreme elements from a fixation on identity to focus on reforming institutions was a bizarro world situation that called for a kind of bizarro world logic of which I'm proud, but would not repeat today. To be clear, without this essential context completely omitted by Brandy, there's obviously going to be elements of the account's contents she quotes that without context are going to look like extremist material in the same way that Redirect Method, her own censorship industry bedfellows champion, redirects people to generally unsuitable content only aimed at certain audiences. This was an anonymous account for a limited purpose that was never supposed to be producing content for a mass audience, and has been shut down for 6 years until long deleted posts were dug up using digital forensics by snooping investigators with basically intelligence agency powers who want to take me out because I'm an effective voice fighting censorship. I'm grateful for your continued support and remaining wholly undeterred in my mission to restore a free and open internet. Let me just see what Richard Spencer commented on this. You comment on that if you want to say something. Oh, here it is. What did I lose this? Okay, so Mark Brahman, guys, my detection to de-radicalize is so profound. I'm now outing myself as an op to destroy the virulent anti-Semitic canard that Jews run ops. That was the comment by Mark Brahman. I thought there was some more commentary on that, but since Norvin somewhat is credited for being the guy who brought him down, and I guess you're the somewhat the point he's making that's saying like, FrameGames de-radicalized hundreds of people, and the only people who didn't like him were people like Norvin that were upset that you were de-radicalizing people.
I think that clip's still somewhere.
It's still floating around. Mistopheles' ghost has it.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I remember that.
It is bizarre. Like I know some people who actually think that like what he's saying here is bullshit. That like he's trying to like retcon and say, oh no, I never really believed or meant those things I said. I was just trying to get people to not hate Jews, and maybe that's possible. But other people were like, no, he really was like more alt-right at one point, and now he's trying to do this like lighter alt-light grift. So he's like trying to distance himself from some of the race stuff he said, race realism stuff. And
I think he was actually in the Trump White House. He actually was a player in the State Department in the Trump White House while he was doing that.
Yeah, so I think it's quite possible that like it's not that he was well, I mean, we could argue when did he work for the State Department? That's a whole other issue.
I mean,
but
if
it
he
is
was
actually
doing that
possible
while
he
was
really
filming.
believed like the race realism stuff, and probably still does believe the race realism.
I'm saying he was in the Trump administration while he was FrameGames, and his purpose was to combat anti-Semitism on the right, that he wanted to convince Trump supporters.
Oh, I think he may have had some personal motivation, but I think to some extent he may be trying to downplay like to what extent he ever believed the things he actually said. Like I do think he probably had like some actual racialist type views, and again probably still does. And now that someone's dug up the stuff he said his frame game and like some of the information he put out there about immigration and stuff, I think he's trying to do oh no, I was just pretending to say those things and then telling people I was Jewish so people would like Jews. Like I actually think that he may be more dishonest now.
Well, yeah, I'm saying instead of saying like he's basically like Stephen, who's the Trump anti-immigration guy, Stephen, the Jewish guy.
Stephen Miller, yeah. I don't know what his current position is, if he's still anti-immigration or what his position is now, because like I said, this was brought to my attention by Brundlefly like 2 days ago.
But I mean, he could have been saying like he's basically in agreement with Stephen Miller, but he's just saying he was just pretending to be like Stephen Miller to get people to listen to him in the alt-right and then to de-radicalize them. So I mean, Stephen Miller's not a psyop to de-radicalize people. He's a Jew who's anti-immigration and or whatever, he'd defend that. So FrameGames is pushing back and saying even though he said things that were basically on par with Stephen Miller, now he's pushing back. He didn't really mean those things. And he was really just a de-radicalizing agent who said things that far in order to like get an in among the alt-righters in order to de-radicalize them.
That's such a good alibi.
Yeah, it is kind of a ridiculous argument. It's like I promoted a bunch of things I don't actually believe and I think are bad because I wanted these people that hate me to not hate me anymore. Like that is the most ridiculous, convoluted explanation like anyone could ever give for anything. It's like it is it absurd? Like if he's doing good work, promoting free speech on the internet and whatever he's doing, good on him, I guess. I don't want to have any kind of beef with the guy. Like, what my attitudes on things have definitely shifted over the years, shifted quite a bit. Since it was fucking 3-4 years ago, I had my thing with him. So, I don't want to call the guy out or have any issues with the guy. I don't want to make trouble for him. But like I do, like I actually am skeptical of this narrative. It's like I didn't believe anything I said back then. I was just saying it to get these people to like me. Like that seems like a really weird explanation. Like
yeah, it's even worse than Hanania.
Seems kind of insane.
Well, he's doing it in response to being doxxed. So if he was just
right,
like,
I get it.
If he was just like Richard Hanania, that was like, I used to be a jerk and I was wrong and I changed and I wasn't that bad, but I was wrong and I changed. So here he's not like pulling a Richard Hanania like that. He's saying that.
I think Richard Hanania, though, I think he did get doxxed or like was worried he was going to get doxxed, and that what actually is what encouraged him to do that article. Like I think someone did dig up that he like made comments on a white nationalist website before he wrote that article.
Yeah, I don't know if he wrote it after he got doxxed. You're saying he wrote that before he got doxxed? It was preemptive?
I can't remember if it was, I think it might have been after, but like he didn't like just do it because he felt like it, like a real sincere change of views. Like he either knew the dox was coming or he already had been doxed. Greg Johnson talks about it a little in a series of articles he wrote about him a while back.
But I'm saying that FrameGames didn't do that. Like, I mean, Richard Nani at least
Did this purely
repented.
as a
He
response
at least
to,
claimed that he used to be a jerk and he doesn't think like that anymore. So
yeah, no,
FrameGames
what Frame Games
didn't
is
have
doing is
any
purely like
repentance
he
at all.
got doxxed. The journalist dug up what he said when he was Frame Game, and now he's trying to explain it.
He was like, it was a psyop. I mean, like, God forbid, like Richard Anani was just like, okay, his opinion evolved and he doesn't believe most of those things anymore, although maybe he's still holding by some of them. But, Frame Games was like, no, it was a psyop.
Yeah, it is. It's like I said, it's not, in some ways he would have been better off just to like be quiet and not acknowledge it. Like that would have been better. Just don't acknowledge it. Like, yeah, everyone can tell who listens to old clips of Frame Game and listen to old clip and current clips of him now because the voice is the same. But it's like the kind of alt-right people that like him now that he's Mike Benz wouldn't really care about the stuff he said when he was Frame Game. So honestly, he should have just ignored it and just moved forward.
Well, he could have apologized. He could have said his opinions evolved. And although,
yeah, I mean, he could have done any number of things. What he did is like,
that he admits that he, like Hanania, that some of his opinions back then were extreme and he's moderated on them. So I mean, he didn't do that at all. He just said it was a psyop, which it seems kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like he and it seems weird from all perspectives because one thing he's saying, he's not he's it's unclear whether he, I mean, God forbid, you're just saying like okay, like I lied and it was a psyop, but it was okay because it was just a unique project to try to decrease anti-Semitism. And even that perspective, like, oh, it's okay to lie it's okay to lie and deceive people if you're doing it to try to counter anti-Semitism. I mean, so that perspective is like, okay, like I love Jews and countering anti-Semitism, but like I don't think it's okay to lie and deceive people to try to get people to like Jews. And that's what he's basically saying. Like, yeah, I lied and deceived people, but it's okay because I was doing it to try to combat anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no, and to be fair, I don't think Frame Game ever took a really strong position on anything. Like, he was a race realist, and he did talk about how there were Jewish organizations doing this and that. I know actually he was never a nationalist, though. I think he wasn't he into some kind of like transhumanism or something? Didn't he think that like eventually with gene editing we were going to get rid of race and everyone was going to get to be high IQ?
Well, I mean, if you're saying like, okay, he literally was in the Trump administration, so basically he was just saying like, yeah, like immigration's a problem and race realism, just cool it on the Jews. And so I mean that's really what he was doing. And like he got called out, and he's not getting called out for anti-Semitism, he's getting called out for being a racist. And so he's basically playing the Jew card where he's like he's like, okay, like I can't be racist because I'm Jewish. But like, but maybe that's not going to save him. Say like, well, dude, you're still a racist. You're still saying anti-immigration, anti-black sentiment, just saying that you were a Jew may not save him. So we'll see if it disappears, or he might not even be big enough player that it pays to article or try to ruin his life. I mean, he has 100,000 followers, but it may not pay that there's going to be hits on him. But I'm not sure the Jew card will save him from being a racist.
I think the power of the Jew card is waning.
Yeah, it doesn't carry any weight with non-whites at all.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who that message is to. And if he's saying like, well, it was a complete psyop, like it wasn't even like I wasn't even saying things I believed. It was just a psyop to counter anti-Semitism. He was just playing a role and saying things he didn't even believe. When you think like, no, in all likelihood, he was basically saying like, Trump is going to, it's good that he's anti-Islamic and he's anti-immigrant. You just have to cool it on the anti-Semitism. I mean, that would have been your take of Frame Games, basically what he was trying to do. And now he's coming back and just saying like he didn't believe any of it and it was just a psyop.
Yeah. That again, I think that's a weird angle to take.
I don't know what he's preaching now. If he's like in line, I haven't followed any of his work. If it's in
It
line,
seems like he's doing some kind of libertarian thing, like his organization is for free speech on the internet.
Yeah, anti-censorship.
And he's
Shit.
being interviewed like by people like the
I
Tim
think
Cast, Tim Pool. He's interacting with Cernovich on Twitter, so
was he
it
on
seems
Tim
like
Pool?
yeah, he was on Tim Pool's show.
So you're saying it was just like a will to power, that he was just Trump administration saying whatever it took in order to gain his way to power, and he never really believed anything besides gaining his way to power. Although he will die on the
I don't
hill.
know. I don't know what
He
like
does
I
believe
don't
in
know what he
Judaism.
actually really
Like he
believes
does
now.
believe in countering anti-Semitism. That's
I'm
something.
skeptical of the narrative that he invented the frame game persona and made all the videos and did all the streams he did solely as an elaborate trick to like get internet anti-Semites to like him and other Jews. Like I don't know if I totally believe that. Like
Well, I
that's
mean, but
kind
I'm
of
saying
weird.
he wanted to at that time. He wanted to keep people like the alt-right on the Trump train. So he saw that the people were turning against Trump, and his goal was to keep them on the Trump train and the message. And whether he believed the message, like Stephen Miller, who like apparently believes that message, that that at least that would appear that he was trying to do to keep people on the Trump train, cool it on the anti-Semitism. Uh, but maybe that was just career, because at that point he was in the Trump. He had got some sort of White House position. And maybe that's why, like I mentioned, I was like, why are all these dudes kissing this guy's ass? And it's saying, well, because he was actually in the Trump administration, maybe some of the people knew who he actually was. And they were like, okay, like, they're not particularly, they're counter-Semitic, but they're willing to deal with a Jew if he's actually in a position of power. And this guy's actually in the Trump White House. So that's why all like the alt-righters were kissing his ass.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone knew he was in the Trump administration, though. I mean, I certainly didn't know.
Well, you were the one that like refused to kiss his ass. That's why like you stood out. And even I
Yeah, I was the one who went at him on stream, and shortly after that is when he quit the internet.
I'm like, everyone was kissing his ass then. I was like, who is this? Why are you all kissing his ass? And then, but I mean, it's likely like Halsey or some people probably knew who he was.
Yeah, well, Halsey might actually, I don't. Well, I mean, I don't want to get into the whole thing with Halsey, but
Richard
I
Spencer
suspect
gave him
Halsey
his cell phone
himself is
number.
some kind of asset.
Well, I mean, Richard Spencer gave him his cell phone number. That was like the Brundlefly was on his channel. That was I was on that stream at the end, but it's saying that maybe, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that if the reason people kissed his ass was because they, at least a handful of people knew who he actually was, and that he was actually.
No, I think a lot of it was just
because he was saying things people liked hearing.
Saying things people liked hearing. He was a Jewish guy saying it, and I think everyone kind of has that impulse where it's like, I don't want to be that mean or that hardcore, so I'm gonna
anti-woke. I mean,
yeah,
at
it's sort
that
of like
point,
how
no one was verbalizing the anti-woke message.
White
Was like the
conservatives
best
will kind of
voice.
clap like dumb seals whenever a black person says something mildly conservative. I think some of it was that, and I think some of it too was Frame Game. Like he spoke with this very kind of verbose, intellectual kind of thing. Like I never liked it. It actually kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
word
I
salad.
kind of read it as phony, but I think other people are like really impressed by that. Like they're really impressed by people who come off as like hyper intellectual.
When he verbalized like the JF, like the 3-part series on Starbucks and the diversity industry. So like, and he was like, these people admit it in their own writings, where he was talking about like wokeness when it was first coming. Like he's like corporations and the diversity industry. This is what this he was telling you what was happening before it happened. And maybe people could see it coming, but he had I don't know, inside information. But he was laying out the diversity industry back in 2016 before it hit so hard, and like the anti-woke. So at the same time, he was more articulate in what a lot of people in the alt-right wanted to say, and he had more information to more articulate what the left was trying to do. And I mean, so if he was anti-leftist, so he was, basically his only use was in telling you the secret and game plan of the left. I mean, his other stuff, like he wanted to organize the right, and he wanted to, whatever, that stuff was kind of weak. But in terms of saying like he was useful to an alt-right audience because he articulated the game plan of the left in an easy to understand way with a lot of semi-insider information.
Yeah. So was he ever really a lawyer, or was that a fake explanation for who he was?
No, I think that's at least how they doxed him, that it matched up. So it was just the one thing that on one thing, like a leave a comment had his picture. So I guess, sometimes if you had to log in and your option to leave a comment has your picture on it. And so you're looking how they caught him from that, like that. And then it was actually his information that he said about himself that caused him to get doxxed, that he was a lawyer and he went to an Ivy League school in psychology. So that's how he got doxxed, was because that information was accurate. And it was only his picture. That the only information they got that confirmed it was his picture. And then they were, I guess he would, after Tim Pool, or he, got big enough using his real name and face that, some people put it together, or his voice. And the woman who wrote the article, I mean, it could be it was someone on the right that just figured it out. It could be it was someone, just speculating. It could be someone that he knew and told him his identity that, fed him to the left to be doxxed. That, was one of his old friends that he had told who he was. That it may not even be that. I mean, like the NBC or the document made it look like they figured it out, but saying that's not necessarily the truth. It could be that someone on the right that knew who he was all along doxed him. And the whole story about how they figured it out was actually not accurate.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that because I mean, sadly, some people in the right will do that. They will dox people that they don't like in these spheres, and then they'll pass it on to Antifa and like the left-wing media and stuff. So it could actually be that's who did this to him.
Yeah, and I guess it hasn't hurt him, and it's just one article, and I didn't even seen him I don't watch Tim Pool. I'm guessing maybe he has effect. I mean, 100,000 followers on Twitter. That's more than Richard Spencer has, more than any of these other alt-right guys have. But it might. And then I guess looking at him like that was the base take meme. That he's got a face for he's got a face for being an anon.
Yeah, he's got like a very Alpanid face.
And maybe if anyone knew who he was, maybe it was Halsey. He was given all the money on those streams.
I don't think Halsey would do that though.
Well, I don't know if Halsey's the one who doxed him, but I mean, the Halsey was a mod on his channel, and like he was streaming with Halsey. Halsey was giving all the money on JUps and Super Chat when he was a guest. Halsey was on that program with a later one with Richard Spencer and FrameGames.
No, I don't.
Or maybe not FrameGames, but I mean Halsey. FrameGames was a regular in Halsey, and Halsey was like the only mod. If you remember that time where FrameGames got hit by the GDL, and then Halsey, was like, FrameGames probably doesn't even realize, doesn't check the chat. He's like, oh, I'm the mod. So like Halsey was like the only mod on his channel. And like Halsey turned against me. It was kind of random, like on Twitter. Now like he's claiming like I'm a fake Jew and I'm not even Jewish, and but I'm not even sure because like I've been somewhat friendly.
When I went and checked for Halsey, it seemed like he hasn't really been active lately. When did this happen?
It's just on Twitter, like that high T sometimes like tags me, and then like Halsey was just coming after me like 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 claiming that like I'm a fake Jew and I lied about going to Israel. And it was kind of out of nowhere. I was kind of surprised because like he invited me on his channel. He'd been a Week in Review a few times. He even been on my channel, and then I guess he had strikes or whatever on YouTube, and then he was doing like the YouTube video and taking it down. Maybe he did Rumble or different platforms. I think he's still around. He might even stream regularly, like the Tom Leguino. I'm not sure if he's making money or how that's going. But it was just random. Like this guy High T tags me occasionally on Twitter, and then for I guess not being as pro-Israel enough, and then Halsey just started coming after me. He was like claiming that I'm a fake Jew and I lied about being Jewish, and I'm really like a secret anti-Semite that pretended to be Jewish. So it just came out of nowhere. I'm not even clear how that happened. But those have been my only interactions with Halsey, like 2 or 3 times over the last 2 years when I got like High T for whatever reason. Like every few days, I get tagged in a post random, usually like attacking a counter-Semite or ADL or just random stuff. And he's like, will tag me and Halsey. Or then occasionally, like where I will say something not pro-Israel enough, and then High T will tag me and Halsey. And then Halsey just started bashing me in these tags. Maybe it was related to Adam Green. Like he just wanted to say, like, don't talk with Adam Green, or like I'm agreeing with Adam Green. So it was unclear because like I'd become friendly with Halsey. He invited me on his channel multiple times. He was on my channel. He was on Week in Review, and then like a year later, he's like bashing me on Twitter. So tough to tell.
Yeah. Well, it's getting a little late on my end, so I think I'm going to get something to eat and head in for bed. But it was good catching up with you guys, and I'm sure I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because thank you tuned in because I mentioned that Stephen James and Brundle wanted to do a stream on Frame Games, and they had said tomorrow at noon Eastern time. Although I'm not sure if they're reliable to do that. He didn't make the stream yet, and so I mentioned you might as well invite Norvin. So
yeah, it's going to be 9 a.m. Pacific time, so I don't see me being there for that.
Well, if it goes a few hours or you get up and you see it, if it happens, so it's Providence that Marshall popped in, and see if you're there.
Okay, will do.
Okay,
Later,
well, thanks for tuning in.
Okay.
You anything else to say, Marshall? I'll see you out of here.
Yeah. See you later.
Okay, so nice catch up with Marshall and Norvin. So we'll see you on Stephen James tomorrow to talk about Frame Games. So Norvin, kind of like the blood sports, took down Frame Games. The history of the alt-right, and Frame Games was a big part of it. And to many extent, Norvin was the guy who took down Frame Games, and he had been a fixture in the alt-right, even though he was openly Jewish. So like he was on all the streams. He was on JF. He was he talked to Richard Spencer. I don't even know the names or the channels, but even like Brundle, Luke Ford, a lot of the people that were somewhat counter-Semitic and were hostile to me, and Jews in general, for whatever reason, were big fans of Frame Game until like Norvin took him down, and then shortly after that he disappeared. And it could have been unrelated, but Norvin was kind of the first person that really confronted him straight out with it, counter-Semitism, and like I'd been dealing with Norvin level counter-Semitism and much worse, and Frame Games was kind of like immune to it. That we, with whatever reason, the alt-right people that interviewed him, treated him like a celebrity, and didn't even come at him with anything even remotely counter-Semitic. So it was kind of surreal like that. But yeah, Tom, from there, Norvin, from those original stream, Brundle, Norvin was on the first Ask the Rabbi 5-6 years. So Norvin, like one of the God forbid, He's the one who brought me to Politically Provoked and debate. So like respect, Doovid is respectful. Like I said, not take things personally. Don't pick on people. You agree to disagree, and sometimes sharpen yourself with debate by debating the people most radically different. And then you also see people could have extreme disagreements or even distaste for each other, but you could still have relatively honest, friendly debates and even friendly working relationships. Okay, so like sometimes like Halsey, I'm not sure how it turns so negative, or or even like Andrew Wilson or something like that. Like I'm not sure. I'm not necessarily negative with them, but like some like a hard time. Generally, I have positive, good relations with most people I've streamed with. It was like Mossad or something like that. I don't know the guy. Like I mean, so it's a difference between an anon or somebody who always had hostile relations. So like it's like Mossad or High T. Like they're not. I mean, Mossad I guess is a streamer, but like he's a non. I've never seen his face. I've never had. Um, it's unclear, so he's always been a little hostile. Someone like High T, I've talked a little bit with him, but he's kind of like a non, even though it's like 5 years. But I'm still like JF. Um, no more news. Um, Basically everyone I stream with, I keep positive relationships, and it's just like okay, agree to disagree, respectful, professional, come on time, try to avoid personal attacks. Like I tell Church of Entropy, basic debate strategy. Um, try to repeat people back correctly, state their opinions accurately, not strawman them. And even if someone asked me what Norvin's position was, it's like I don't agree with his position, but I could somewhat accurately state his position. This is how Norvin feels. This is opinion, and that even Norvin would say, like, yeah, that's like I said accurately, even though we're opposition to each other. So usually I'm pretty careful with that. And in terms of like streaming professionalism, in terms of showing up on time, um, uh, you just professionalism in terms of streaming to try to make good content, or agree to certain terms and then keep to the terms, and like even OV or something um I mean I've had some hostile relations, even like Masad in the chat, but even Masad I could probably make up. Like I would have put the link in. Masad could have came on the chat and disagreed. It's just these kind of like Halsey's always like trolling and questioning my motives and claiming like you lie, your motives are really this. So usually I try to avoid that. And then it's like the question where you're insistent on a person's motivations. So to just say like, well, I don't know people's motivations. I could psychoanalyze them. But it's like this is their stated opinion. This is what they said, versus some sort of like underlying, like I know your true motivations, and then like high tea or something like that, where you're just like basically you're a bad actor, you're nefarious, and I'm sticking with that. So it's harder to deal with people like that. And generally, I try to judge people favorably, even my opposition, and professionally, or say that people are logical actors acting in their own self-interest. So that avoid conflict, judge people favorably, um, assume people's opinions and motives are generally what they say they are, and that they're rational actors acting in their own self-interest in the way that they have described their own self-interest, as opposed to some sort of like concocted scheme where you're saying like everything about you is a fraud and a lie, and really this is what your motivation are, and then you're going to interpret flip things around. So if you have like high tea or something like that, where just like you like Claire or something, God forbid, I was mentioning on Luke 4th, like occasionally, like every once in a while, you get like a random message on Facebook from Claire, and it's not like, hello, how you doing? It's like, you're a fraud. Everything about you is a lie. And like, okay, streaming is a tough game, and that's how people feel, and it's combative. Um, but besides for that, and even Claire, like even like Masad and Claire, um, I have somewhat like cordial, relatively relations with them. But even with that, like, okay, so it's like High Tea, Claire, Masad, basically for a few years now, like the interactions are predicated. Their opinion is that I'm a fraud and everything about me is a lie. So it's tough to build a cordial relationship when a person is expressly accusing you of being a fraud and a liar and trying to undermine you. So but even with that, I still have somewhat cordial relations with like High T, Claire, um, Mossad, even the past with like some of the people in Claire, or the people I've had more, the name slipping me, that guy who used to always ask me about um, Rabashkin, um, that was on Claire's stream, who became a week in review, or some of the people who were always hostile to me, always thought I was like a nefarious bad actor. So even that, I try to maintain good relations. So say like if Norvin thinks like relatively I'm still a nefarious bad actor, at least he's not accusing me of falsely stating my intentions. Just say, okay, like we have a difference, we have a fundamental difference in our opposite side of this, but he's not like undermining me at every step. Where he's like, you lie, you're not telling the truth, you're falsely stating your intentions, and you're trying to do something. Which is interesting because like Frame Games openly is saying that's what he was doing. Like Frame Games is like, no, it's okay because I was lying and being deceptive, but it's okay that I was lying and being deceptive because it had this noble goal of countering anti-Semitism, and that's probably maybe why I'm more popular among counter Semites than like Frame Games, or where I'm like, okay, there might be a legitimate group difference, and 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 conflict of interest, and therefore your perceived best interest or counter our perceived best interest, and we could actually have a useful exchange about what are our various interests and group interests and how they might be in conflict. um yeah, I think Norvin say like if he's genuine and engages in good faith, he's saying like, okay, like we're opposition to each other, but um he's still genuine in good faith. And that's where you say like we're opposition. It might be interesting our conversation because it's just we're people in opposition who are having a conversation in good faith about differences of opinion. And um, so that's my approach to streaming. God willing, it could be this week will be my biggest stream ever. So and even on not like although Doovid obviously will be representing management. But if I debate Destiny on the UAW, that will unquestionably be my biggest stream ever. So in terms of audience and reach, and so hopefully that works out. Hopefully I'll put in a good performance. And said I told James I always argue in good fact because I told him I argue either side for the UAW. So if I argued in favor of the UAW, I could have made a good faith argument for the UAW. I could have argued either side. I would have tried to present it like I'm somewhat in the middle. And I think even like the UAW management, I am somewhat neutral in the middle. However, I'm more on the side of management, but I could have argued the UAW, but like he asked me, like, yeah, I'll make the arguments to the best of good faith, and I'm not going to play a character necessarily to try to defend things that I don't believe. And I take more a Talmudic attitude where I'm more into arguments where it doesn't matter what I believe. I'm presenting the arguments to the best of my ability. And I might express, some of my beliefs, but it doesn't really matter what I believe. It matters the quality of my arguments and my analysis. That's generally my approach. So thank God, I popped a 5-hour stream. Week in review, 5.5 hours. Had a few guests, multiple guests this week. So a few people time, bigger audience. I think definitely because I'm talking about Israel and the war. So it is definitely the biggest audience I've had on Week in Review. Maybe since I've been doing Week in Review on my channel. And I think that's definitely because of the timeliness of talking about the war. But appreciate everyone who tuned in, new viewers. So definitely good to have my viewership up a little bit, and believe in providence and God. So we'll see. Tomorrow if Stephen James shows up, we'll talk about that. And Thursday, if the debate or if it happens that week, it could be the biggest stream yet of my career. So wish me luck and have a great night.